There we are. Okay, here we
There we
are.
go. Right. Hello, Wes.
This literally every time I start a marathon, something goes wrong with the audio. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to Dungeon Runners Academy Minish Cap Bootcamp. We're here. We're finally here. We've been organizing this for a month, and we're finally doing it. Introductions are in order. Let's first go over what the event actually is. So throughout this weekend, we'll be wait. I should probably introduce my co-host first. Hello, Miv.
Hi, Wes.
Who are you, Miv?
Sorry.
Who are you?
Who am I? My name's Myth. I do some Minish Cap speedrunning.
Just some?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, we'll go over more details later, because I did write down in the introductions, I did also write down your statistics, so yeah. This is my co-host for today, Myth. I am Wes. Y'all know me from Dungeon Runners. You've heard me during Timeless Marathon. You've seen me during the Minish Cap Appreciation Week. You know who I am. We are here this weekend to organize a Minish Cap bootcamp. We're going to be practicing the Minish Cap speedrun, specifically the glitchless speedrun. I will be mainly your host throughout this weekend. I will be doing a run today, but on Saturday and Sunday I will be hosting. Myth will be coaching this weekend. The weekend consists of today, I will be doing a run, and Myth will be reviewing the run with me to tell me what I can improve on. The other students in the chat will be able to listen and view and hopefully learn something from this run as well, and from this review. Then tomorrow we have pairs of students and teachers, students from the community and teachers who are already familiar with Minish Cap will be practicing the game. Some of them will already be practicing today as well, I heard. They will be practicing the Minish Cap glitchless route, and yeah, just some of them already have a time, and some of them don't have a time. Oh, look, there's Ginger, one of our students. Hi, Ginger. So yeah, some of them already have a time and will get a better time. Some don't have a time at all yet. So everyone will be practicing tomorrow. Then on Sunday, everyone will be doing a run together. Some of them will still be practicing on Sunday. I've heard that TGH and Ashton will be practicing still on Sunday. So they will be doing a run later, but the rest of the students will be doing a run on Sunday. And hopefully at the end of the time, we'll have 5 new runs that we can upload to the speedrun.com leaderboard. And then we have a bunch more runs on that leaderboard. And it's going to be great. Can you ask if Mira is involved? If she bothers me during the run, probably she will be. But otherwise, we're just letting her nap. Right now, she's eating. Yeah.
That's your cat.
That's my cat. My cat's down there eating. If you heard some strange noise right now, that was the auto feeder. Yeah, she's stuffing her face. Let's grab... I've made a presentation for you guys to introduce the students and the teachers.
A PowerPoint presentation. Lovely.
Yes, it's like we're back in high school. Is everyone paying attention? Is everyone making notes? Because I've made a presentation for you all. Okay. So
remember, this might be on the quiz later.
This will be on the quiz. Our first pair of students and teachers. I have a document for this. I forgot to keep my document open. I closed everything so that I'd be focused, and then I closed the document that I need. Okay, here it is. So as for a student, we have Dan's Awakening. Dan, some of you might be familiar with Dan. He's part of this Zelda Dungeon community. He's a wiki editor for Zelda Dungeon, and he's a writer for Dungeon Runners. Dan has ran Link's Awakening before and Skyward Sword before. It currently doesn't have a time in Minish Cap, so we'll see what he ends up at the end. So he's already a bit familiar with speedrunning, and he decided that this would also be fun for a weekend. His coach is Kato. Kato's currently 14th place in any percent and 6th place in glitchless. has several records and category extensions, and I think has first place in one of the category extensions as well.
They are tied with me in NG Plus all dungeons.
Right.
We have tied multiple times for the world record. It's a great category.
And they have also ran Hollow Knight before. So, do you have any other cool information about category? Because you're the one more familiar with the Zelda, the Minish Cap speedrunning community, whilst I'm more familiar with the Zelda dungeon community.
Yeah, Kato is pretty dedicated to this game. They get involved in all the different categories, pretty similar to me. They're super excited about get back into Glitchless, a category they haven't touched in quite a while. They're one of the few runners with a sub 2-hour 20. That's quite a prestigious time.
And I think they recently get bopped as well by Picky. So now they had a reason to get back into the game.
They said after their recent bop that they want to get back and do some more PBs.
Yeah. So our next pair is Popsicle and Inku. I probably should have put music. No, it's fine. So Popsicle is the student. Popsicle is one of the newest additions to Dungeon Runners. She's come to help out the Dungeon Runner online events team, and from this event she's participating as a student, but from this event onward she'll be helping me make this stuff less of a mess. So Popsicle also helped with the A Link to the Past mentorship program that happened recently through Zelda Speedruns. So that's really cool. That means that Popsicle's also ran A Link to the Past before. Is also a big fan of the co-op category in A Link to the Past, and has like 8 runs submitted in either One Mind or co-op in A Link to the Past. One of which is with our very own Moogle, which is they together have the 6th place for co-op A Link to the Past. So that's Popsicle. And then we have Inku. Inku is currently 13th place in Glitches and 15th place in Any Percent, and has also tried their hand at Tears of the Kingdom Any Percent before. Inku's also been in my chat a lot, helping teach me how to play the game better. Do you know anything else about Inku?
So Inku's one of the newest of the coaches to the Minish Cap community, but there's someone who learns a lot and like very quickly. They know loads about this game, and by delving into things like decomp and stuff, they have a really strong technical knowledge of everything that goes on in the game. And yes, they have a pretty excellent times in Any Percent and Glitchless relative to like how long they have been in the community. Pretty much everyone who has a better time than them is someone who has been around a lot longer than them. So it's great to have them on board sharing their knowledge.
And they're currently working on an amazing project, which is a room by room setup to practice in Abyssal and Glitchless.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty insane. It's just a tool to like practice every room by room in the speedrun to like make sure you know literally every screen transition in the run, so that you can practice all of them one by one, and there will be save states to load back to them and stuff. It's like actually really insane, the project they're working on.
Yeah, room trainers are like beloved in certain like communities, like SM64. Everyone loves the star trainer on that, where like you literally just like start the starter level, run up to collect the star, and it just cycles back to the beginning, and you just do drills, you just do your practice over and over again, and it massively speeds up the practice that you're capable of doing, and it helps eliminate so much of that downtime. So when you have half an hour to practice, you're maximizing that half an hour.
Yeah. Okay, we added some music. The next pair. Oh, hey, it's you!
Oh, yeah.
I've turned them around. Apparently you're the student here. Whoops.
Yeah, Spanic's going to teach me a lot about this game.
Spinkiv is going to teach you how to play Minish Cap. Let's go. The teacher and student tags are the wrong way around. Oh, yeah. Whoops, that's my B. Yeah, so for the student, we have Spinkiv. Spinkiv has run a lot of games before. In terms of Zelda games, it's mainly been A Link to the Past, and I think also Ocarina of Time, any percent. He's got second place in A Link to the Past, any percent Major Glitchless, which is a run of 1 minute and 30 seconds. And then, if you ever want to go on a journey, you should check out Spankiv's speedrun.com page, because Spankiv has uploaded 529 runs to speedrun.com, of which 306 runs are full game runs, and they're spread out over 85 games. And those games reach from Minecraft Classic to, I think it was like, it was like Dora's Not Found or something. It's the craziest games. So if you ever want to go on a journey of what kind of runs are available on speedrun.com, what kind of speedruns you're interested in, you should go check out Spainkiv's page, because there's 85 games on there. And then we have you. You have Myth currently has 8th place in any percent, 2nd place in glitchless, 4th place in 100%, and first in almost every category extension apart from the PKR thing. And you recently this year, well, I say recently, but this year you've been grinding Echoes of Wisdom as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. So pretty much my main speed game is Minish Cap. In the last 6 months, I've done a bit of Echoes. I've still got some plans with that game for like improving some of my times. But yeah, I've been playing Minish Cap for almost 6 years solid now. I started with the randomizer when that was first developed, pretty much 6 years ago to right now, and I decided to pick up the speedrun because what I wanted to get better at doing the like races for the randomizer. So I was like, oh well, I guess I'll do speedruns. They'll help me out getting faster. But guess what? Speedrunning is fun. So I spend most of my time doing that now. But still doing a little bit of rando. We got Archipelago, the multi-world integration for Minish Cap as of like a month ago. So we're doing some development on that. But yeah, if there's anything Minish Cap related whatsoever, you're gonna see me around. Be that like helping out with the decomp or like developing some ROM hacks or whatever. If it's Minish Cap, I'm there.
Yeah. Great. Pair number 4. Did I do it? Oh, I flipped them around the wrong. Okay, I guess at some point I just flipped the tags. Okay, this is the wrong way around again. The student is Ginger. So Ginger has run Fire Rod percent in the past, which is a category extension from Minish Cap, and actually has a run submitted to the leaderboard. They've also ran a bit of any percent before, but I don't think they submitted a run. They haven't run Minish Cap in a while because, well, they're finally picking it back up because 4 months ago they became a dad. So yeah, they didn't have time to run. They became a dad for I think the first time. So again, congrats to Ginger. And now that the baby's sleeping a bit more, then they can pick up Glitchless and are here for the weekend to play the new game. So that's Ginger. And then we have Picky, who is currently 4th place in Glitchless. And recently, this last week, I think, PB'd in any percent to get into the top 10. And with them getting into the top 10, they bopped several of our other coaches out of the top 10 in any percent, or at least bopped them to be lower on the plays. Picky actually bopped Inku and Kato, and also Dreamy, who is also an important runner in the Minish Cap, who actually has a jump named after them. So, yeah. anything else you have to say about Piki?
Yeah, so I mean, both Ginger and Piki have been around in the Minish Cap community for a very long time. I think Ginger's coming up to like 10 years around. But yeah, Ginger originally was involved in the very early history of Fire Rod as a speedrun before it kind of reached the modern period of its optimization that we see now. Before I started looking at it, and a couple of other people. And yeah, Piki, they've been around for a very long time as well. They've been in community longer than I have. They took a big gap not being involved for quite a period, but recently came back and set new PBs and managed to bring their time down pretty low in any percent. And also in glitchless, they literally today they just finished a run, a really great run. It was basically tied with me throughout the entire run and only lost like a little bit of time in the very final boss fight. So that put them at 4th place. Second, third, fourth, we're all extremely tight and like it's narrow margins between all of us at this at that part of the leaderboard.
Piki actually also did a run this morning already before we went live. I think that run went pretty well as well, right? Didn't it PB?
Yes, yeah, that's the run. They PB'd
in PB'd in glitchless. So a PB in both categories over the past 2 weeks. Yeah. And then speaking about the top being competitive, there's one run that stands above all that's not competitive at the moment. We have TGH and Ashton, where the tags are also switched around. Oh no. Yeah, Ashton is gonna teach TGH some stuff, clearly. Yeah, we have student Ashton and teacher TGH. Let's go Ashton. I mean, I probably don't need to introduce Ashton, right? You all know Ashton. Ashton is a wiki admin for Zelda Dungeon and ran Spirit Tracks at the Timeless Marathon. You always see Ashton as well at the Summer Marathons. Last year, obviously known for playing through the entirety of Zelda's Adventure whilst in cosplay. Ashton will be competing in a Minish Cap race this summer at Zelda Dungeon Marathon, which is also partially why we're doing this, because there's going to be a big race at this there's going to be the big yearly race at the Zelda Dungeon Marathon in summer, and Ashton is going to be competing. So hopefully under TGH's guidance, she can get a really good time, and maybe, who knows, maybe she will win the relay race this year. Who knows? Then on the other side, for the teacher, we have TGH. My first line about this literally just says the GOAT of 2D Zelda games. I don't know if you want to elaborate or if I should, but he is just a gamer.
TGH is probably the most decorated Zelda speedrunner of all time, in terms of just like raw records across the series. If it's a 2D Zelda game, they can literally just pick it up and absolutely excel at it. When Echoes came out, they immediately started sweeping all of the categories, and still they hold all pretty much first place in every single category that they ran. They currently hold the world record for Minish Cap, both any percent and glitchless. And yeah, you just look at other games like Link's Awakening, the Oracle games. Yeah, they've got records in all of them, and they've held them for a very long time as well. There's someone that's extremely talented at their craft.
Yeah, I also, apart from Oracles and Link's Awakening, I also have the Game Boy Color Trilogy and the Classic Zelda Trilogy. I also have the first place record for. And TGH also did a run at PAX East. It was an any percent run. It was like 2 weeks ago. So if you're interested in any percent run, we highly recommend you go and check out that run. It was a very good and a very funny run. So, yeah. So those are the teams. Those you will see all of them practicing either later today, tomorrow. TJH and Ashton will be practicing on Sunday. The other 4 pairs will be running the game on Sunday, and we'll show you. We will be restreaming both the teaching sessions and the runs here on this channel on Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, hopefully everyone's a bit informed now about what the weekend is looking like. And then we'll go ahead and get today started. We'll do a run of Minish Cap Glitchless to show off what we are exactly doing here. Myth is going to disappear and has now been reduced to a Discord bubble with, I think that's a picture from when you were at Games Done Quick.
Yes, that's me on stage doing the Minish Cap at GDQ in 2023.
Yeah, so that's I will stop Spotify now. Okay, I need to double check if Biscord audio is coming through. If the game wants to make some noise. There's my controller.
If you go to the file select screen, it will be nice and loud. That's the loudest.
Beautiful.
The loudest the game gets is on the file select screen. So if you balance it there, it will be good.
We'll do a little bit of that. Discord, yeah, it's the combination of BizHawk and Discord. Will this work for you, or do you want me to adjust the Discord screen share?
Oh no, that's great for me.
Okay,
I can see everything.
Great. I'll put this down. Pop. Let's get a new save going. Chat, what is the file name gonna be for today? I mean, we could just do Discord at this point.
Bizcord, excellent. Oh, it's only 6 characters. That's.
Oh, it doesn't fit. Discord.
Yeah.
Biscuit.
Yeah.
It's either Biscord or Biscuit. There we go, we can do this.
Yeah,
Biscuit.
that will do.
Then we need to put the text speed on fast and not the brightness to bright. Okay.
Unless you like playing the game on bright, but I wouldn't suggest it. I don't think it looks great.
Do you guys want to do a run on light mode or on dark mode? Okay.
Some people put it on dark mode. I always leave it on normal. I think the colors look weird on dark. But I know it's on some people's capture cards on console. It does get really bright, so they have to put it on dark. Otherwise, it looks awful.
First pro tip: fast text speed. Yeah. So I will be running game. Myth will probably be explaining some stuff. There's not a lot of intrinsic or there's not a very complicated not a lot of complicated glitches tricks in this run, but there's pretty much optimizations everywhere, but not major tricks. So we'll be talking and explaining what we're doing throughout the run, and then after
I shall be the chat's guide, explaining everything that you're going to be doing throughout the run. If you're not familiar with what a Minish Cap speedrun is supposed to do, I'm here to help you understand it.
Yeah. And if people were wondering where my skill lies, I'm between the students and the teachers. I'm currently 20th place on the Glitches leaderboard. It's not fantastic, but it's also not the worst. So I'm right between where both of these pairings lie. I'm between the student and the teachers. Okay, we'll do a core reboot because we need this to be shown. And then we'll get started.
All right.
Is the auto splitter gonna work?
Have fun.
The auto splitter is not working. Okay, let me restart the auto splitter real quick to make sure it works.
Stop the auto splitter.
Stop
make sure TCP server's running.
Yeah.
I think it's because it was running and you never turned it off and turned it on again.
Probably.
Yeah. In BizTalk, bring BizTalk back up and then go to tools. Tools and then external tools at the bottom of that.
Right. And then
click that. Yeah. Yes. There you go.
And then
now you can click start auto split. Make sure you select glitchless first.
No split file was loaded. Oh,
you need to select glitchless. Load selected splits file and then click start auto splitter. There you go.
Okay. There we go. Now we should be good. I've started playing with the auto splitter this morning. Mythos told me how to set it up this morning, so it's still new to me.
There you go.
There we go.
Off we go. So the very first thing that we do, even before we start the run, is, well, we set up the file and we made sure that the file has fast text so that we go, like, all of the text is going to render as quickly as possible. But what we did immediately after we created the file, before we loaded it, is we reset the game. That is very important for one reason: RNG. The GBA's RNG system is a single memory address, which, when you reset or turn on the console for the first time, literally reads 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And every time a random event occurs, it looks to that number, it applies some calculation to it, but it's the same calculation every single time, and it will generate a new number, and it will use that number to be the seed that determines whatever randomness the thing wants it to be. Be that enemies facing direction, what actions they should be, what items drop from parts, what sound effects happen, anything that's considered to be random in the game, looks at this file, this value, shuffles it, and then puts it back to that location. Which means that if it's always doing exactly the same calculation at exactly the same times, if we do a soft reset and do exactly the same actions, we're always going to get exactly the same results. So as we play through the intro, RNG is going to cycle exactly the same every single time, and Wes very importantly made sure to do exactly 2 rolls in that previous room, so that when they break this pot, it's going to produce a blue rupee. That's not a guaranteed rupee, that's random, but we manipulated the random function to give us that. That's all the setup is. It's just resetting before you start the game, doing 2 rolls before you enter that smith room, and then just follow the actions as Wes did. Open the chest, smash the pot, and then you get that blue rupee. That's going to be really important for the rupee route later. It's not really going to come into play until after the next dungeon, but having 25 rupees is super important right now.
Best music in the game.
So this section of the game is going to be very cutscene heavy. There's a lot of text boxes. If you look at Wes's inputs, they're going to be holding the B button. What that does is it makes the text write in the text box at maximum speed. So it will, when a text box opens up, all of the text will get loaded as quickly as possible. For a text box to advance to the next text box, it needs to receive input from the player, that being a new direction input, an A button input, or an R button input. So we just want to mash all of those as quickly as possible. So you'll see Wes's inputs, they'll be like spinning the D-pad around. That's pretty much the most efficient way of mashing through text boxes as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I've been trying to learn text mashing with the D-pad, but I'm used to control stick, but control stick is slower, so I'm trying to do a combination of the two. We already have a fight in the chat on which music is the best.
Yeah, Cloudtops is excellent, and it's one of the perks of this category that we actually go to Cloudtops, because the any % speedrun does not go to Cloudtops. It is skipped. Also, I definitely think it's a battle between Cloudtops and the final credits. Those are my two favorite. If anyone says Koku game, you're objectively wrong.
Where's Cal? Minish Woods is also really good. Or Minish Village? I don't know which one of the two it is. It was 1 year where a lot of people ran out of money early on in the Minish Cap Relay race in the Zelda Dungeon Marathon. So one of the players did the Coco minigame to make sure that they had enough money. Because they weren't sure where to get money. Okay.
All right, so the intro is gonna be over pretty soon. We got another 20-30 seconds left of this cutscene. And then we're going to be given a sword and told to go to our first dungeon, and then we're going to have some overworld movements to be getting on with. So we've already seen a little bit of it, but Wes was rolling. This is one of the, if not the only 2D Zelda game that you can roll. And you get a speed boost from doing it. So yeah, you want to roll pretty much everywhere you can. Later on in the run, we're going to be getting the boots, which will speed up our movement over longer distances. But if something is within 3 rolls distance, you're always going to want to roll to it, no matter what. The only time you wouldn't roll to something is if it is within a roll. But if it's just under a roll, it's probably better to roll to it and then do like a little bit of a walk back. One of the other really important things in rolling is you get immunity frames during it. So if there's an enemy in your way, just roll through it and you just don't take damage. It can be a little bit tricky because the very end of your roll and the very start of your roll, you don't have that immunity. It's only during a bit in the middle. Wes got a nice little roll there through that octo. But yeah, it's a fantastic way of dealing with the randomness of the enemies in this game. There's a lot of enemies that we do not want to be fighting enemies. That is slow. We want to ignore them as much as we can. So we want to roll through them. So enemies are going to be moving around randomly, and we can't know exactly where they're always going to be, but we can... You get used to where the enemy spawns are and roughly how far they move from it, so you get used to what enemies you have to be on the lookout for that are going to get in your way that you need to prepare to roll for it. So those were the first 2 enemies that we had to actually kill, as two Octoroks. Luckily they just died a single sword slash.
I'm still struggling to find like the center point on my D-pad.
So here's the main mechanic of this game, shrinking. When you turn into Minish size Link, you do have slightly different properties. Your roll is a little bit like gimped. There's more lag to it. You don't travel as fast, so you have to do a lot more rolls to be able to catch up at like the same distance, and you don't move as quickly. But when we get into Minish size areas, you start controlling Link like normal when the game's like zoomed in, and in these areas here, it's like Link's basically normal size, and we're able to control Link exactly the same. Yeah, so the aim of this section is just going to be talk to the NPC in this blue house, go and get the Jabba Nut, go and talk to another NPC, and then head to the dungeon.
Oh gosh. We're already starting with the flags this early on in this game.
Yes, that's right. The game is heavily flagged in the sense that we couldn't just come directly to the Jabba Nut because there were some Minish that were blocking the path, and you are required to go and talk to that other Minish first. This is gonna be a big thing when we go and do some of the fetch quests. The quests to go and get the boots, and the quests to go and get the flippers, they're heavily flagged. You need to go and do these very monotonous, meaningless tasks like talking to specific NPCs and just to be able to advance the quest forwards. But very shortly, we're going to be hitting our first dungeon, Deepwood Shrine. Now, this is very much tutorial dungeon. It's relatively easy, but it's all of the everything that you're going to learn here is going to apply for the rest of the game. So enemies, solving puzzles, and the specific mechanics involved with them. So like collecting keys and opening key doors. Here we're going to be pulling on objects. Everything that is done here is done in other parts of the run, which ends up being that like Deepwood's not like a dungeon that you want to practice. Like there's not really much motivation to do it because it's not like a really hard thing that you need to practice a lot of. But when you practice all of the controlling Link in general through getting better at the game, naturally your ability to play this dungeon just increases. It's a very good metric for just knowing your general performance in the game is how good is your Deepwood Shrine.
I think the hardest thing in this dungeon is probably the lily pad, right? The amount of times you need to load a gust chart to move the lily pad.
Absolutely. The lily pad is very different in that sense that it's very unique that we're gonna ride the lily pad in Templar droplets, but how lily pad movement works is you're counting how many times you do gust blasts. So one of the things that happened when we picked up Eslo is that there are Eslo triggers in the world. There are regions of the world that when you step into that region, Eslo will stop Link and interrupt him and start talking to you and bring up a text box, and you have to close the text box before you can continue with the game. If you roll into an Eslo trigger, your roll gets interrupted, and then there's a big delay of half a second before the text box opens. And that's bad. We don't want extra delays in things, so it's very important to know where the Eslo triggers are and to make sure that you roll so that it stops just before the Eslo trigger and you don't actually roll into it. It helps save time everywhere. This is a really brutal room. There's a lot of enemy RNG involved in this, and it's just luck whether or not you're going to get a clean path through. That is excellent. That was super good luck for Wes. There was a nice gap there. The enemies clumped up nicely so that you can just get a roll straight through. Here we got another enemy fight. These Moldozers die in 3 sword slashes, so you can just count your hits. And yeah, very luckily they're a heart drop. If you're getting low on hearts at this point in the run, you can get some pots. The bottom right pot Wes just went by there has a heart, but there are also hearts in this room coming up here. Make sure to hit that switch to activate the shortcut. The bottom left pot, and in the middle there's two pots that are kind of diagonally next to each other. The bottom left of those also has a heart. Here's the Matterpillar. This is the mid-dungeon boss. Ideally, this is done in 2 cycles. You just need to make sure you do enough damage to its tail. So bop it on the nose and then start mashing on its tail. You typically only get a third cycle if you start sword slashing too early on its tail, because if you slash too early, you hit it before it's vulnerable, and then you kind of like recoil away from it, and that recoil away delays you being able to do the damage long enough. So it's yeah, definitely be patient with that fight, and you know, ever so slightly delay your slash in order to not get an extra cycle. But now we have the Gust Jar, and we're going to be doing the lily pad basement. As I said, Wes is going to be counting here the number of Gust Blasts that he needs to do. I can be quiet if you want.
I think I... Okay. It's at the second part, it's 2-3-3, right?
I can't remember. It's just instinct for me.
Oh, that's too many.
It's one, and
then
1-3-3.
Yeah.
1-3-3, yeah. And then this is 2-2-2-2.
Yeah. I was scarily close at the top of the lily pad there, so I moved.
Oh yeah, very important there when returning. Make sure Link's on the bottom half of the lily pad. There's a trigger to make sure that the pot gets replaced when returning from that room. That only occurs when Link's low enough in the room, so yeah. Oh. It's a very avoidable thing. But yeah, through this point here, all you're doing is you're using the Gust Jar, and then you're standing at a very specific spot. There's some visual cues that we use for like going exactly to like a specific spot and just holding the Gust Jar, and then you always make it across to the other side without landing in the water. But that is Deepwood Shrine done. If you didn't get the rupees before the like at the beginning of the run, the chest that we went past on the left there has 20 rupees in it, and you would have to go up the left-hand staircase to go and get that before coming to this boss fight, so that you have enough rupees for later on. But this is going to be the first boss fight. This is Green Shoe. This is a pretty standard Zelda boss fight. It's going to be 3 cycles. We use the Gust Jar on it to make it vulnerable. It falls down, and we just mash our sword on it until it's taken enough damage. So the jumping it does is... it's effectively random, but it's not actually RNG based. It's based off of the global timer, which, for all intents and purposes, it's a frame perfect timer. So you're never going to be getting the exact same every single time. The amount of time that the shoe gets knocked down onto the ground is also random, but you just need to keep mashing your sword. This is the 3rd cycle, and this is also random. At the moment, it's jumping 5 times before it starts like chasing after Wes. It has a chance to do only 1 jump before starting to chase, and if you get 1 jump, it's just faster, and it's purely luck based. But yeah, that's the fight. Make sure to do at least four slashes in every single cycle. The middle cycle actually requires 5 slashes. But if you don't do that amount of damage, you'll repeat a cycle. But it's very easy to avoid that. You should always get enough time to damage the boss enough to be able to advance a cycle. The middle cycle can be pretty tight if you get perfect RNG and it's the shortest time period possible, which is what we want because we want the fight to go quickly. That you literally just have enough time to get 5 slashes in, and that's it. So if it lands and you get hit before you get your slash off, you can get an extra cycle from that, and it's pretty unlucky if that happens.
If people are wondering yes. if people are wondering about the splits, by the way, we're running against my PB, but since we started auto split this morning, we literally like don't have any other runs than the PB, so we are either getting red splits or gold splits. There's no in between today.
just what you want to see, you know.
Yep.
We either lose time or we gold. So we have we finished the first dungeon, and as we leave, we go and get the bombs. The bombs are pretty good. Like they're a great item to have. There's a lot of utility that we're going to be making use of them that you wouldn't quite expect. The one downside, we only have 10. That's the maximum size that we can have, which we're going to be using more than 10 bombs in this run. We're going to have to be picking up bomb drops at various points. Luckily, pretty much all of them are guaranteed determined, but it's quite tight, which means that if you waste any bombs by accident, you're gonna have a bad time. We'll talk about that a bit later. Here we get introduced to fusions, and you're supposed to fuse with hurdy-gurdy there, but we can just save and quit, and that's faster than watching the cutscene, so we just do that. One of the other things we're going to do here in town is grab the spin attack. We need it to be able to leave town. There's a glitch we can do to skip needing to have it, or specifically to show the guard to be able to escape town, but we're not going to do that because this is glitchless, and we don't do glitches.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Postman.
Oh, fun fact, there's actually 2 postmen.
Oh.
As you can see there, he didn't just like teleport around. There are actually 2. I'm really glad that you bumped into another one right as I said that.
Oh man, that timing was amazing.
Okay, so one of the quirks with bombs is that they explode faster if you pick up and throw them instantly. One of the quirks with bombs is that when they land from being thrown or from being in the air, they skip past their first fuse timer section the moment they hit the ground. Now, there's 2 ways of speeding up the bomb timer. There's the way of just picking up and throwing it, which isn't a glitch because you're just picking up and throwing a bomb. That's normal gameplay. The other one is definitely a glitch, and that's called a roll lift. If you place down a bomb, delay 1 frame exactly, and then do a roll the frame after that, you roll, and it kind of does a glitched grab of the bomb. It bounces in the air, lands, and like exactly on the stop spot. It's the same spot. It kind of like does a weird bounce, and that's called a roll lift. And what's happening behind the scenes is actually placing the bomb at some negative height value. It's actually placing it underground, and then it gets spawned back up to the surface and then bounces. And it's a bugged and glitched interaction. That's banned. You're not allowed to do that.
In my practice run this morning, I transformed too early and the rock didn't explode. And then I
almost
didn't have enough bombs again later on.
Yeah, be patient there. Make sure to shrink as soon as the bomb's exploded, but not before. Very important, we grab the rupees there, and also we grab the rupees in that cave. And we should be on 40 right now. From when we were in that cave earlier, we picked up some fairies. That was excellent. Everything from the end of the dungeon up to that point, we kind of don't care about health. Like when we got to the bomb walls and stuff, we were just holding a bomb above our head and just damage boosting through, because that's the fastest way to go through those sections. We didn't worry about our health because we were grabbing those fairies. But from this point onwards, we do care about our health. You aren't gonna get a basically another heart container until the end of the dungeon, so really we don't want to have to heal until the end of the dungeon. But Mount Krenel and the following dungeon are very heavy on enemies. There's a lot of randomness in these enemies' movement. It's very likely you're going to take a lot of hits. And some of the enemies hit really hard as well, so they don't just do a quarter heart like the enemies we've experienced so far in the run. Some boulders that we're going to see later, they do half a heart.
And one of the things with Minish gaps, like unlike other Zelda games, like you don't have a lot of iframes when you get hit, so you can just get hit repeatedly in a row, like very quickly. At least that's how it always feels to me, like compared to other Zelda games. Like if I get hit in Wind Waker, it's like I'm safe for a solid second after, it feels like. Whereas if I get hit here, I'm just stun locked for like multiple seconds sometimes.
Yeah, the iframes in this, it depends on what's hitting you, but it can vary between like 6 frames and 15 or 20 frames. Oh, speaking of which, there's your lucky bomb drop. That rock that you break has a fairly decent chance. I think it's like a 1 in 8, maybe? Or it might be a 1 in 16. I can't remember the drop table exactly, but it's roughly those odds. So, you know, you're not going to be getting it like every other run, but, you know, every few runs or so you'll get it. Right, and we use up the rest of our rupees there to buy the grip ring. So the grip ring is going to let us climb up the rest of Mount Krenel and get to the dungeon. So at this point, if Wes was low enough in health, they would go to a hidden bomb wall there. There was a little gap in the upper wall there that if you place a bomb there and blow it up, there's a secret cave and there's fairies inside there and a heart piece. Don't bother getting the heart piece, just grab the fairies. That will heal you up so that you can climb up here without risk of dying. You do not want to die. I would say the threshold for this is 2 hearts. If you're below 2 hearts, you want to go and grab the fairy drops, but your health's good. You would continue if you were on this much health.
Nope, I let go too early because I got scared.
Yeah, you went too early.
No. Not the long one as well. I got scared because
it's better to pull it to the right distance before letting go, even if you're going to get hit by the Tektite. Never release early.
I was hoping we were far enough, but nope.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
I was suspecting that the Tektite was going to land just next to you, but not actually hit you.
To be fair, I don't mind that as a time loss anyway, because to me it looks so silly when you roll off the mountain like that.
Yeah.
I was so worried about dropping the Mountain Dew again.
Oh.
Because I put my bottle on B again, and I was like, oh, if I'm gonna accidentally tech smash too early, I am dropping my Mountain Dew.
Yeah, that's a pretty important thing. Don't dump the green water. That is a huge time loss because you have to go all the way back to that spot, which was in the Minish path. It's going to lose you minutes. It's one of the worst things you can do. Like outside of dying at a specific section of like the game. It's probably the worst thing that you can do. That's not a death. Yeah, so this is just a block pushing puzzle. You just follow the puzzle solution. You get pretty comfortable with all of the solutions to the puzzles in this game after a couple runs.
Oh, no.
There's your green rupee drop. That's why we push it off the ledge.
Oh gosh. Fair. I forgot about that.
Yeah. The pushing the pot off the ledge is faster than picking up and throwing it. And also it doesn't give you an item. But we do need some rupees here. We're going to grab this red rupee. That's a guaranteed drop. And it's also respawnable. You can keep going in and out of that cave if you want to farm rupees. I wouldn't advise doing that. There's better spots to farm rupees if you need it.
Sounds useful for rando, maybe. Oh, wait, you guys have the infinite bakery money, right?
This is a awful spot in rando. You never come here.
True, fair.
Yeah, you want the cane before you come here, and you can just skip this entire section.
But there's a chest right there.
Yeah, but you come backwards from Malari's Mines. Yeah. So this is the last scary section. If you're on low health and die here, it's like a 3-minute time loss because you have to go all the way back to the beginning of Mount Krenel. But from that point there, that is your save point. So, yeah, how does like when you did the save and quit earlier and reloaded your game, the game put you in town. Like, how does that work? So every time you enter a new area where there's text at the top of the screen announcing what area you've entered. I mean, it's Japanese, so we can't read it unless you can read Japanese, but we don't know what it is. Like here, every time you do a save and you reset, it goes to the last time you saw that. And we can make use of that. That's the important thing that you need to remember of how the save and quit function like works.
Oh, that's too far.
Yeah, so this is Cave of Flames. There's a couple of enemy fights here. You can either use your own bomb in that first room or use the bob-ombs. You can just slash them and then they'll become vulnerable and you can pick up and throw them. And they'll explode.
Oh, I tried to roll through him and it didn't work. Ay.
Yeah, these guys have random paths, but they're very limited in the random paths that they can take. So you kind of get used to what movement they do and kind of roll preemptively, assuming that you're going to get them to go in a specific way. So this middle pot has a bomb drop, and it's very important to slash that first bomb that you go past, because he's going to be in the way when you come backtrack through that section. And if you slash him once, he'll run around the room and like kill himself. And then when you come back to the room, he's already dead and he's not going to get in the way. So this Helmasaur fight, you want to use the Gust Jar like Wes did at the beginning there. Ideally getting 3 of them. That's great RNG. Oh. You normally get 2. 3 is great. It's impossible to get 4. One of them just never goes there.
I did the thing. I transformed again.
Look at the R text at the top right hand corner of the screen. You'll see it change text from grow to roll. Obviously we can't read Japanese, but you just look for the text to change. That's all you're looking for it to do. So one of the things Wes did in that fight when fighting the Helmasaurs was they die in 2 sword slashes, but their health isn't exactly 2 sword slashes, it's 1.5. So we can sword slash and then hold that sword slash, and then you start like holding the sword out to do a stab. A stab does half half the damage a slash does, but you can slash and then stab an enemy much faster than if you were to slash it twice. Or, well, you wouldn't exactly like kill it faster than if you stabbed it, like slashed it twice. But when you stab, the moment that you hit it with a stab, your you have control of Link instantly from that point. You don't have to wait for the second slash to end, which can take a third of a second or whatever, and before you gain control of Link again. We're going to use slash stabs much later on in the game. It helps a lot with certain fights. That room was pretty straightforward. We need to make sure that we go and get that chest for the big rupee. And so we should be on at least 70 rupees right now. And yeah, gliding section, grab a key to be able to use here and backtrack through this section. Make sure to grab that pot with the bombs again. So we're on our max of 10 bombs right now. So there's going to be a mini fight coming up. This is completely scripted in the sense that they all drop and land at exactly the same spot, and we can kill them before they have a chance to move. And yeah, so going to do a spin attack from that spot, sword slash to kill them, move out the way, and then right as Wes got hit with hit the sword, at that moment you release the spin, and its spin attacks and kills all of them.
It's
a tricky fight, but it's one you want to practice, and you can get super consistent at it.
I actually hit it like multiple times today, and again,
yeah,
I had this last time as well when I did a run.
I think you were really far away, so it took too long to get into the right spot. You normally stand on the corner of the patch of ground.
It went perfect during practice and terrible during the run. It's my curse. I can never get this fight right on CD. I can only get it right on my own channel.
Yeah, we go out of our way here to go and grab the small key there, and then that's the second small key that we use to open up the basement and come down into the basement. So there's a little path here with some blades that you want to get through. So that there's the cycles are completely deterministic. They always spawn in the same point and start moving as soon as you enter the room. So like there's a certain cycle you can hit to get through it as quickly as possible. It's really tight to hit, so normally you just go a little bit too slowly and then wait, and then you can like roll through like the next cycle quite easily. This room is pretty self-explanatory. We just like hit the roller bites and then we just throw them into the holes.
Whoops, I didn't turn.
There's some minor optimization you can do, but it's very luck-based in terms of like being able to not having to throw one of them in. If it's close enough, you can just sword slash and then it'll like bounce into that first hole. It's very hard to get. It's very luck-based.
In the speed
Wes is very low on health right now, but this dungeon is full of hearts. You slash the fire, and you're very likely to get some hearts. So if they don't get super unlucky here, they're gonna get a heart, and they did. Also, there are guaranteed hearts in some pots. There's a bunch of pots coming up here that you can break with the cane whilst you're waiting for the moving platform. The middle pot on the right-hand side has a guaranteed heart. That one, that's guaranteed. You're always going to get that.
Oh, that is bad.
Oh, that is, yeah, you do not want to miss that cycle, but yeah, you have to redo that. That's fine. So here you want to do a double movement. You want to do a double traversal. You can either do it there where Wes did it, or you can do it at like two platforms before that. Yeah, that's a that looks really scary, and trust me, it's more lenient than it looks. the platforms are bigger than what they look visually. You can stand very high on them.
Yeah, they are. That was one of the things I was always very scared about, like the double movement there. But then, like, once you learn how big the platforms actually are, you're like, oh wait, this is easy.
It's just scary if you fail it, that's all, because of how much time you lose. It's 15 seconds or something, which can be pretty huge for a very minor mistake, honestly. It's, you know, it's it's more painful in terms of how much time loss you can lose. Yeah, those rocks there, they're smaller than they look. You can get like really close to them and completely avoid that tornado.
Okay, well,
yeah, that gliding sections pretty much doesn't matter because you're going to be
waiting for the platform.
You're going to be waiting for the platform anyway, so it didn't matter that you tornado glided around. So this is Glee Rock. If you're on low health, there were a bunch of pots beforehand that you could break. So yeah, we want to use the cane to knock its shell off its back. There's a setup you can do in the very beginning to get the rock to drop, like to hit its back the instant it spawns. You basically hold upright and use the cane twice. You're looking for a very specific spot that you do the second cane shot, and it gets your right position and delays everything so that it lines up perfectly, and you get the fastest possible first cycle on it, and it makes it easier, and getting set on fire really sucks in this game. To get put out faster from being on fire, you need to do the same inputs that you do for tech smashing. A, B, including B, A, R, B, and direction inputs all reduce the timer, the time on the timer. So you just want to just mash as much as possible. Like if you're a TAS, you can put out the fire in almost a second. It's extremely quick.
Oh no, I meant it can go to the left. That's unfortunate.
That's not too bad. Wes wanted to get it to face down. That white screen flash there is 1 second long if it's facing any direction other than down. If it's facing down, it's instant. And yeah, that's Cave of Flames.
2 dungeons down. 3 more to go. Well, technically 4. Do you count Dark Harrow Castle as a dungeon, or do you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Dark Harrow Castle is the hardest dungeon in the game.
I feel like people in the past used to like qualify the final dungeon, like Ganon's Castle and Hyrule Castle and stuff, like as a separate thing from the rest of the dungeons. But in Minish Cap, like always just call it a dungeon.
I mean, with some of the other games, it can be so short that it kind of like doesn't count. Or it feels like, you know, it was almost made rushed and tacked on at the end as like, oh, we'll just make them. Yeah,
have to do something at the end.
It's just like we'll just get all of the little puzzles that we couldn't fit into the dungeons, and we'll put them together. At the like we'll just use everything that's on the cutting room floor. But Dark Hyrule Castle is a full-on dungeon. Like, it's completely unique to all of the other dungeons. It is the final test. It uses everything that you have collected throughout the game. So climbing down the mountain, we come over to this wind crest. Very important that we grab this wind crest. It's going to let us fast travel back to town once we get the ocarina and can do fast travels. that's pretty much the only fast travel point that we're going to want to get. But we're going to fast travel quite a few times, and we want that one specifically. If you don't get that, you're gonna have a real slow time getting back to town from Lake, the only warp point that you have if you don't activate any of the fast travel points. Right now, we're going into Hyrule Castle, the basement to the sanctuary. We're going to upgrade our sword. We just picked it up, the red sword, the green sword, but we're going to upgrade it to the red sword, which is going to let us be able to create clones.
We're going to go from one of the prettiest colors to one of the most boring colors, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. This is probably also my favorite area in the game. I always say this. I always have to say this. This is my favorite area in the game. It's so magical and stuff. It's great.
So if we were doing an any % speedrun, things would have mostly been the same. In the previous dungeon, there would have been a bunch of out-of-bounds glitches that let you skip huge sections of the dungeon. But then when we get the green sword, the route completely diverges. We don't even come here and get the red sword. We get to the middle of the boots quest and go and get the boots and then start heading to the next dungeon and then do a bunch of outbounds. And things go completely differently from that point on. Yeah, basically up to the end of the dungeon we just did, any % and glitchless are pretty much neck and neck. Like, glitchless is only a little bit behind because of some speed ups that any % does, but this is where the any % run really turns up. The glitches start appearing. But we are now going to do the Moblin fight. So there's two ways of doing this fight, and there's an easy way and a hard way. I'm gonna let Wes do it to show off which way they do it.
I do the easy way since.
Yeah, that's the easy strat. You timed your slashes there, and you don't even need to. You can literally just mash sword, and it's completely free. There is a harder one where you walk up to the top of the arena and kind of like touch the wall, then walk back down, and it gets the moblins to dash to a specific spot, and then when they like collide on inside of each other, you quickly turn and sword slash them, and they get pinned in place, and then you time a couple sword slashes to kill them, and I don't even think it's a second faster. It's pretty close in terms of timing, but it's on the order of about 1 second.
We actually concluded in the TGH's chat recently that this is what makes glitchless a better category, because we don't have a ladder in the middle of our fight.
Absolutely, yeah. Any % does that fight like in half an hour, and yeah, it sucks. There's a ladder in the way, and the moblins move randomly. The Moblin's spears, if it hits you with the spear, it does a full heart of damage. It's awful. These Moblins that you're going to be encountering now, it's really important to dodge these guys. You do not want to be taking damage. Big divergence point from glitchless and any % is any %'s really focused on nailing the tricks, and there's some glitches that you need to do. They're tight setups or timings or whatever that you have to practice to get familiar with them. We don't really have anything like that in glitchless. The main focus on glitchless is going through rooms as quickly as possible and avoiding enemies. And one of those things is taking as little damage from enemies as possible. When you're on too low health and have a risk of dying, you have to go out of your way to get health. And that's what loses time in glitchless.
This guy, why is he here?
Ooh, that is an awful spot for him to be. Yeah, you got hit once by the spear, which isn't great. Depending on how much more damage you take, there's options for getting more health.
The 15 out of 16 fairy. No, not the postman.
Yes. Oh, actually, it's not 15 out of 16. It is it's 29 out of 32. It's slightly worse odds. that specific tree that we just went past. The other trees are 15 out of 16 for a fairy. But yeah, I double checked that, and yeah, that southern tree that we go to, it's ever so slightly worse odds. But still, we're talking about like a 90% chance of a fairy. So you should be getting a fairy almost every time. Yeah, we'll do a save and quit here. This is borderline, like, if it saves time, it's almost exactly the same speed to do a save and quit there versus leaving normally. I think it's only faster if you do the southern route through. If you go north like that, it's slower. There's another set of steps that you can go through in town. That's it's more of, yeah.
Oh, whoops!
It's more of a straight line, whereas that you have to go up past the point that you need to go, and then you go along, and then you come down a little bit. But yeah. So here we're gonna go and get the Lon key. Yeah, throw it over towards the portal that you're gonna shrink at, so you can grab it on the way. Yeah, there's a lot of minor things that we do here and there, like you know, throwing a pot in the right direction, using a bomb early and then carrying it over to the spot that we want it to explode at, instead of just going up to the spot and then doing it. I
thought that Octorok was gonna hit us.
Yeah, there's a few places where, like, we jump off of a ledge and there's like an object in the way, like a rock or a bush, and if we've got the cane equipped, we want to hit the thing with the cane, because the cane gets use is faster than picking up and throwing. Though it's these things. They're very small time saves. They are literally like a quarter of a second, but they are faster, so you should do them. It's free time save. Very important, push this boulder. This is going to open up a shortcut for coming back later. There's a lot of little things that you need to remember to do, because they cause a lot of time loss later, but you don't. If you forgot to do it, you wouldn't realize until like half an hour later, and you've done another dungeon and stuff, and got to that point and be like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that thing half an hour ago, which would have saved me some time. Speaking of saving time, we've got the boots.
And we saved 2.6 seconds. Woo!
The boots are great for traveling long distance. If there's if you're going to be traveling like from one room through a screen transition to like another room, you definitely want to be using the boots.
Whoops.
Yeah. The one downside is if you hit a wall, you bonk. Very important. There is a Eslo trigger at the entrance of that we avoid, so roll down into the swamp water as close to the entrance as possible when you avoid that.
Sorry, go ahead. Clearly to show that how bonking works. That was not an accident at all.
Yeah, you're pretty low on health. You're gonna have to go through a lot of the next sections without taking any health, so that, yeah, this boss here is pretty deterministic in terms of, like, it's gonna do one of like two things. You stand right by the wall and then bonk, and it pretty much all of the time it's gonna dash into the wall, and then you get to pin it against the wall and kill it quickly. Sometimes it won't do it will do like a slash or whatever, and you kind of like land next to it. You'll get to do a couple hits on it, but then you have to like roll through and hit it from the other side. It's a little bit of a tricky fight. One of those other things that saves time later in the run is grabbing water there. You might not think that it's like, why do we need to grab water here? We don't need to use water. We don't need to use water for like half an hour.
The best place to get health at this point would probably be the grave, right?
Yeah,
Ooh,
absolutely.
But I got a heart.
Or RNG heart drops. That's the best. That's the best you can get. But yeah, we have the bow, so equip the bow and do a save and quit. And when we do a save and quit, it's going to put us to the beginning of this area.
And again, in the swamp.
And it's always the entrance that you did to get into that area. The swamp entrance remembers exactly your vertical height. So you do want to enter it as low as possible with the first time you enter it, because that is going to be remembered after like you do your saving quit. So we come and get our second golden kinstone up in the north. Come and ride this, like climb the vine again, and then do a boot dash straight down here all the way to the middle section. It's kind of a little bit tight, but you can wiggle and weave your way through with the boot dash to get through in one go. On the bottom left here, there's a grave, which you can get a heart in, but Wes wants to. Wes is going to.
Are we gonna risk it?
They're gonna risk it. They're not gonna go and get the heart.
We got the health drop from the blue boys, so it's a sign, you know.
That's a pretty nice menu to remember. Whenever you do a save and quit, the cursor is always over the sword, not over whatever you previously had it on. Like normally, when you open the menu, it remembers where the cursor is supposed to be. And yeah, we're just going to be doing kinstone fusions here with all of the kinstones that we picked up along the way.
If you know what it is, one of the Tektites is just gonna drop a heart in the next thing, the one that we need to kill.
Oh yes, yeah, there is a Tektite fight that we need to do, and it's honestly pretty good odds. The chance of getting a heart drop there is pretty common.
Oh no!
Yeah, so this
my Send Josh Pokemon Go gifts alarm is going off.
Oh no.
Josh, why did you do this to me? Okay, it's snoozed for 10 minutes.
You have to do that every 10 minutes.
Oh gosh.
Alright, so this is the fight here. You roll up and sword slash all of those guys like that. Oh, they didn't drop a heart. That's illegal. So there isn't another location to get a heart drop until the beginning of the next dungeon. So you just want to not take damage throughout the rest of this. Now, these Tektites could hurt you. In like once you finish this Minish section here, make sure to cut those 2 bits of grass as well. It's much faster than traversing the rest of the way. Roll through the Armos when you activate them. Gives you that immunity. Gonna shrink down, turn this Armos off, and then grow. Then, after we've grown, the next section we have to kill all of the enemies. So there are a mix of ropes, the snake guys, and the rock eagles. The easiest way to kill these guys is to pick up and throw the rock that they have on their head, like so. Yeah, you try to stop them. Now you can pick, if you're super brave, you can pick up the rock off of their head as they're waking up for the very first time. Like, you go right up to them and pick it up and throw it. It's a bit risky. But yeah, welcome to the next dungeon.
Oh, we survived with 1 heart. I probably should have gone left first.
Yeah.
If you go left first.
Side, there's health you can get. But Wes is brave and knows that they don't need health. They can just go fast. So this room is a set time, like cycle. You just need to move quickly, and you can get through there without taking damage and roll through the thing. This room, you shouldn't take any damage in. You just pick up and throw the skull at the Armos. That is so scary. Yeah, just ignore the Armos.
It's fine.
Make this the other way around.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Left to right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can kill that Armos by picking up and throwing the skull at it and then doing 2 sword slashes, and it will just die quickly. It's the easiest way of dealing with the Armos. If you go and stand in the bottom left like Wes did, it's extremely likely that you're going to get knocked down the hole and fall all the way down to the bottom, and it's a massive time loss. You have to go through all of those rooms all over again. Don't do that. This guy is very easy to deal with. You just slash him once, and then he just goes and stands out of the way like that. It just ignores you. It's super, super nice.
We don't need help. It's fine.
Yeah, who needs help?
Who needs help? If it makes you feel better, that reminded me to also send a gift to Josh. Great.
So this is the first small key. There are 2 small keys we need to collect. One on the right-hand side, one on the left-hand side. It doesn't matter which order we do it. You can mix and match. But if you do the left-hand side first, there's health. And normally when you come into the dungeon, you just need to look at how much health you have. And it's like, am I worried about health? Yes. Okay, you go left first. Honestly, I just do left every time. There is a spin strat here. You can enter the room and do a roll before you start charging the sword. But yeah, the strat is to get all of them to like drop on top of you at the same time, and you kind of like sidestep and release the spin, and ideally the spin just kills all of them. But the Stalfos are very random, and there's no guarantee that they're going to do the same thing. But it's a pretty decent opening strat to kill a lot of them, and then whichever ones are left, you can just sword slash to kill. That room sold the same way every single time with shooting the bow from like specific points like that. Kill the ropes by throwing the skulls at them. Don't waste your time sword slashing them and then throwing the skulls or whatever. Make use of the skulls. They sword slash and they kill the ropes in one hit. So just nice economy of your time.
I also shouldn't have rolled there. I should have started charging my sword earlier.
Yeah, charge your sword immediately as soon as you, like even before you kill your clones, the very first thing after you're, like in the middle of the push animation to the right, start holding left, and as soon as you stop pushing, like you slash and hold the sword, and whilst you're in the middle of the sword slash, you can cancel your clones.
Just for...
Yeah, might as well grab the extra hearts. In this section, you want to have boots and bow, because we're going to be doing boot cancels. So you can speed up your bow animation by using the boots after the arrow's fired, and it cancels the animation of slowly putting the bow away, and it speeds everything up. And there's some sections here which are just faster by using the boots to dash through. And it helps with the beginning of this fight here, because you're going to use the boots to bonk against the thing. And the cool strat you can do with that is in the middle of the boot bonk, you pause and equip the sword and bombs, and it saves a menu from like in the section.
I don't remember how many bombs I have, so I'm gonna grab these.
You don't need bombs. You had 10. You
now we have
always have 10. Well, you have 9 because you use 1 after town, but yeah, there's bombs you get later on to to fill up your bombs at this point.
Oh.
So there's the mole mitts. They let us dig. And we're going to the back section of the dungeon now, so the back right. So there's a pretty tricky fight here. This is fastest to do with the bow, but it's very scary to do so. There's a very cool strat you can do starting out by boot dashing into the room, drifting downwards. And you basically stop in line with the skull in the middle of like the entrance area and fire an arrow down, and it always hits the bottom guy and kills him instantly, and you don't have to worry about him. And then you stay at the bottom of the arena and shoot arrows up. The trick with those wall masters or the floor masters is their hitbox is narrow and wide. So if you're trying to shoot arrows sideways at them, you're gonna miss because it's like trying to yeah, that's oh
fine,
okay,
right?
Yep, that's good. Yeah. Remember, you can use your clones to pick up items. So yeah, we grab the key there, and there's some later parts in the game as well that we're going to grab some key drops with our clones. The floor master room is super scary because if they grab you, they take you back to the beginning of the dungeon and you lose a minute. And it's extremely easy to get grabbed because of how vulnerable you are during the bow animation.
We should also probably mention what we're doing with the clones, right? Because we're kind of not using the clones sometimes like the game intended, because they don't immediately despawn when you're inside a block.
Yeah, so there was... Wes had to very much like slide like around the corner as close as possible. You can't just like walk the normal way. You have to really hug the edge, and it just keeps your clone just on the edge of the block that it would die on, and you can just about keep it alive. Those floor masters are also scary, but they opened up and gave an opening there. They move randomly, so you just have to judge it every single time you get to them.
Oh, oops. Okay, and now we want to get grabbed by them. Bring me back.
Yeah, now we want to get grabbed. Getting grabbed is faster than doing a save and quit, because the save and quit takes us to the very entrance of the dungeon, whereas this is one room in, and much faster than saving and then doing the reset. The save and reset takes like 12-15 seconds or so, whereas like just jumping down there, it's a lot faster. But now we got the Mazal fight. So this fight is pretty tricky. The first two bosses are basically RNG and auto-scrollers. Like, it's very easy to get almost exactly the same time every time. There's a lot of practice that needs to go into getting better at the fight. So that first bit is pretty the first cycle you can't really save that much time on, because the hand is always going to take the same amount of time to slam the ground. And the pillars, in the first time you come into here, it's going to be one of any of the 6 pillars. And once you kill the pillar, you want to exit as quickly as possible. Don't try to not get grabbed if you can. If you can exit without getting grabbed, it's the fastest. Also, yeah, in this fight, you don't get any health. With enough practice, you can do this fight quite easily without taking any damage, but if you're worried about health, before you enter the fight, the skulls on the right, the top 2, both have hearts, so you can grab 2 hearts like that. So the trick to knowing with the pillars is it will never be at the same pillar twice in a row. So we knew that it wasn't going to be the top left pillar. And you want it to be one of the front ones, so you'd kind of like, if it's top left originally, you would check the bottom left one, and then check like counterclockwise from that position.
Oh, that was risky on health.
Yeah, if you want to go faster in this third cycle, you can equip the bow and the boots, and then you can bow cancel to kill them quickly. And then, yeah, there's the third cycle inside the pillar. We knew it wasn't the bottom right, so we checked the middle pillar and then go and then checking like in a clockwise pattern around until we find it. The worst ones is when it's in the middle, because then you kind of split and it's like, oh, I can check the right hand side or left hand side first. The worst is like back middle, because if you check like the right side and then the back right, you have to kind of like backtrack a bit and go around. It's, yeah, but that's completely random to RNG. Other than knowing it's not the same one twice in a row, you don't know where it's going to be out of the remaining 5. And that gets us the ocarina. Yeah, make sure to grab that heart container. Yes, the ocarina is extremely broken. It is the glitchiest item in the game. It's responsible for like 20 minutes of time saves in the any percent speed run. So very importantly, we came to town and we talked to that Minish. He will open the library. There is a guy stood in the way, and that only moves out of the way if you talk to that Minish. It doesn't matter if you have the ocarina or not, you have to just talk to that Minish and then the library is open.
Yeah, this is just Flag City. When this book quest is, there's so many flags. During practice I forgot to talk to both the dog and the blue Minish.
Yeah. So the next flag we need to hit is this yellow Minish. And then we equip the boots and the bottle and do a save and quit. So this is the bottle of water that we needed way earlier. We also walked to town with the wind crest that we needed way earlier. And yeah, there's a little bit of a faster path there. You just dash straight down. But yeah, you get into this into this house and then dump the bottle of water on the fireplace and come through to here. So there are 3 Eslo triggers in this room.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It is so stupid.
Why are there 3 of them? I know cats are okay. At least it's for a cat because cats are amazing. But why are there 3 of them? Oh, and I talked to the cat as well.
I think this cat is named and it's called Scratch.
Aren't all the animals named, or because when you fuse kingstones with them, they show, right?
I think most of them are, not all of them, but quite a few of them are. Because one is just like called Hyrule. I think some of them are just called like Hyrule Cat or whatever, but like some specific ones are named. Yeah. Yeah, okay, make sure to get the red book. Very important. Do not miss it. There are so many things you can miss in this section. That's really important. But yeah, turn Minish. Come talk to the dog. The dog will only move if you talk to it first. Otherwise, it'll just sit there not moving. Very important. Bottle water here when you leave the carpenters. You're stood right next to a bit of water, so might as well just swing the bottle and grab it. You can also bottle water here, crossing this bridge, if you forgot to do it when leaving the carpenters. Come back to the library, talk to this person twice. First time to hand the red book over. Second time, they tell you about the green book at Dr. Left, and that flag has to get hit before you can enter the doorway here. And then you can go and dump and put out the fireplace there. And now we can turn Minish and go to the fountain and go and get our power bracelet. So yeah, turn Minish here in the carpenters and leave out this way. Go into the house. And in the top right, there is a house here with a blue Minish. You need to talk to this guy to make a Minish in the next house not be stood in the way. That is such a dumb time loss to skip that guy. Come here. That blue Minish is literally stood in front of the thing and you can't get past him if you don't talk to that previous one. I don't understand this game sometimes, why they chose to do this stuff.
More cats.
It's so silly.
Ow.
More cats. Oh, yeah. With that cycle, you can get damage boost by the ginger cat straight down. It's a nice damage boost in the right direction if you roll it into the right spot in time. That fairy is guaranteed. Always bottle that. The next dungeon, Temple of Droplets, it's a huge difficulty spike, and you're almost certain going to die and lose your fairy in there. Almost everyone does in the speedrun community. It doesn't matter what skill level you have, you're going to be dying there. There's your power bracelets, saving quit with the Gust Jar and the boots.
Oh, Gust Jar. Oh, why did I grab Ocarina?
Yeah, we have the power bracelets now, which lets us go and get the 2 remaining books, but we want to go and get the one in town first. It's the blue book. It's the green book at Dr. Left. So the guy's fireplace that we put out, we're going to go back to there as Minish, because there were some bookcases that had to be pushed to be able to get into the rafters, but the gap to be able to push them is too small, so we have to be Minish. So with the power bracelets, we can push these. And then we go up here. We need the Gust Jar equipped because there is some dust here that we need to get rid of to be able to clone. So yeah, just the blast and also the suction both remove the dust. So you normally just do a blast and then it will just remove the single line of clones that you need to create, and then you can start. Then you equip your sword and come and stand here. Yeah. You have to stand on the book anywhere to the left of the blue Minish. You can be almost perfectly in line with that blue Minish. But yeah, any amount slightly to the left of that's good. Don't go too far, otherwise you'll fall off, and that's awful. That's another huge time loss that you just don't want to ever do. But yeah, when the book falls down, go and collect the book. And there are 3 books that we need to collect: a red book, a green book, and the fine one's a blue book, and that's over in Lake. So we're going to boot dash all the way over to there. Dodge these NPCs, they move randomly up and down and stuff. There's some enemies here that you might want to dodge, but you boot dash through here. There's a digging cave here that we're going to dig through with the mole mitts. Yeah, a lot of the stuff in that section, it's kind of borderline between, is it faster to dash or to roll? Because of like the distance involved. A lot of them is basically two rolls distance, which makes it faster to roll, but it's almost the same speed for boot dashing, just a little bit slower. Also, lily pads. Lily pads are weird, and if you do a diagonal movement, you move faster, so you just want to throw in a few diagonals every now and then. You normally start off by getting it moving by like do 4 gust blasts or whatever, and then once it's going, you do 1 to the side, 3 in the direction you want to go, and then 1 to the side again.
Is that how you know the game was made by Capcom instead of Nintendo, because the diagonal movement is faster instead of the backwards movement?
Is that a
I mean, in pretty much all the other Nintendo games, it's backwards movement, right?
Oh, I meant is that like a Mega Man thing in the...
Oh, no. I more mean like, if it was purely Nintendo, backwards would have been faster somehow.
So, Wes did a save and quit before the book had been, like, as the book hit the ground, there were some dust particles. You want to roll into the corner. You roll to the left, and you get clipped partially inside. You can't just walk down into it. It doesn't work like that.
I saw you do that in your PB, and I was like, oh, I should do that. And then I didn't realize there was a trick to it, and I did it in my first run after watching your PB, and it worked instantly. And then the next time it failed, I was like, why is this not working?
It's completely random. It's completely luck-based. It's based off of subpixels, so it's not random, but like it's... You can't know if you're going to get it or not unless you do the roll it sideways into the block.
Yeah, it's so silly.
But yeah, you get put a pixel further into the wall than you do get if you walk against it sometimes, but only sometimes. Like, you can just walk at the wall and you'll get to like right up against it, whereas a lot of the time when you go up to objects, you normally 1 pixel away from actually touching it. And that's what was basically happening. You were getting put one pixel away from being able to talk to her, and but yeah, roll against the corner. So the bottom middle pot there has a fairy. I don't really suggest getting it unless you're worried about dying in this fight. Oh, that guy's close to the edge. Can you knock him into the water?
He moved.
Knock him into the water.
No, not another one.
It's a lot faster if you can knock them into the water, because they die instantly. You don't have to worry about fighting them.
I thought he was too far away, or could I have like gone to the top right and like slowly pushed him over there?
If you just slashed him from above, he would have just get knocked down towards the water. He was right by the water edge, just hitting the horns would have just knocked it back into the water. So if you're low on health, and honestly on this amount of health, I would go and get the sunken heart piece in here. Yeah, go get that. Entering droplets with full health is the best thing, because droplets there's so much damage you are going to take from almost everything. It's so difficult to avoid the damage that that is in this dungeon. Like, it's just so difficult. So there's the beginning of the dungeon. There's this early entrance section up in the top. There's 2 areas. There's one to the right, one to the left. The right-hand side has a small key, which lets you go to the left-hand side, which has the big key. And there's going to be some introductory ice block puzzles, and we're going to have to deal with ice physics.
Should we also mention the boots and staircases? Where like you have to hold up if you run into a staircase, or else you'll bonk or something.
Oh yeah. If so boots. Boots are quirky in that if you're not holding the direction of the boot dash when you hit like this a staircase, you won't travel up them. But also during screen transitions, you can drift diagonally. That's the thing we can talk about later, but there's an ice block puzzle here. There is you want to fall at the top, and then you can do it like a different way around, and it ends up being a bit faster. There's a faster solution to this.
Wait,
basically.
You did find a fast solution? Because I was watching a stream where you were looking for a faster solution, and I thought...
I meant the order that you did it is...
okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, you still push them the right way. It's just there's a faster way.
Yeah, you immediately go to the right way. Yeah.
You grab the big key and do a save and quit to get back to the beginning of the dungeon. Right, so now we're in the dungeon proper. There is an Eslo trigger here. So, weird thing with ice physics is that diagonal movement's faster than straight line movement. In that the directions are treated completely independently. So if you're moving to the right, if you start moving diagonally, you move exactly the same speed to the right as before. Like, it doesn't change whatsoever, and the acceleration's all exactly the same. Also, here, go underwater as you get to the bottom of the waterfall, and it completely skips to the falling animation.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a reasonable time save. Like, it's not quite a second, but I think it's either 30 frames or 45 frames. So over half a second.
I just thought, like, is it fast to get speed boosted by those bars, or is it just like health is too important?
I wouldn't, and not when swimming. You technically do move a little bit faster knockback, but if you're mashing A, it's almost negligible, the actual speed difference. You get better damage boosts at other parts of the game. You have to be really careful about diagonal movement. Certain diagonal movements that you do with the lily pad prevent you from being able to screen transition. So there's this is why we count our Gust Jar uses and like know exactly what they're going to be in advance and do them. Because yeah, there's a lot of things that you can just end up losing seconds on. Yeah, there you can avoid getting hit by the spikes by doing a certain amount down and then like walking off the lily pad and then going underwater, coming back off the like onto the lily pad. When you touch the lily pad, it completely nukes your momentum. So you kind of like stop at the perfect spot and then continue moving. So we're going to do a little trick here. So we're going to move the lily pad, and then whilst the lily pad's moving, the game is going to lose its memory of where it's supposed to be. So it's going to respawn at its home position here, and that lets us just skip doing a puzzle in that room. It's definitely unintended, but like it's unintended that the game lets you do that to skip the puzzle, but it's not unintended behavior in terms of what the lily pad's doing. It's definitely intended by the developer that the lily pad is supposed to go to its home position there.
Oh, frick, I thought I hit it enough.
Yeah, these scissor beetles is a tricky fight. One of the things that you need to know with scissor beetles, if you sword slash its horn at specific points of its animation, doing that deals recoil damage to you, which is really dumb. So you can damage yourself by just sword slashing its horn. You're not getting hit by it at all, but like you're taking damage. It's very weird. So try and avoid that as much as possible. You can there's some strats that you can do with flash stabbing with the to kill the scissor beetles, but normally you just remember how much health they have and count your sword slashes as you do them to remember how much damage you've done to them, and can move on to the next one and not like over slash and waste some time like that. So yeah, here if you hold up with the boots, you go immediately into the staircase, and it's just easier to do it like that. Make sure to fall there instead of going down the staircase. Staircases are very slow, and we want to avoid them as much as possible, if we can avoid them. But
regarding the scissor beetle damage, I'm always wondering if that's the only case in a Zelda game where like you take damage without Link getting any animation for it. It's so strange. Just taking quarter of heart damage and nothing happens to Link that indicates that he's taken damage.
Yeah, I'm unsure. I think in OOT, if you're on fire, your health gets reduced down in 8th.
Oh, true.
Whilst not having a visual representation for that. I'm not sure if it's visual or not. That's just off the top of my head.
But I think you then do get the animation, but it just doesn't show in your hearts, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Your favorite mini boss?
Oh, Blue Chew. This boss is completely random. As well as, as we mentioned before, how often it jumps is random. There's an electric element to it, which is not random. It's fixed. There's a fixed time when it will decide to be electrified for. But the randomness of the jump it gets exacerbated by the electric timer.
Oh god.
Because if you completely missed that.
Gosh. It's been a while. That was
yeah, you want to be using the gust jar immediately on it. But yeah, we bait the chew into the middle of the arena, and so that it's only moving up or down. It makes it easier to control. So when we use our gust jar on it, it's always in a straight line. But yeah, we kind of like drag it off to the side here and go up and jump to the mid. So it jumps and lands in the middle, and then use the gust jar as it's landed.
No, it's slightly not gonna make it.
It did an early jump, so the electricity lasted longer than normal. Important thing with the chew as well is that when it wobbles, the side it initially wobbles towards is the side that it's gonna that you want to stand on, because it will drop its down faster there. Otherwise, if you stand on the other side, it wobbles an extra time to go over there and drop.
Going?
Yeah, you're getting completely screwed by RNG in this cycle. That is,
okay.
It can either jump once or jump 5 times, like as I mentioned in the first boss, but it's the opposite way round. We want it to jump 5 times because it jumps the entire time it's electrified and then lands, then becomes vulnerable because it's not electrified anymore as it's running around. I mean, you got pretty lucky there in that it didn't start jumping the moment it became non-electrified, which is normally what happens. I mean, it happened in my PB. Yeah, that boss is just rotten, and it's just RNG, and there's nothing you can really do about it, even if you know how to deal with the boss properly. Just get lucky. This is Scissor Beetles in the dark.
Oh, I hit it too early.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really important to not slash the Scissor Beetles too quickly when they start throwing the horn. Wes is waiting for them to throw the horn and make themselves vulnerable, so then they can pin them against a wall and slash them quickly. That was a really bad pesto, spawning so close to there and getting close to you right now.
Why are you in the corner? Everyone's in the corner.
Enemies being in the corners is the worst thing. If they're on the main straights, that's fine. You can roll through them. If they're on the corner, you can't roll around the corner.
This is not good. I lost so much health there.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So where's it going to place a bomb there and then go and get... Oh, you're not going to. Okay.
Oh wait, yeah, I forgot. I have to get the next lantern.
Whilst you're waiting for the bomb to explode, instead of waiting, you can go to the next lantern spot and light it whilst the bomb is fuse time is going.
I've only been doing that in my more recent runs, so it's not in my core muscle memory yet.
Yeah, you don't need to even throw it at that point. Like, you got close enough that you can just place the bomb and leave it. Because you only pick up and throw the bomb to speed up the timer on it. So Wes is going getting every single heart available. All of these pots that they're going to, guaranteed heart drops. They're going to do a dash here. You want to hold up.
Dang.
Get to the... As soon as you go around that top block, you want to then start holding down. So the bottom left pot here has a heart.
Oh, what did I do there?
Yeah, you have to be super careful in this room because of the...
There we go.
Respawning puts you at the beginning of the room, which is really awful. I normally equip the sword there and use that to help me. Sword on ice physics isn't the greatest. Yeah. There you want to start charging your sword at the entrance or at the exit to the tunnel in the previous room, and then it starts being perfectly charged by the time you get to the pads. So we're going to create the clones here and use these clones in the next bit to push this down, then start making another vertical line of clones. And as soon as we push this top block over, we're going to start charging our clones for the next room instantly. And then go to the top right. You don't want to delay at all because otherwise you can charge your clone too quickly. But then this is a tight timed room, so you want to do this without getting caught on the corners or anything. It should be good. You can get around this last corner here.
Okay, we're good. Oh, that was close.
I recommend going up immediately upon pushing that ice block to the left, because when you went left and then tried to go up, there was like 2 corners you had to contend with, whereas if you pushed it and went up immediately, there's only 1 corner. So it just makes it a little bit easier, despite it being the same distance.
Please don't come here. Okay.
Yeah, kill that guy. Kill the red guy. It's always worth killing him.
Yeah.
Before charging your clones. And then also, when you're charging your clones, always slash to the left. Oh my god.
I could juggle!
That blue bulldozer. Definitely don't let yourself get stuck in enemies like that. That was rolling into the wall instead of rolling into up the stairs. Oh, this corner. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We saved it.
Fun fact: if you frame perfectly light a torch as one is getting put out, the puzzle gets solved, and but one of the torches isn't lit. The door opens, but one of the torches isn't lit. It's very weird.
We want this one.
You showed off a nice quirk, which is it's actually an out of bounds exploit. Dying in water respawns you to your last safe position for the revive.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this Matapilla fight in the dark's pretty straightforward. You should always do it in 2 cycles. You have an even more powerful sword. I haven't talked about swords upgrading, doing more damage, but yeah, when you picked up the green sword, and with the red sword, and then later the blue sword, they all do the same damage, but it's more than the smith sword. It's 50% more.
And the force sword does even more at the end, right?
Yeah. The force sword does double the smith sword.
Okay. Oh,
what? Yep.
That happens.
Create link from top to bottom, so links at the bottom. It prevents that, because you can kill your clone doing that, and then you have to waste time creating your other clones. There's a lot of little tips like that are just like, they don't save time, but they just stop you losing time unnecessarily on silly things that, you know, it's just frustrating to lose time at stuff like that, because it's not hard. Yeah, there are a bunch of pots in here that you can smash to get health. But if you're doing the fight RNG manipulated, you don't need to worry about health. So the upcoming boss is Octo. The first 2 phases are completely scripted. It's going to be exactly the same every single time, as long as you're doing the same actions that Wes is doing. But the final phase is completely random, and it's all determined by RNG. So it's very important that if you're doing the RNG manipulation, that all of the actions that you do are very specific and very deliberate. RNG shuffles very, very rapidly at various points in this fight, so you need to make sure that you are in consistent positions every single time any of the RNG cycles rapidly. So the first cycle was you hit the rocks back 3 times. Here, this is scripted. Octo's always going to suck and then fire 1 rock, and then do another suck pattern. Make sure to move into the corner. And then it's going to fire 2 more rocks. And that's going to end this cycle. And you do 4 rolls,
4, 1,
and then 2 down.
Ow.
Light the tail on fire, stand in the bottom left corner, and now we're looking at the rock dropping patterns. And we're looking...
This is 3 rolls, right?
And that's 3 rolls once Octo starts moving. I'm so rusty with these, because I do a different minip now, but yeah. That is 3 rocks, that is a 0 ink. So the boss can do 3 actions. It can do that, it fires 3 rocks and you're done. Or it can suck you, fire 1 rock at you, and then spray ink everywhere. And then one of the other actions it can do is it can shoot 2 rocks. and then it's basically like the 3 rocks, but it will only shoot 2. It's never going to shoot 2 rocks in the first cycle. It's kind of like the Mazao pillars, in that that is like ID 0 in its list of actions, and because it gets initialized at that point, it thinks, oh, that was the previous one, and we can't do twice in a row, so we're never going to do that. Sorry, I lied. There's actually 4. The suck and fire 1 rock and an ink is duplicated in the table, so it actually has a 50% chance of happening, and all the other everything has a 1 in 4 chance of happening. They're all perfect odds. But yeah, so you can. The RNG means that you get 3 overall outcomes, either 0 ink, 1 ink, or 2 ink. As long as you never miss knocking back any of the rocks that get fired your way. Ooh. And an ink costs 30 seconds, so you can lose up to a minute if you get bad RNG. These guards are very easy. Just be brave and go through quickly like that. It's nothing to worry about. If you're on the US version, if you're on the US version, the last guard is is being paid overtime, and like he's he is he's employee of the month. He will catch you if you're not absolutely perfect. It's very difficult to get through there perfectly on the US version.
Yeah.
On Japanese and European, completely free. Literally, just don't be scared and just go through.
I showcased that at the 2023 marathon where I got caught in and I got looped at the first guard, and he caught me like 4 times in a row because I just couldn't move away from him.
The
was I supposed to blow up that rock to graveyard, or?
Yes, you were.
Okay, because I saw that in your PB, but I also remember someone at some point saying that, and that person was unsure if it was an any % thing or a glitches thing or whatever.
We never go over there in any %.
Oh yeah, true. Any % just completely skips graveyard, right? Yeah. You guys don't get to see the coolest area of the game.
Oh, you were right. Getting grabbed by the guards on the left is faster.
Oh. Really?
By 1 frame, yeah, but it's literally 1 frame. I timed it. It's stupid, but yeah, to go to the left. It's only fast. No. It's literally 1 frame if with task movement as well, and the inputs are easier if you go to the left. So you're going to be saving more than 1 frame if you go to the left RTA.
We got some mysterious shells.
Create clones top to bottom there, so the link's at the bottom. You always want the real link to be the closest to the next thing that you want to do after you've done your clone, whatever action you're doing as with your clones.
Up, left, left, up, right, up.
Yep.
Ow.
Yeah, so double movement here, double transition, and then we go up. And then right, and then up. You get used to just the path in the dark. Very important, stay in the darkness. The genies ignore you in the dark. If you turn the lantern on, they get aggroed and they chase after you and attack you. And they grab you and stuff. So, yeah, don't do that. Also, the way you're doing it to the left and bonking on the top is faster. Do that.
You mean this? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I saw you do it differently in PB. I was like, that seems slower.
You wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay.
Again, it's on the order of like 5 frames. But yeah.
Oh, this is something that I always struggle with if I haven't done it. Another shell. Just hold up and left. That's it. Just hold up and left. There we go.
There are items. Every time that we pick up an item for the first time, there's text boxes associated with it. You very much tell us when you get like hearts and green rupees earlier on in the run. The mysterious shells are completely useless, so we don't want them. So ideally, you wouldn't want to pick up one in the run at all, but sometimes you do. and then you just need to remember, oh, I've already picked up the mysterious shells. I can go walk through this next one, and it won't stop me or get in my way or whatever. Sometimes they interrupt you whilst you're doing something important, and that's really annoying. Here we're using clones to pick up the item from a distance. This cycle is a little bit tight, but it's not crazy tight. You just walk straight up here. Don't be scared, and yeah. As long as you don't waste time, you're going to hit that almost every time. Especially if you use the strats to grab the keys with your clones, it becomes way easier to hit that cycle every single time. So there's a fight here with these Gyptos. Just light them on fire. I like to light both of them on fire so that the burning animation can be over, and then we can equip the boots and the ocarina. You can slightly optimize that by boot dashing up into this trigger from the previous room, and then when you're exiting here, you can literally just mash A or the ocarina, and then you play the ocarina instantly.
Oh, there's a boy.
Yeah, because you can just ignore this guy normally. He just ignores you, and you.
Can you? Because I remember once that I did that, and he for some reason went to me and called me as I was waiting for my bird, and that's traumatized me now.
Yeah, don't wait for the birds. You can go closer to it and get picked up earlier.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Every time you use the ocarina, go towards it. Run towards Zephyr.
Come up, please, come on. I was gonna grab him whilst I was waiting for the bomb.
You have pretty good health. It's not something to worry about.
Yeah, I was like, because I feel like if you're waiting for the bomb anyway, you might as well try and grab that guy, right? Or no?
Yeah, but you'd just lose too much time if you delay like that. There are faster fairies to get. It's literally only faster if you don't have to wait.
If it just flies up immediately.
Yeah, if you just get it right away, cool. Bottom right pot here has a bomb. Grab it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's part of the route. You need that bomb drop. Otherwise, you're going to be.
Oh well, I'm not doing the bomb strike for the wish ropes yet. I have
very
not practiced.
Important to build the muscle memory for it, though. There's a fairy on the right pot there if you want. Yeah, if the fairy at the tree literally goes to the opposite side of the tree or stays inside the middle of it and isn't available to get, it's faster to get that pot than to try and grab it from the middle of the tree.
Yeah, the bomb.
If you don't do
the ropes is my next big practice thing that I need to practice.
Getting that bomb drop is still important if you don't do the Wizrobe fight, because it means that you don't need to do a screen transition to get bombs later in Palace. But it's just faster.
There's a bomb drop as well before the fight, no? Oh,
yes, but you would still not have enough bombs.
Oh, true. Yeah. I would be on 9 then. Right. Okay. Fair. I just need to start grabbing that bomb.
Yeah, it's always faster to get. It's literally right next to you on the way.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to get it. The other bombs that you get instead are literally in a different room. It's always faster to get one that is you're stood next to instead of going to a different room. So there's a strat here you can do. Fall off like that. Oh, that guy's nicely out of the way. No. Yeah. You got too close to him.
Oh my god.
Yeah, don't jump off the ledge. I like to roll against the ledge because then it puts you against it and there's no chance of jumping off.
There we go. Okay.
And you're right against it. If you try and walk to the edge but not touching it directly, you can be too far away, as what happened to you originally, and it jumps and it doesn't jump off the edge. But that fight, it's honestly just faster to just grab the sword and sword slash and kill it instantly than trying to do all of that. It really is. Just kill it. sometimes going for fancy tricks is slower.
But I'm a pacifist, Smith. I don't want to kill any sharks.
Also, drop as soon as you get over the ground and then roll. It's faster.
Oh, really?
It's like half a second faster.
So fast here.
It's so much faster to roll. It's like half a second faster. Yeah, and that's a tiny different distance as well. It really is faster.
Huh.
Yeah. Boot dash through that guy's good to.
Did they speed up flying in this area? Because it does feel faster than in other areas.
It is faster, yes.
We don't need that chest.
Yeah. Drop as soon as you get over ground. That's yeah.
You just told me and I immediately didn't do it.
Yep.
This is. Applying something during a run is like.
It's extremely difficult. This is yeah. It's all stuff you normally iron out.
This just I do need
before doing runs. Here's a strat here where you jump into the tornado and glide to a later section that you're not supposed to.
Middle left, right?
Bottom left.
Okay.
And then go up and then dig the spot. And then stand there. Yeah, perfect.
Hey, this one didn't jump off.
That guy didn't go because, yeah. Yeah, roll against there.
Just jump. There we
go. Yeah, you have to be buffering up.
Oh.
Like you just hold up you weren't holding up straight away.
Right, okay.
And you kind of like stopped as well.
Yeah,
also, drop as soon as you get over the ground.
Oh my god, I did it.
And roll there. That's two rolls distance. But boot dash here because it's slightly longer. Yeah, there's a lot of little things here and there of just like literally every single one of these things that you point out is like it's a half a second, but it's a half a second in like 20 rooms. That's 10 seconds. Yeah. Save and quit here to go back to the beginning.
The reason I waited was because during practice I went in the middle left, and then like I had the idea that like I went up too fast because the shark wasn't coming after me.
If you see my and I don't think. Oh no, TGH doesn't do it. TGH never did any of the setups here, but yeah. My PB demonstrates it. You just it gets the quick kills on all of these clouds, and they're consistent. They're completely determined quick kills as well. Like it's not RNG based at all. The only RNG is the very top one, but you don't need to worry about the very final guy. He is always going to be in the same spot every single time. So we need to go and talk to the Elder here. And then after you talk to the Elder, that's a massive text box. You should have to keep mashing there for a while. Talk to Haley, get her to move out of the way. She walks through you. If you stand there. And then there's some fairies in the pots outside here, which you want to bottle.
Oh, right. I don't have a bottled fairy anymore.
Yeah. You normally save and quit with bottle and boots in Cloud Tops. And here's Palace of Winds. So this dungeon is casually you get lost because of its complicated winding rooms. It's just a lot of rooms that like interconnect with each other, but it's not crazy in terms of like being a maze or anything. It's a completely linear dungeon. It's just one room after the next.
Why are they all here?
Yeah, throw the skulls at the pea hats. Oh no! God. Just arrow him.
Yeah.
So the leftmost skull that you threw has an arrow drop. Grab that. Oh, you went too low and you got outside the aggro zone.
Aye.
So the very bottom tiles are Like the Stalfos will ignore you and won't jump attack at you. We kind of want to walk through that section without touching the bottom tiles, and that gets the Stalfos to jump and attack at you. And if you just keep moving, they always miss. It's really easy. You want to hold the sword, and it saves an arrow. Arrows are a bit too precious in the run to want to waste on.
It's a disaster. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah. There is an Eslo trigger in that section of the room, so you literally do want to hug the bottom like that. Yeah, place a bomb there, and then grab the bomb on the right-hand side, not in the middle.
Oh, the hearts as well, probably, right? Since I'm reasonably low.
There is a bomb strat to speed up this fight.
It literally saves for like 15 seconds.
You have to do the bomb strat. It's so easy. I'm not kidding.
Easy? I tried it for a bit. I found it very difficult, but I guess it's just like you just have to memorize it.
You just need to put a save state down, and you'll learn it in half an hour.
Bomb drops.
Yeah, you got real lucky with the bomb drops there. So climb up. From the third cloud, you can jump to the top of the room, and you don't have to climb up all of the things. This is a dream jump. So do the timings exactly like that. That was really scary. You almost got knocked off by that crow there.
I was having so many issues with that jump for some reason in practice. I'm so glad.
You were going super fast there. And also third cloud, and you jump to the top.
Okay, third one again, okay.
If you're on the cloud closest to the top, it's faster to just finish climbing instead of jumping to the thing. Yeah. Create your clones like the moment that at the latest possible moment, so that the moving platform is just arriving as you just step onto it after finish making your clones. There is a little bit of an easier way of walking with your clones that makes it impossible for them to die, and you don't need to like move to try and like dodge and weave and stuff. Also, in this room, there's like a timing that you can use to jump directly to the end and not have to wait for the moving platform and get hit. It means as well you never get hit by the crows, which is fantastic, and it saves health.
I need to start learning that because I always get hit by the crows.
Yeah. Yeah, if you follow my run, like, literally action for action, you see that I'm, like, these are all things that I do and, like, don't get damaged. So that pattern that you make there, you can make it one set of tiles over to the right. Whilst you're waiting, and you're just a little bit closer to the portal.
I'm always worried about like hitting the switch at the bottom right and then losing my charging.
Yeah, that never happens if you do it on the
middle
one to the right, because you just you do top, middle, and then step to the right, and you never hit that right portal, the right switch.
Ow. My health is low.
Yeah. There's not really anywhere to grab health in this part of the dungeon. Yeah. Unlucky with the keys. That keys is random. You have to just hope it doesn't get in the way. Yeah, there's not really any health from this point on. Until after you get the boss key. There's like there's one heart drop you can get. Oh, that was close. Hopefully you can get the cycle. This room is on a cycle here.
No.
Nah.
Dang.
Yeah, the first glide you did was too early. You want to jump right at the end of the platform. You can jump from the first cloud there and make it across easily. And here as well, just jump from the first platform. It's only at the end here, the second platform, that you need to go jump from. Yeah. This... Yeah, you want to boot dash into the room, and then it aggroes the guys at the same time so that they stay synced. But yeah, jumping over the ball and chain soldiers, or like in front of their like line of vision to aggro them to actually throw their ball is the best way to deal with them, because then they're completely vulnerable. Yeah, so we break this one pot here, push this other one up, and then start creating our clones. And we just dodge the Stalfos whilst we're doing this. Yeah, luckily he's gone and stood out of the way. He's going to try and jump attack at you here, but that's fine.
No, we want this one.
That has a heart. If you're super scared, you can enter X to that room to grab a couple.
And these have specific spawn
locations. And then there's a bomb strat here to deal with the whiz robes. And if you practice it, you can get the moblins to run into the bombs every single time and just get a quick kill. It's very consistent. You don't have to deal with the RNG of the moblins and all that.
Is that one
these Stalfos suck. They clip through these blocks all the time. It's really annoying.
Yeah. Especially
we
when,
didn't really see it, but in droplets, there's some blocks pushing things that the Moldozers clip through and hit you whilst you've got clones and stuff, and it's like, are you kidding me? Here's a bunch of health. You can break all of these. It's faster to throw than break. Yeah. And then just jump over an Eslo trigger here to land in the room here. So this is a cool fight you can do here. Yeah, very, very simple. Just jump off the edge. You'll respawn and yeah, just kill it. The bottom skull on the left has a heart. Always get that. It's literally on your way and it's the fastest way through.
Oh, whoops.
But yeah, you want to, after climbing up the stairs, you want to come to this first section up the top to grab a small key.
The bottom left, so this one?
Yeah. It's a respawning heart, so yeah, but yeah, as you go through there the first time you get that, you wouldn't go and get it the second time. Once you got the small key, come down here. There's a bomb strat for this room, which makes it so much easier than trying to create clones. Yeah, you can literally just mash sword and it's free. You can try and time your sword slash if the p-hats are being annoying or whatever to make it a bit more consistent. There's an ever so slight chance of your sword mashing that you won't hit it in time. So if you practice like timing a sword slash when you see the visual cue of the bomb at the moment where it's about to explode, then it becomes very consistent. Yeah, jump over all of the enemies, try and minimize all the damage. You're very good on health here. You didn't lose your fairy, I'm pretty sure. Not. So yeah, you are.
I will need it for the boss foe.
Yeah, the next section of the fight of the dungeon can be pretty tough. The easiest way to deal with these floor masters, just like that, just sword mash. It doesn't matter how much they get knocked back or anything like that. As long as you don't get grabbed, it's great. You can use the bow if you want, if you're comfortable with killing them quickly with a bow and arrow, but unless you do it quickly, it is faster to use the sword. Yeah, so here, when you place a bomb here, as it explodes, you'd normally go up into the room above, and there is a skull that has a bomb drop. We are going to get the bomb drop in a second here, because you're going to pick up and throw there, and then you're going to go... And it's the one on the right has the bombs. But yeah, you can get it twice going through here, because it's a respawning bomb drop. Yeah, that jump with the cape is extremely easy if you do it facing backwards, because you get locked in and always go in a straight line. You can't jump diagonally backwards. It will always make you jump in a straight line, which is very, very easy to get that jump. You also accelerate faster backwards, jumping backwards with the cape, than if you go forwards, which helps a lot.
Should I have equipped boots for that room?
If you want, it's not crazy. I wouldn't do a jump glide. You're close enough to the top. The only height that it's worth doing the jump glide to the end is at a low point that is makes it very tight. So it's almost not worth going for. You should always just glide from the top. It like just climb all the way to the top. Georg. You don't need to match the clones to the eyes. Just make the same pattern every single time. I make a faster pattern where all of the clones are right next to each other. Literally start from the right and just create them all in sequence. Do a spin attack on the blue Georg. It dies in one spin attack. If you only get because it needs to double hit. If it doesn't double hit, it has 4 health.
Yeah. Heck.
Okay. Georg is like semi-scripted. If something goes wrong in the first in the first and second cycle, then things fire out of control and get really tricky. You want to keep your clones alive. The orbs are predetermined. They always fire exactly towards the link, so it's literally based on where your position is. So you should never get surprised by the orbs. They're always exactly where you are. So if you stand in the same place every time, it's always going to be the same orbs. So you can just learn to dodge them. But yeah, you want to charge. If anytime you're waiting, always do that. Not where you want to be. So like there, when you're waiting to charge your clones, if you're by the clone pads, he's going to be shooting orbs at you. Whereas if you're charging your sword to the side, and then as you're getting your clones ready to be made, then you come in, then all of the first shots that it does are aimed not at you. And you don't even need to dodge them because they're missing. Yeah, a little bit late on that. The timing that the eye opens is the same every single time, so you get used to the timing. You can do a cloneless pattern here. When they're all in a straight line like that, you don't even need to create clones. Just sword slash, and you'll hit all of them, and yeah. But yeah, that was Georg. It is a super complicated boss. That is one that you have to practice a hell of a lot of. Like it's
definitely really not my strongest one yet.
Yeah, it's a really technical boss.
You know, for the fact that I'm a bit rusty, I don't mind being 2 minutes behind upon entering Dark Arrow Castle too much.
Yeah, equip boots and ocarina, and yeah, we've only got one dungeon left. It's Dark Arrow Castle.
And oh boy, is it a dungeon! I love it for the fact that you're going through an area you've already previously explored, and then it's just completely different.
Ooh, oh, you were so close.
Yeah, I know that, bro.
You should be fine here if you don't boot dash. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That was.
It's slightly faster to boot dash through there, but if you did boot dash, you're stopped long enough for that the guard will spot you.
I can never get the angle right for that boot dash at the end. I always bonk into something.
The trick is, when you're going around a corner, you want to release inputs. If you're not holding an input as you're hitting a corner, the boots will slide you around the corner without bonking. So it's kind of like you hold boots to get Link into position just before you hit the corner, then you let go, and then as you get around the corner, then you start holding in the next direction or whatever. So you're kind of like brushing against the block once you've passed the corner, so that you can start moving in the next direction. It's yeah. Watch inputs of someone doing that, and you'll see that they kind of like press release. Or they're just straight up buffering it.
This is the chance for everyone to go to the bathroom. And my chance to turn on the lights.
This is 45 seconds of not doing anything. So, yeah.
I don't know if it was dark on camera, but it felt like it was dark, so I turned on the lights.
I'm gonna go grab a refill because there's just cutscenes coming up next and pretty self-explanatory movement.
Yep. Did you enjoy the lore chat? The 30 seconds, 40 seconds of lore. Most you get an Orc of Ages, maybe 10 seconds. Fair. Wind Waker runners in shambles. Whoever's DMing me on Discord, I'm busy. I bet it's true.
Alright, time back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, another little time saver there. Just start charging your clones early so that they're ready as you get there.
Oh, I should have charged that as well, probably, right?
Yeah, there's a specific way of doing this room. So you do one roll and then start charging sword. And you get to release the sword and hit the first guard just before you hit the Eslo trigger. It's not even close, so like you don't have a risk. There is the possibility of doing a glitch in this room called cutscene walking. It involves hitting that Eslo trigger and activating the rescuing these NPCs at the same time. It's easy to do accidentally. Yeah, this room is you just cape glide. There's like a very specific diagonal cape glide you do, and it makes it quite easy. These guys are rotten. They were so nice to you there. They completely opened up the path there. Oh, you rolled right into him.
I thought it was going up, bro, and then it dodged back into me.
This curses you for 10 seconds and you can't do anything. You can't even jump onto the portal and shrink. It sucks.
Picky, you trolled us.
Yeah, Picky's profile picture is literally that blue guy. So in the any percent speedrun, they used to you have to come to that room, and then a new glitch was discovered which lets you get out of bounds before there. And yeah, any percent runners never have to contend with that room and the the RNG of those guys. It's beautiful. Like, it only saves like 15 seconds, but it's so much better. So we talked a little bit about like RNG and RNG manipulations earlier in the run. Like we saw there was an RNG manipulation for Octo. We can do a lot more in this dungeon, and we're going to be doing one here specifically. If you tap the boots, you did a roll. That doesn't. Yeah.
I haven't learned the manips yet for this dungeon. But
okay, if you tap the boots to produce a little bit of one puff of dust before you start like doing a full-on dash, that cycles RNG enough to get that moblin to walk the other way. And he literally doesn't get in your way and doesn't hit you, and it just saves health.
Dang. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG manips in this engine, and I need to learn all of them because there's so many.
So, there's a bomb strat for this room. It saves like 12 seconds. Yeah, especially if you can't get that cycle.
Hey, but I recently asked you if I should learn it, and you were like, "It's really difficult though, and it doesn't save."
Not the second one. The second one's really difficult. That one's easy.
Okay.
I wouldn't say easy because you can still mess it up in runs, and it's annoying when you do. But
Did I start charging that too late?
Yeah, you do one roll and then start charging facing down, not the second roll.
Oh, frick.
Yeah.
I was thinking that, but then I was like,
re-enter the room.
Oh,
you're not going to get the cycle here. Yeah. No, charge the clones, leave, and then enter as this. Yeah, there. Perfect.
Right, okay. Should I always wait to, like, till my sword is full in the last run?
Always do the room like this. It's not worth trying to negotiate that blade any other way. Yeah, very importantly, Wes left the dungeon through the exit before coming up to this section. So when they save and quit, instead of going down to the sanctuary entrance, they're here. And now we go to the right-hand side.
With that room, should I, if I do forget to do one, I do 2 rolls instead, should I still stay till my sword's full?
Yes.
Or nearly full?
Yeah, not until it's the same timing. You should know what timing it should be. Yeah. There is a tricky bomb strat here, but it's faster to just do a straight vertical line of clones here.
Which is also...
I normally make a link at the top, but
yeah,
it's
I just
whatever you find comfortable with. Oh.
Yeah.
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 Start from bottom, go to the top. And I normally do it on the right-hand side because normally where I do the alignment.
Just in case. And like here?
You're standing too far to the left. You want to be in line with the tiles.
Okay. This is one of the ones that I'm always struggle with if I haven't done a run in a while. There we go.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. You just align with the tiles and then do a sword slash at the right time, and it just works. It's very, very easy and consistent. The bomb strat is tricky and requires a lot of practice, but like that doesn't require any practice at all. Once you know how it's supposed to work, it just works every time.
Yeah, another king stuff for good luck.
Dark Nuts, we just do a bonk with the boots, especially if it's only one. It's random whether or not the Dark Nut's going to behave and actually do the action that we want to do. But when it does, like, we can just kill it super quickly. And even if it doesn't, you can back up quite quickly and kill it fast anyway. Later on, when we got multiple Dark Nuts, and sometimes even like with one singular Dark Nut, it's faster to... You don't want to get that. You don't want to get that tornado. You only want to get this one.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you just do that with one tornado. Start from left to right.
Oh, yep. I should have done that.
Yeah, and this one's pretty straightforward. You just go down avoiding all these tornadoes. You go for the bottom tornado here.
Do I take this one or the one in
No, you don't take that. Take the top one. You literally just take the... Okay, yeah. You can hands off the controller and not press anything. Don't move over to the middle. You don't want to get this. These are all just extra tornadoes you don't need to ride. Right. When you get that one that I said, you literally hands off the controller and you just land, and you don't need to do anything. It's the easiest room in the game. This is a cool strat here. You can just do a spin attack and it will just hit all of these without having to create clones. Very nice. Yeah, you want the cape as well so that you can do this fight.
Oh,
yeah, unfortunately a little bit too slow with the cape jump meant that they activated and moved. You want with these chain soldier fights, you want to do them quickly every single time, like like exactly the same timing. Like the one in Palace, you boot dash into it so that they activate without moving out the way, and that one you want to have the cape already and then just like literally just hit it straight away. Yeah, you don't want to go through the middle. You want to hug the top edge of here so that when you jump down, it respawns you at the bottom and you don't need to wait for the moving platform. There was an arrow drop in that spot on the right that you missed that you need to get.
Whoops. This one I do like that, right? And then...
No. Oh, you might get this? Oh, yeah, no. That is super tight. I don't recommend doing that strat unless you've practiced it a lot. Yeah. So there's a super easy Dark Nut strat here where you just hold up left and then roll just before you hit the carpet, and then you just hold right and do a little bit of like diagonal and sword slashes, and it's very easy to maintain your position and quick kill it. The strat where you like roll and then jump into it without, you don't do a glide. It's quite tight and it's marginally faster. It's like a half a second faster or a second faster. You definitely want the cape here so you can jump over this guy. Oh, there's a load of there's specific strats you can do here. Like we'll go through it, but there's a like you roll to a specific spot and then do a jump, and it's always going to be the case that it basically doesn't do anything and it's open and you just kill it. Yeah. Make sure to boot cancel your arrow shots to make this room faster and more consistent.
There we go.
Yeah. But yeah, the specific spots we can fire the arrow from to hit those eyes. So many of the strats and glitches are literally like, do this and the room becomes easy. They're literally difficult only because like there's not like some strategy to do it. If you're going into it with no strategy, like it's yeah,
there's still a lot of room.
So the first RNG manipulation, you want to go to the right, and if you do one roll only, the Dark Nut always dashes instantly, so it becomes incredibly easy to do. That's literally the easiest, and everyone should always do that. Literally just go do the right hand side first. Yeah, top left and bottom right pots have hearts if you need them. We didn't really talk about the pads, but they are there's a bunch of different solutions that you can do to them for them. Yeah, unfortunately you got grabbed by the genie. Getting grabbed is awful because you can get juggled. They'll like you wanna mash buttons to break out from them quickly, like if you're on fire. But the direction you're holding is the direction that you'll jump. So you want to jump away from them, because if you jump and get land on another one, they'll grab you instantly. You can get literally tossed between them. It's awful.
So I want to do one roll when I go to the right?
It doesn't work now because of the tower order. RNG changes differently depending on the tower. So like there's a very specific order that we do the towers in. Yeah, you almost had the strat that always works regardless of our RNG, but the position was slightly off, so the position was, yeah. But this is the same as in the previous room where you want to line up a spin. It is pixel perfect horizontally. You have to be horizontally aligned, but vertically there's some leniency to it. But like, yeah, you have to look at the link shadow and line up exactly with the tile pixel perfectly. So there's one tower left. It's the blue on the right.
Oh my gosh.
You can roll through the sparks.
Right, I always forget you can.
Yeah, it's when you learn the RNG manipulations for these, you literally roll through the sparks. It's all part of the muscle memory, so you don't even think about it. That like, oh, do you hit them or not? And it's like, yeah, you just roll through them. Okay. The RNG manipulations just make sure that you can kill the. You literally jump 1, 2, 3, and they're all dead. Like just sword slashes.
What?
I don't think either me nor TGH even get the dark, like the manips perfect in our PBs respectively. Like world record doesn't get these correct. Make sure to turn the lantern off before coming up here, because you get the slowdown of the lantern turning back on. Right. Do you want to go and get the health before doing Vati?
I can also get the 2 hearts.
You would want to go downstairs and go to the fairy room pots. Like, it's totally worth doing that.
Yeah, sure, for marathon safety. I should have rolled there instead of
even on
I
would just, yeah. So from the save and quit, if you're going down the stairs, you want to roll left or roll right, and then do a boot dash straight up, and you just boot dash right to the doorway.
Is this one arrows? Nope. This one arrows? Nope. Those are both bombs. That one's arrows.
Yeah, there's the bottom left and the top right are arrows, but also you'll get arrows in the Fatty 1 fight, ideally. But yeah, are you doing a manipulation? I don't think so, right?
No.
For the dark nuts. Manipulating the dark nuts is much easier.
Yeah.
Than doing a Vati map. You want to start from the bottom, go to the top.
Oh wait, yeah.
When you're charging your sword, you start charging the moment that you unlock the last block, and you literally don't have a choice in the matter. Your clones start getting made from bottom up. So this room's easy. You just roll once and then jump glide over this guy, and you never get hit. That was very close. You almost got hit. This room is completely random, and this is why we RNG manipulate it, because it's so easy to lose your clones, and it's literally just like 15 seconds down the drain. But yeah, you can either go and sword slash them one at a time, or you can hold your sword and literally walk forwards, and the sword stabbing will just hit them all sequentially and kill them, and it doesn't get put away. This fight's a bit tricky, completely unmanipulated. You jump into the fight trying to jump behind them. The strat that Wes is doing is diagonal cape jump over their corner, like right over their head. Like doing it diagonally means they don't hit you with their their shield action or whatever. But it's very important that they're stationary when that happens. Or the best thing to happen is them to do like some kind of action, like a dash or whatever, into the wall, and then you can stand on the other side of them and pin them against the wall. Doing a jump like that when they're near a wall is perfect as well. That fight could have gone way worse. You have loads of health left. You took almost no damage, so for an unmanipulated fight, that was pretty decent. The manipulated fight, we literally get them to run up to a wall, and then we just kill it instantly, and we just kill them one after the other, and it's like 15 seconds in total. It's very fast. So Vati 1, there are 3 cycles, or 3 phases, and we have to kind of like repeat them. So that was the first phase. There's only 2 eyes. Then there's a phase where there's 4 eyes, and we have to do enough damage across 2 cycles. So that was the first cycle, and then there's the second cycle. It's like 10 hits, and we can do 6 in one. And this is the final where we have to use the gust jar. So you're going to use the gust jar to on the main body, and it stops the eyes from having it. And then as Vati spins the eyes around, we want to hit and kill them. This one's very important that we do exactly 6 damage each cycle. Okay, so that should be enough, and then we hold the gust jar on it. The eye, and then this should be the very last cycle. We can get it. Oh no! Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, he literally teleported the. Oh, you weren't using gust jar. Yeah, he got the teleport off. He had the teleport action initiated before like you did the slash, so you got one slash off.
Oh my.
Wait, you got an extra cycle on top of that?
Huh?
Yeah, you didn't get enough damage in that first cycle.
Well, that was an interesting phase one.
It was one
and
hit. Bottom left.
Still, we barely lost time compared to my
The bottom
PB.
right pot always has a fairy. The bottom left one always has arrows. The other pots have hearts. In the Darknut fight, they're only hearts. Okay, so Vati 2, we want to use the bow. The trick to Vati 2 is like it can take like 4 cycles or whatever if you just sword mash him on him every single time. This first cycle, you do want to just sword mash on him, but for some reason, the clone spin attack is bugged and it doesn't do damage. It sets Vati's health to a specific value, and that value happens to be below the threshold that it needs to do to like progress the cycle in cycles 1 and 2, and it's 1 slash above it for the final cycle. So here we're in cycle 2, so we just do a spin attack. Also, the eyes behave the same as like the Mazal pillars. It's never the same twice in a row, so knowing the pattern before, you can literally fire an arrow at one spot, see if it's red or blue, and literally know from that point where the other position, like where it must be from there. So clones, you don't need to make the crescent moon-shaped clones either. Nearly every clone pattern works, but here, final cycle, do a spin attack and then the sword slash, and it will kill it. And you don't need to do a 4th cycle. Yeah, that was a very good Vati too.
That's 29 seconds faster than my PB. Woo!
Yeah, you got perfect RNG. It didn't spray. It sprayed purple stuff once, and it didn't land anywhere near the stuff that you like whilst you were doing it, and it didn't interrupt you at all. Yeah, you didn't lose any clones. It didn't like push you against a wall or anything. It's basically the best unmanipulated Vati 2 you can hope for.
If that happened in my PB, I would have actually had a sub 30 probably.
Yeah, you have an option here to go and get health before Vati 2, but you have a fairy in a bottle, so
yeah, we still have a fairy.
I would risk it. Yeah. You just never know. It depends on how confident you are with Vati 3. So Vati 3 should be easier than all of the other boss fights. It's almost a victory lap once you're comfortable with it. That is fantastic. So it can put either arm in the ground. The arm that's closer to the middle is the best, and also it's random how long it takes before it puts the arm in the ground. That was perfect. That was absolutely fantastic. It was fast arm. You hit it perfectly with a cane, timing-wise, so that it was on the spawn point for Minish. That's exactly what you want, because then you instant teleport inside the arm. That's a perfect first cycle.
I think that's the
and that
first
was a
time
very
I
good
got it.
armors with eye kill as well.
Oh,
A little bit of the cane shot there, but you get used to the timing of it. This is a dark
hit
one.
The altar, no? Or...
No, you were too early.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. And now it's tennis, so create clones instantly, and then go and stand in front of Vati. We want to make sure that Link is not one of the clones on the very end, because Vati moves to the very edge of the arena. You might not be able to stand in the right position. Oh, you're too early.
I blinked at the same time I saw slashed.
Yeah.
That was not good.
Okay. Really lucky on the timing of everything. You're too far left.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to align very, very precisely in front of him. Oh, you're getting so lucky on the traversal movement.
And I'm throwing it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, And further away, you are getting a little bit close.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're going to get a double electric cycle because of... Vati only does his blue shot if you're directly in front of him. After he's like finishes movement also, so on, yeah. So, perfect. Okay, so now you can do damage. You only need to do 2 damage and it advances it to the next stage. I normally do 3 just to be safe in case, you know, one of the hits didn't hit or something. So now we can force Vati to always shoot blue balls by just standing directly in front of him. The first cycle was luck based. There is a 25% chance to get electric, and you did get unlucky and you did get the electric. So that was just luck. With practice, you can get used to dodging the electric and then always returning the follow-up volley, but it's trickier. And coming up on time, GG.
Woo!
Yep, 3 hits in 3 cycles, and yeah, it's done.
Gosh, I'm glad that Fancy 3 happened in a run that was already dead and not in a PB attempt, because that would have tilted me.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Fancy 3 is the run is a part of the run that like you can't let like it's you have to be completely confident at it. It is entirely due to like practice. It's not a fight that is like you should be scared at all about, especially on PB pace, because any nerves come involved and you're going to struggle massively.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where like if you mess up once, like you know you shouldn't, so like it gets so frustrating for me. Like you immediately like mess up again. Like you saw there, like I messed it up once, and then like immediately I start doubting myself, and I mess it up twice more.
Yeah, honestly, some of the mistakes always happen when I see people like make the mistakes is they are literally stood too close to Vati and they sword slash too early or whatever. They're too twitchy because of nerfs.
Yeah.
Stand further back, you have more reaction time. It's not worth the 1/4 of a second time save from being close to Vati on this kind of base. Yeah, we were talking about 1/4 of a second time saves, but earlier in the run, but those are 1/4 of a second time saves for the most inconsequential things that if it goes wrong, who cares? This is the end of your run where your PB is at stake, and if you fail it, you're going to be, you know, losing straight up 15 seconds, or it can snowball out of control and your run's dead. You don't want that to happen. Let it lose a 1/4 of a second, 1/2 a second, stand a little bit further back and have an easier shot. Yeah, I only stand super close when I'm like, I feel it, and I'm like 100% confident. I know exactly the timing on this, and then yeah, you know, you should have that absolute certainty, confidence before you go close to Vati 3 when returning the tennis shots.
So, for context, this run with 2 hours and 33 minutes and 38 seconds would be...
Are you looking at the leaderboard?
Yeah, it would be 23rd.
Yes.
So that's actually where I just got promoted from today.
Yes.
I was 23rd earlier today, and now I'm 20th.
Yeah, your run. You did your run a month ago.
Yeah. So this is 2:33:38. This would get you 23rd on the leaderboard. Spain Give, one of our students, has done a full run for practice and is already at 2:40. So he's only 6 minutes behind this.
Yeah, 39.
Yeah. So Spain Gives on depending on how, because you're teaching Spain Give and like you're showing today, like you have a lot of knowledge. Spain Gives a good chance to already like make.
Oh, they were on sub 2:30 pace. Honestly,
Yeah.
they lost all of their time in DHC. We'll practice a few things, but they'll get a very good time, I'm sure.
Okay, where Drew sent me the be right back screen. I was gonna say we're going to be right back, but let me add that to OBS real quick instead of the starting soon screen. And you can chat a bit more whilst I do this. Save image. Okay. Do you think I was thinking I was gonna ask something and then I
okay. Was there anything in that in the run that you had in mind that we'll have a look at first, or like what's the plan? Are we gonna do things like chronologically, or like in terms of like most important first and like jump around, or
honestly I'm not sure. I was so focused on just playing that like I'm not entirely sure. Like maybe stuff will come to mind when we're looking back. Yeah, I was mainly there was something that I was thinking about. Oh, I want to watch this, but I forgot.
It's so difficult to figure out what to talk about with the run because it's very context dependent. Yeah. It's very hard to give like general advice to everyone of all skill levels. You know, like if I'm trying to give advice to someone who like Kiki or Kato, people who are sub 220, that kind of advice is like, oh, look at these things, like focus on this stuff, is going to be very different to someone of your skill level who is trying to get a sub 230, or and it will also be completely different to someone who is starting out runs and wants to aim for a sub 3 hour run.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things to focus on as well. Like for example, I should already be learning all of the DHC strats and stuff, but like all the RNG manips, well, that's probably not the first thing you're gonna teach someone that's just starting out. I've got the best music playing according to you.
This
music is going away whilst when we go on the be right back screen. We're gonna take a 10-minute, 15-minute break. Well, we'll see exactly how long we need, because I probably need a quick bite to eat because it's past dinner time already. And then we're gonna watch the oh, hello. Who gets on my desk here? Who's this, huh? Who's the baby? Who committed a crime? What are you doing on my desk?
It's a kitty.
You have anything to say before we go on break? She doesn't. Okay, we will be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Stay where you are, go grab a snack. We'll be back in just about 15 minutes.
Excellent.
Quality streamer here. If my cat can stop making loud noises, I can talk. So, welcome back everyone. I've grabbed a drink. I've got a pineapple Coke. What do you have, Myth?
I've got a little bit left of my pineapple.
Okay. I hope y'all grabbed a drink in chat as well to stay hydrated and while we're gone. Next up, we're going to review the run that we just did, and see what we can improve on it. Because that's of course the goal in the end. I can actually point now because we're on. Like, Myth's camera is back. He's been gone for 2.5 hours, so he's back. Above me is my run that we just did. And then it's mirrored. Over there is... above Myth is TGH's run. TGH's run. There it is. Okay.
I can point too.
So we're gonna be reviewing my run. If Myth wants to reference anything or be like, yeah, look, this is how we do it, we have TGH's run for comparison. TGH currently, of course, the world record holder for glitchless and any percent. both Myth and TGH are fantastic reference material when it comes to improving your run. However, I already reviewed Myth's run recently, so this time we're taking the other option.
There's no perfect option. I mean, despite having the world record, it's still not perfect, and there are some mistakes here and there. But overwhelmingly, so many of the other things are excellent to look at and point to and be like, this is how you want to tackle that route. Like that, we'll see in parts they are like 40 seconds behind their PB, like, and it ends up being world record and PBing by 40 seconds. So kind of gives you an insight into, even at the top level, like how swingy the category can be.
That's also a bit of a Minish cap in general, right? Like everything can go wrong or right up until 40.
Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like in any percent, it's hitting that point of like hyper optimization now, where you can, if you're 15 to almost 20 seconds behind, it's at a high enough level, like you just have to reset. It's not even worth continuing at that point. There is not enough time saved for you left in the run. But in glitchless, it's all up for grabs throughout the whole run. Like you can be a minute behind and you can still just have like a godlike droplets palace DHC, be ahead PB. Like you never know.
Yeah. It's one big thing to not reference the record for is Cloud Tops, no quick kill sharks.
Yeah.
But it's also like before my current PB, this was a problem with my old PB, that like the early game was like super bad, but the DHC was pretty good. So then you get constantly, it feels like you're super far ahead because you're beating your current like early times, and then later on you're just like, oh, there goes all my time. There goes all my time.
It's really funny. Everyone that I have better times than in Glitchless, Darky, Fire Turtle, Piki, even Kato, I have worse runs than throughout the vast majority of it. I'm more than a minute behind everyone else. I am literally just bringing that all back in DHC. DHC is my strongest section in the entire game, and I'm overturning a 1 minute time deficit and coming out 30 seconds to a minute ahead of some other people's runs, just in that one dungeon alone. So, you know, as individual runners, you're going to have your strengths and weaknesses and various different points of it. I just think it's really funny that, like, I'm consistently behind everyone else. Like, I do not have as good early game, and it comes from like exit Cave of Flames. Like I'm 30 seconds behind there, and by the time we're in Fortress I'm a minute behind or something. That's yeah,
it's weird how these runs can differ and still like shape out to be faster or slower in the end. It's the wonderful thing about the Minish Cap community is that we have, like, you have a bunch of spreadsheets, and you also have a website, right, that like compares all the runs against each other, which is just a really nice tool. Just to
a giant spreadsheet with everyone's runs. So it's just like, oh, this person did this run on that date, had these split times, whatever. Just do a direct comparison. Just to average it across these and see, like, oh, you have this much time save on these sections in comparison to what you would expect from other people's runs of that similar time.
Yeah, it's all really useful tools to like get better and stuff. Did you make notes on which parts you wanted to, or do you have specific parts that you would like to review?
I was just jumping around in the VOD a little bit just to have a look, and I don't know if we want to have a look at Deepwood. I really don't think there's too much in the run before Deepwood that we want to like highlight any differences for.
Yeah.
It also depends how long we're going to go for, because, you know, I can go room by room, but you may be here for many hours.
Yeah, room by room, you're here for like 5 hours at least.
Yeah.
So one thing I've always questioned is this room. Can you see
go
properly
left.
what I? Yeah,
The guard on the right, it gets in the way sometimes due to RNG.
He's the
Oh,
one.
you mean okay? So like that guard will never get in the way. The one that's right by the entrance.
See.
But have a look at TGH's run, and you'll see the path they take and how you'll see it's not something you have to worry about that first guard.
Yeah, because I'm noticing your run that you went left, and then like I saw TGH also got left.
Everyone
and I was like, why is everyone going left?
Because left is faster. It's one pixel, but it's technically faster. So you like when they're both basically identical, and also it's the guard. It's that bottom guard. It can move in the way, and if you go to the left, it's never going to get in the way. It's impossible. So you don't even need to think about it.
So it's always just go
left. When you have the option between two strats, one and like they are identical, but one you don't need to think about, and one, oh, there's an eventuality that you have to account for. Just go for the one where you don't even need to think about.
Yeah. And this routing was all fine, or at least fine enough. Here, I always struggle. You go up here, right? But then
so it's fast to do diagonal movement and diagonal roll through the two trees that are there. But in your case specifically, the movement you did was optimal because you saw an octo in between those two trees blocking your path there. You saw it briefly in front of the bottom tree, which means that going up to the top is better because otherwise the octo was just in the wrong spot. If it was further to the left, it would have been fine because you could have rolled through it. But because it's to the right, it's kind of right at the end of where your roll would want to be. So if you were to roll at a position that would roll through without taking damage, you'd be too far to the right, and you would be basically in line with the bushes that are on the left of the spike tree. And then you have to go around them, and it'll be a little bit slower, and then you wouldn't be faster in that instance. So going up here is perfectly fine. But really, you do want to roll through the middle of the two trees, doing diagonal movement, and just diagonal move up through there. Watch TGH do that. I'm pretty sure. Now, a thing to bear in mind is TGH's world record's pretty old. Stuff that they do in this, they don't even do anymore. Like they're going to go up the top, but like if you ask them today, they will say go through the trees because it's faster.
Yeah.
This world record was done back in 2021. It is 4 years old. 3.5 years old. But yeah.
I think from
here we've learned a lot more since. Yeah, I did want to mention that there is a strat to get the lily pad cycle earlier that we do. It's so insanely precise. It's like ridiculously precise. Most people have only ever performed it once. Martin's kind of a god, and he can just like do it in back-to-back runs. But yeah, there's a setup that kind of got found by Toads, and we go for it, and it reduces the difficulty down from having like 9 frame perfect inputs back-to-back to being like you have a window that you have to hit that's kind of lenient enough that you get it every 10 like 15 runs or whatever. You'll get it once or whatever.
The current world record has it in it, though, and Piggy's new
one has
it as well.
It got beaten. The one that got world record got beaten the day after.
True.
It was only record for 1 day. Yeah, TGH literally got 80% world record twice this week. They've been grinding the category they've been grinding the category almost every other day for like 3 months now, 4 months nearly. And they got world record in like early March, and they've been grinding almost every day. They got so many good runs that are way better than than what the world record was, and like all the way to DHC. And it's just the nature of this game. literally some of them like were still on world record pace into that E3, and then just that E3 happened. It happens to everyone. But yeah, they finally got world record one day, and it was like, oh, it was so long since I got it. It's like, you know, mental barrier over. Next day, beats it again. it happens. Honestly, with Martin, Martin has been grinding really hard to try and get a sub 130, and they beat it, and then very quickly afterwards they got another PB after that, and it's like, yeah, it's just like a floodgates thing. It's a mental block barrier. It might not even be conscious; it could just be like subconscious. But we have these psychological things happen to us.
Yeah. I mean, the more tilted you get, the harder it is to perform good. So if the tilt goes away with a PB, then like suddenly you can just run better as well.
I'm sure you'll notice it. The moment that you get a sub 230 run, you're gonna be able to just get sub 230s just like that, and be able to PB every run or whatever.
Even already now, like the 233 today after a month, after like I've been stuck at 235 for a while. Yeah, if with this barrel, I was wondering.
Yeah.
Do you? Oh wait, I probably turn the audio on for this. Do you roll in this barrel or do you not? Because
yes, we couldn't just cut.
It's this early on in this game. Here's a
I'm pretty certain TDH does optimal movement here in the barrel. Which you can have a look at.
Because to me, it feels like that back bit of the barrel is so short that like, no, it does just work out. I guess I just moved too much. I should just stay still.
It's pretty perfectly aligned, and they demonstrate the roll strat there. You roll. It's a very tight window. You literally have a 3-pixel window to roll left and hit the ladder, and your roll gets cancelled. And you just climb straight up.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I just need to like let go a bit more of the control stick and just roll, because like sometimes you just have I have so many slight movements between rolls that like it messes up the rolling.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the difficulty of it is literally that the quicker you press roll after the end of the roll, like the quicker you initiate the next roll, you can't buffer one roll into the next. It would be so nice if we could literally just press roll like within 5 frames of the end of the previous roll. It would just chain into another roll, whatever. That would be fantastic. But literally, you're having to do a frame perfect trick every half second with rolls. It sucks. I don't bother. Like, normally you get into a rhythm and you're like, oh, you perfectly time like half-second presses. Now the thing is, the game doesn't exactly run at 60 FPS. It runs at 59.7275, which is slightly less than 60 frames per second, which means that in 1 second you haven't hit 60 frames yet. So if an action takes 30 frames, it's going to take slightly longer than half a second. So you can't just like get a metronome and set it to half a second. You have to. There's another value. I don't know if to talk.
That's literally what I was about to ask. Is it worth setting a metronome for rolling? But
yeah, you can. Like, I don't see the harm in doing that. But like, yeah, literally having just like a mental like rhythm to it that you're just pressing it every single time at that pace. But yeah, the other problem is that if you press it 1 frame early, or not even 1 frame, but like, you know, early enough so that it's pulled in the previous frame, but like you could press it like that we couldn't less than a frame time later, and it would have counted in the next frame. Like, it's so fine margins at that point. But like, yeah, you can, if you do it a frame early, you don't roll, and that sucks so bad. You literally try and do a roll at the right time, and then you just walk. And you're just walking because you didn't initiate the roll that you wanted to input. that's awful. So a strat that me and I know Darky also does this. Possibly some other runners have. I haven't noticed it. Is we flam. If you're not into music jargon, we basically double hit the input rapidly one after the other. So it's like, and it means that that first one, if it was just too early to hit it frame perfectly, the second input will do a roll input just after the end of your roll, and then you actually get the roll.
That makes sense. Just to answer a question in chat real quick, has there been an announcement of the dates of the CD Marathon this year? I've looked around but didn't see any dates. I have the dates. I think I have permission to say them, but just in case I talk too early, I'm gonna wait till someone says I can, because I think Chertu's here, right? Chertu, I think we got permission to talk about the dates, right, a while back. Yeah, I'll leave. If Chertu's still here, Chertu can tell me, because like we did have a message recently that I think confirmed that we could talk about it. But yeah, I can get back to you on that in a second if you're still around. So another thing that I was wondering about, it's optimal when you come out of this house to
jump down the ledge.
Yes. How? Because I feel like I try to go left when I get out the house, but like
yeah, make sure you're holding down right, and then it doesn't matter when you do the roll like exactly, but you basically just want to, like, as you're exiting the house, I like to do a tiny little like mash. A lot of the rolls as well, like there are specific spots where like I don't know when the exact time you need to press roll, but you want to roll as quickly as possible. So like I just like do a little bit of a mash and just be like and you'll get a roll out reasonably quickly. TGH walks quite a long way before they do it, because they are timing just a single roll and they end up walking far. But like you can do almost a frame perfectly timed roll and it'll still work as long as you're just holding diagonal down right to specific NPC.
Vicky says that we can also look at Link's eyes to
yes
and rolls.
Yeah, as Vicky mentioned, you can use visual cues for it. So this is all personal preference. You just like I'm just throwing out a bunch of different strategies that you can try, and then you pick the one that's the most comfortable for you. Some people are more musical and they want some audio cue or some like internal rhythm thing. Other people are more visual. They want a visual cue, wait for a thing, and then press it in reaction to that. It's up to you. It's very flexible.
Yeah, I don't know if we talked about this during the run, but like when you're entering this room, you told me to pay attention to the left slug, and then if the left slug goes towards the switch, go to the left first, because else it'll be on the switch when you're trying to go to it. So we go
I wasn't paying attention at this point, but well done for doing that.
Yeah.
I should have pointed that out. Yes, normally you want to do anti-clockwise. You want to go on the right and then you go up and then down, but keeping an eye on that slug, if it moves up, you go that side first and go the opposite way round. It's only because when the slug is moving up, if you do it on the right hand side first and go all the way around, by the time you go and hit that switch last, the slug is stood on the switch. So that's the reason.
Yeah.
When you practice,
is there anything early on in this dungeon?
So there's a thing with rolling on stairs. You want to basically be stepped almost like onto the step before you do the roll. You don't want the roll to end on the middle of the stairs. How the roll works is like when you initiate the roll, the first like half of the roll is at a fixed speed, which is double walking speed. And then at the end of that, it slowly like ramps up and accelerates in speed. And the final 2 frames of the roll, because as it's being accelerated, they're even faster than boot dashing. Like it's very fast at the very end of the roll. The thing when you're on a staircase or in dust or whatever, instead of accelerating during that section, you decelerate, you lose speed, and you eventually hit 0 and don't move for the very end section of the roll, and it's awful. So you really want to make sure that your roll, that section of the roll, the second half section of the roll, is never on dust or on a staircase. Staircases will nuke the speed. So like roll so that you land just short of the stairs, and then roll on the stairs so that like most of the middle section of that roll gets you across the like most of the stairs, and then the end bit of the roll that you accelerate is after the stairs, and you get maximum movement that way.
In this room, for a while I rolled straight up and then rolled into the blocks. Should I do that, or should I just do one roll up and then just walk to the left? Because it's always so tight on the edge.
You don't want to hit the switch. Did you? I thought you hit it, right?
Yeah, I accidentally rolled over it, which was normally I roll up and I roll.
Also in that room, you can you don't want to cut through the dust. It is faster to diagonal walk up and then roll. Yeah. Because you diagonal walk and roll so that your roll ends you perfectly in line with the mushroom, and you just roll straight up, and then and then that roll ends you at the mushroom, and then you can just start pulling it straight away. Helps minimize movement. Yeah, sorry, just play that room again once more.
So now we walk diagonally, and then here short pull.
Yeah.
So here, do you just immediately want to roll up? And then do you want to do a roll left?
Yeah,
or do you just want to walk
on the
left?
corner of the doorway that you're in, you kind of want to roll against it, and it removes some of your vertical distance in your roll so that you stop just short of in line with the pad. If you completely exit the doorway, then when you roll, you're in line with the pad, and you're going to hit the pad, and stepping onto the pad, you get some delayed frames where you can't move. You just want to avoid the pad.
So you want to be beneath it, and then do you want to roll to the left? I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you want to roll to the left.
Yeah.
And then the end of your roll like hits the block and pushes you around the corner, and then ideally your roll's ended, and you take like a half step forwards and hit the SLO trigger.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. If you watch at TGH, they should do this.
Yeah. Let me.
I guess one of the other things is that like there are visual cues when you're pulling objects. So like when they pull that, they watch the white sweat marks on Link, because it gets pulled back. It goes back, and you want to let go before that animation changes to the next one, where like it spawns like in the next particle in. But you want to watch it go to like a certain point, and then you let go, and then you get flung across perfectly every single time. There's visual cues like that we use to make it consistent. But yeah, they'll roll here. They get lined up perfectly because of that.
Anything else in this dungeon?
Yeah, roll left. There, rolling onto the pad will cancel your roll. So doesn't matter that you're close to the you're a relatively close distance to the statue.
Right. This one roll down and just roll right. I felt like you said this was a good cycle, but I feel like I still took quite a bit of damage. But was it fine, or?
You only took one hit, I thought.
I think I took 2 hits.
This is a really brutal room. There's a lot of enemy RNG involved in this. But this was still an example of like a good RNG room. So yeah, you took 1 hit there. Oh, you took 2 hits, but
I guess it's only half hard.
That's still better than a lot of times going through that room. Yeah, with slightly better timing, you could have avoided that. The sword slashes you were doing there at the top were kind of scary because you weren't taking damage whilst inside of it because of you keeping it in its damage frames and hitting it frame perfectly. You got really lucky there. Like if you had 1 frame of like not having the sword hitbox into contact with the enemy, it would have exited its like its iframe state and then hit you and then knocked you. Like,
yeah, I probably should have stood a bit more further back.
Yeah. You want to roll earlier in the room and then sword mash. You rolled late and it put you too close to the enemy.
About these,
like literally mash roll as I come into this room, and then it stops me at the right spot, and then I can start mashing sword.
Yeah. The right and left guys, do you want to stun lock them against a wall, or how do you go about
it's completely dependent on what their movement is. So I always go to the guy on the right first, but if he moves left, you want to slash him from the top down and pin him against the bottom wall. If he moves to the right, you want to move him, you want to follow him to the right and try and hit him against the right wall. It kind of sucks. And then the left guy, because of the guy on the right moving already, like, and having to do two other guys, he's gonna move so like he's gonna be somewhere completely different. You don't know, so like you just have to improv this fight quite considerably. If they're against the wall, great, pin them against the wall and just like mash sword to get 3 hits in.
I just realized, Alex, did someone answer this question on the stream? I was waiting for someone to confirm that I am allowed to say it, because I think we're allowed to say it. Are we allowed to say it and talk about the date and stuff, Alex? Because I think so. While we're talking about it, I'm quickly gonna grab Spotify, because I had audio from the run on, and then I realized that we are also talking during the run. Sometimes they hear us talk twice.
Yes.
So I'm gonna put in some music. Okay. You are allowed. Okay. FD Moods, if you're still here, then if I am correct, the marathon is from the 11th to the 19th of July. Correct me if I'm wrong. The CD Summer Marathon. Do I have that in my head correctly? Yes. Okay. The 11th to the 19th of July. You will be seeing me there. You will be seeing Myth there. It'll be the first time me and Myth meet each other in real life. It's gonna be great. We nearly saw each other in 2023. We missed each other by the airport in like 2 hours, I think we figured out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. This room.
Oh, yeah,
I
this
keep
room.
seeing different things. I know I definitely messed up the first part of the room because you're supposed to go down earlier.
You rolled late, so you went further to the left than you wanted to be.
Yeah.
You want to roll almost instantly as soon as entering the room. So but mash roll entering, and then you stop early. And then you can roll down and then roll left through the guy. You'll see it when TTH does it.
Yeah, I used to do that with the first half as well. The first half I've done before correctly. I think this was just a mistake. I'm not sure about the second part of the room file. Like this part, I'm just because I've watched several people do it differently. This was fine. Okay.
Yeah, it was okay. You wanna ideally you want to be hugging that wall. Like when you roll left here, I mean the enemy's in the way, so it's not great. You just don't want to walk left like that. You would want to walk up and then roll through him, and then get up to the top and then roll left. Also, if the enemies are just there in the way, you can just go left and go round the bottom and then go up. Like it's. If all of the enemies are clumping into one spot, going the other way is completely fine. Like you're probably it's just so that you don't lose time trying to do the faster route, but having the enemies in the way and then them hitting you and pushing you, like that is just going to be straight up slower than if you just go to the left and don't have them go in the way. So you do have to make that judgment call every single time you get to these rooms where there are enemies like here, and you have options of what you can do. You have to make the call. It's like, are you feeling brave? Do you think you can roll through them, or do you want to just take it easy and just avoid them? Like it's up to you. But you do need to make the the call on that.
Because I don't know who I was watching, but at some point I watched someone and they went like they stuck to the wall and then went all the way up and then rolled to the left.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if that's faster or not.
It technically is. If the enemies aren't in the way, you get that little bit of movement without the like the dust there, and it's basically the same movement as if you were going down. So like the TAS you'll see goes up the top, but not like crazy far up the top. Like it just hugs the edge of the dust. Yeah.
Do we have it written down somewhere how many air gusts you need to do? Because Inku sent them to me and I copied them from what Inku typed in chat, and then I tried doing it during a run.
Inku typed it off the top of his head in chat, and I think he got it wrong. So
yeah,
I swear
English was
I
mostly
this.
right. I just either I missed a number in what I wrote down in my notes, or he missed or they missed a number. But like, I'm my notes are not correct, so I need.
It depends on what path you want to take, because like you can literally adjust this one gust less or more depending on what you want to do. So.
Yeah, because
this was good. Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Yep.
I felt like I was
two
going
there and then two there. Yep.
And then we know what's.
You can do it a different. Like you can do one more dust, like one more blast before, and like you'll have more momentum going through, and it'll be a bit tighter, and you can end up missing the position a lot. But yeah, this is 1-3-3, and then this is 2-2-2-2.
Yeah. Oh, oops. Here, wait. Okay, yeah. But with this next part, and Inku said like, oh, you need to get movement speed of the edge. So like, you need to go up here immediately and then go to the left. But I never get the angles. The corner speed. I don't know. Like, so I didn't do it this run because I just kind of gave up. But like,
you were really high, because in the previous room when you did the gust, like the diagonal to go up, it you did it really early and you got like loads of vertical momentum and you went high up, and then it screwed up your timing here. But like, yeah, if you see TGH, you literally do it down in the opposite direction. Because this is the movement here. Yeah.
Yeah. Then was there anything else in the dungeon?
I mean, just visual cues or like specific spots that you want to stand.
Yeah, for the mushrooms.
And pulling, as well, the specific spots. Yeah, you were moving around a bunch, which you don't want to do. Like, you just want to stand at a specific lineup with the gust jar so that you jump across as optimally as possible. If you try and like move around a bunch, you can end up missing the spot and then falling into the water. You don't want to do that.
I don't think anything went particularly wrong during the boss fight.
You got the unlucky first cycle jump, which was fine. You dealt with it. I think you were a little bit slow on using the gust jar immediately at the start. I literally mashed gust jar. Like during times where you don't have controls and you want to do something almost instantly, you want to mash. You want to mash unless you know the exact timing to do it. But sometimes I find that too difficult to memorize that and all of the billion other things you have to memorize in the speedrun, so I just mash.
Yeah. What are the odds that you don't get the 4 jumps? Because I didn't get the 4 jumps a while back, and I was like, it just immediately.
It's a 25% chance.
A what?
It's a 25% chance.
25%. It just feels like it never happens.
Yeah. If you watch TGH, they'll show if you're a little bit faster with the gust jar use. Specifically, like, you want to release the gust jar the moment that it stops damaging because it's jumped. You were releasing late, well after it had jumped, and then you didn't have time to start using the gust jar again, so it landed, then started moving before you got the Degusto deployed and started doing damage, and you lose so much time of damaging the boss that it got an extra jump in time because of how much damage was lost. If you do it fast enough, you can do it in 3 jumps instead of 4 or 5.
Just
Four, you can guaranteed get 4 every single time with just okay timing. If you have good timing, you can get 3 jumps.
Okay. Here's fine. I pulled this bomb on a little bit late, but that was because I was a little bit worried about.
You pulled it perfectly fine. You pulled it a little bit.
Oh yeah. Actually,
you're fine. You could have just walked it.
I pulled it too late during practice, actually.
Yeah. No, you were perfectly fine there. You should have. Yeah, you should have just walked it into the thing and damage boosted with it.
Oh, fair. I don't think there's much to talk about here. Yeah, here I just always struggle to like pull out bombs earlier because I'm so worried about getting hit by the Tektites and ruining a bomb.
Yeah, you want a damage boost into there. You're about to heal.
Oh, true. Yeah,
you always damage boost into that.
Yeah.
And you can roll through that Tektite. It doesn't have a chance to jump, and also that bomb, you want to pull it like before the tree, like here, that spot there. You want to pull when you're going around the corner of the tree, and then walk it to there.
That one
is very lenient.
That one I find quite rough because like I last couple of times I pulled it too early, and then the 2 Tektites there, one of them hits me. But yeah, I now I did it a little bit late. I think I like 1 roll earlier or something is probably perfect. No.
You want to do it like if you want to be safe, you pull it on the bottom left corner of the tree, but you can pull it not even in line with the tree, like really far enough. That roll left that you did at the end of that roll, you can pick up there, walk it in, and it will explode as you hit the spot.
So like, right now, the roll that I did right now, or the roll earlier?
No, the roll you did before. At the end of the roll, but on the but above, when you rolled left. At the end of that roll, you can literally pull the bomb there. That's how much time you have there. Like a little bit further. Like if there, you're probably not getting it, but there, yeah, absolutely.
Top left of the tree, right there. Yeah.
Like even just slightly before that point, you can pull the bomb there and you'll get it. Yeah, look how long you're having to wait.
Yeah, it's just I'm so scared of the Tektites to get out of my hand.
Just dodge them.
Okay.
And also, there is a strat that means that you don't even need to worry about timing the bomb, like the shrink with the bomb timing. The moment that you leave the ladder, literally pick up and throw the bomb, walk over, pick up the bomb, walk to the spot, throw it, jump onto the portal and shrink. The bomb's exploded before you shrink, and it's faster than if you just walk the bomb there and throw it.
This is all
And the bomb here, you want to place it at the tree pass, literally in line with the tree.
This one, that tree.
Yeah, there. Yeah, at the end of that second roll, stop, pick up, and you want to throw it into the top right corner. Anywhere horizontally on that top wall that you place it, it will blow up the wall. If you put it on the far right, it will blow up the wall and it won't hit you, so you can actually stand in front of the doorway and just like roll up, and you won't get damage, and you literally have roll speed going towards the loading zone.
That's good. I used to think you couldn't roll there for the SO trigger, but it feels like you can. It's exactly one roll.
You can absolutely. It's extremely lenient. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's one of those spots that I like to just like do a little mash of the like roll to get that in time.
So I saw you do this where you like get rid of that left one first.
That's not a thing. That was literally an accident.
Okay, that was an accident. Okay.
I see you do this almost every single time, and I'm like, oh, you just can use the gust jar before you've changed direction. Don't do it intentionally. There is no
I saw you do it in your PV, and like you did, like you got rid of that left one, and then you positioned yourself, and you got rid of all the other 9.
I was like, Or maybe it was like so insignificant I was like, didn't even comment on it or whatever. But like, no,
like,
you want to stand as close to it as possible and then face down and use a gust jar, and it activates it all instantly. Like, watch TGH do it. It's you'll see.
It's I was watching you and you did that, and I was like, is that how
you
he
can't
got
watch one person's
one?
This is why we're watching lots of people's perspectives. You can't just look at mine, because any mistake that I do, you're going to be like, oh, is that the strat? No, it's literally a mistake. But if you compare it to someone else's run, you can see, oh, that's a mistake, or oh, this person's actually doing something that's just straight up better than this other strat that this other person's doing. Yeah, they were slightly too far right, so they didn't get the instant. But like, if you stand in line with the center of that tile, you use the gust jar, and it just instantly sucks all of the dust off and deploys the portal. Watching TGH do some of the bomb movement there is really helpful as well to see like the right timings.
It's also just practicing that bit on its own.
Yeah, you pulled that way too far. There's a very specific visual cue we use.
I usually try to if I stand.
So you see that where you pause it? That's exactly it. When Link's hat is in line with the middle of that. No, the bit above. There's like that odd-shaped circle mark on the ground, right where the bright bit of Link's hat is. In the middle of that, when Link's hat gets to that point, you can release at that point.
Okay.
It's very lenient, but like, yeah, that's the point that we use as visual cue.
But just practicing the bombs without like having the knowledge of, oh, if I use too many bombs, my entire route is messed up, is also probably good to do once, because like right now I'm worried about like pulling bombs out early, because I'm worried like that I won't have enough bombs later on. So just practicing it on its own without results for a run would also be good.
Did you hit the tornado in that previous one?
I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you can ignore you can avoid the tornado.
Yeah, I struggle with
that strat is very specific. You just hold left. Yeah.
Wait.
Okay,
wait. I hold up left.
Okay, so
I guess
it's not just hold left. You want to hold left until Link is literally moving only to the left, and then you just slightly tap up until you notice Link start moving up a small amount, and then you press and hold left so that Link starts moving in a straight line, and you literally only want to adjust a pixel or two up, and then you'll glide and land instead of going through the tornado.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's don't go up as much.
Yeah. If you watch, what as Beaky mentioned, one isn't enough. It has to be slightly more. I think you pretty much two is good enough.
Let's see.
There you want to be in line with. You see that there's like 3 rows of grass at the bottom. You want to be in line with the top row of the bushes, like the third from the bottom, pretty much in line with the middle of that.
Just so that we're,
so about a tile above where you were, you can stand, and it won't deactivate the scrub.
Right.
Like yeah.
We didn't get hit by like any boulders, I feel like. That was nice.
So yeah, I feel like that whole section was literally just like, oh, that thing that you're kind of like doing just by feel. We literally have defined metrics of like, oh, do it in line with this and it always works or whatever. And when you see people do some like crazy precise like line up or whatever, and it's like, oh, how did they get through that so like cleanly or whatever? It's like they're doing a strat that literally has been figured out and practiced and replicated dozens of times. Oh yeah, absolutely. You didn't need to release early. That wasn't hitting you.
Yeah.
It landed and it didn't hit you. You did release too late, so it would have hit you, but it didn't because it wasn't in line with you.
It didn't even hit me. Watching it back, it's so obvious that it wouldn't hit me.
Tektites look bigger than their hitbox, so yeah, you just have to get used to that. That like their legs can overlap with you and they won't hit you or whatever. But like it lands.
So far down still. Like watching it back, it feels so obvious that he's not going to hit. But like, look at that.
Yeah. You just have to be brave. I can't tell you how many times I've gone through that room, and I'm like, I don't know how I wasn't hit.
This is still the funniest animation.
You just need to assume that they're not going to hit you. That you just have to make that assumption. They're not going to hit me. I'm going to be fine, and keep doing that.
Yeah. Such a time loss.
Because it is literally the case that they with the right alignment that you do, the right position that you enter the room, and the right movement that you do, the Tektite cannot hit you. 100%. Like, we literally do the room like that. So the Tektite cannot hit you. You never need to worry about the Tektite. It's only the P-hat. The P-hat's the only thing that can hit you, and you have to pay attention to. Yeah, and the P-hat doesn't aggro you whilst you're pulling the mushroom, as PQ points out. It literally has to RNG like drift into you, and that's so unlucky if that happens.
Huh. Yeah, at this point, there's not much to discuss.
The bot pushing, you really don't need to point anything out. Yeah, you just push the pot.
Oh yeah, push the pot. Yeah.
Pushing the pot is a setup. It literally gets you to exactly the same vertical height so that you can pull the Gustia out and then move to the right, and it lines you up with the with the mushroom and the Helmosaur, so that you get pulled across by the mushrooms and kill the Helmosaur simultaneously, so it's never in the way. And then when you land on the other side, you don't have to contend with trying to dodge the Helmosaur. It's dead.
And not much to say here.
Yeah. The one thing I would say with that, the room with the Moldozers is if you're low on health, don't try and like skirt the edge of the room. Even where you were going there, that was a little bit risky. You want to go perfectly in the center of the room and roll through the enemies that you can see. If you ever go underneath the leaves, there could be an enemy there that you can't see, and you literally just hit it and die, especially if you're one hit away from death. Don't go to the middle of the don't go to the edges. Stay in the middle where you can see every inch of where you're moving.
This room was just a disaster. Oh no, wait, this time it was fine. It was in my practice, it was a disaster. It was cute that the 3 bombs exploded.
Yeah. We didn't really mention like menuing at all, but like one of the things that you practice is muscle memory for menus for specific rooms. So you're always going to have your cursor on a certain spot in the menu every single time you come into a room, which means that you can be blindfolded and you literally just like pause, do the button inputs, unpause, and you'll do the equip. You shouldn't have to be looking at the items that you want to equip. It should just be reflex.
Yeah.
When you see people with really fast menus that are doing it lightning fast in a blur, and you're like, I didn't even see what you equipped. It's like, yeah, neither did they. It's just input. It's just reflex. It's just muscle memory.
During this room, you were talking about hitting one of the bombs with a sword. Is that the right one or the left one?
That bomb that you just rolled through, that one. You want to hit that, because then it will run around and kill itself.
For on the way back.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's that one.
Because, yeah, you had to sword slash it on the way back. This room was great.
Yeah, this one
that's exactly what you want.
Fine.
Oh, I didn't notice you missed the Helmosaur shot. You want to fire the Helmosaur into the other into one of the other ones, and it kills one other. It won't get a double kill with a projectile or whatever.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Okay, so here, hold up right, and as I mentioned, look at the R button whilst you're shrinking. You literally just hold up right and look. And it's the moment that you see it change text, then you can press R and start rolling.
Usually I don't have it happen in that room. Usually I have it happen with in the room with the minecart. That's the classic one where it always happens.
But that lets you know like exactly the point that you can do the roll though. So like you're not rolling way later than you need to, because you could have rolled early, but you're delaying it too much because you're scared about the portal. That's literally the defining marker. You do it on the frame after that the text changes, and you won't shrink. You do it on the frame before, you will shrink. It's literally that's a perfect visual cue for it.
It's so easy, but like I feel like the annoying part with it is that like it's so out of the way of where you're normally looking, because normally I have my eyes around Link, and this is just all the way in the top right.
Yeah, you need to train where you look at the screen. Like there are certain screen transitions you do where you literally train yourself to be like, I have to look at this spot because I'm looking for that enemy to be doing a certain action. That's how you have perfect reactions to how enemies move or whatever. Whilst we're, sat idling doing something, there is never a point of rest in the run. You're kind of like looking for the next thing.
I try to enter the tornado with a direction of going from left to right, but I think
as
I
a
went...
setup.
Yeah.
I don't think you were far enough to the left initially.
When I jump off already.
And then you started moving to the right too early. If you go... I mean, have a look at TGH when they do it. There's a lot of sections of TGH's run that's really important to watch through here. Not so if we want to no. Yeah, there's lots of stuff earlier on in the run that we're gonna want to take a look at. But yeah, literally align the shadow with the edge of the shore there, and then you're looking for a specific spot on the ground where you then start holding right. So you go to like here, go straight down, and there's a little notch in the thing that you start holding right at, and then you'll hit the tornado just after you've direction. I
see.
Your facing direction switches.
Yeah, I saw Vicky do that this morning. I was like, how?
It's all visual cues. It's literally knowing that's the spot that you look at, go to there, and then when that happens, change the inputs to this input. That's all we do. That's literally the speedrun. It's learn all of these visual cues that you go to that point, change inputs to this, go to that point, change it to that input, and you complete the entire run. There's very few improv sections of you have to figure out. Like especially here in Cave of Flames, like a lot of Chrono, a lot of Cave of Flames are these like, and Deepwood as well. It's like these hard visual cues. You literally just like do one thing after the other, and it's very scripted. The only improv-y stuff is like, oh, there's an enemy and you need to react to its movement. But it's kind of a binary. Like, is the enemy in the way or is it not in the way? If it's in the way, you do this thing. If it's not in the way, you do that thing. So it's only a very small branching path that comes back to the center to the same thing every time. But yeah, as Pete said, this is why Dark Maze in Temple of Droplets is the worst. It is full improv. Enemies completely change everything. There is no setups that like all of this stuff that I'm talking about. I was like, oh yeah, you do this thing like up to this point, do that. You can't do that in Temple of Droplets. You have to just get good. It's like just do it enough times until you're good enough at it.
It's the mini boss fight here. Lost a lot of time, but I was just I've done that. I don't know. It's literally I do that thing 10 times perfect in practice, and then you do it during a run, and it's just okay. What I'm wondering about is this room. I always feel like this room just goes absolutely like haywire. I
would have thrown the top one straight down.
Because today refresh.
As soon as you picked up that top one, just throw it straight down into the bottom roller bite, and it would have made.
Oh, then I don't even have to hit the bottom one.
You don't even need to spot hit it. Yeah.
Back.
If you watch TGH, I'm pretty sure they do that. They'll just like throw it into that guy, and then you just throw them all sequentially.
Does their stun timer refresh if you throw them? Because like this guy's knocked down. If I throw him down, does he stay down longer, or does he still get up like really early?
The top three are all on the same down timer, so you just need to make sure that the one you're going to hit next is the is the last one that you throw in. I don't know how good this fight is. Oh, they even just go down and sword slash it. Yeah.
I mean, it's an old one.
I'm not too sure about that. It seems a little bit slower because of the extra sword slashes and the knockback. You get really pushed into the corner.
Pick that one up.
You don't want to have to be trying to dodge roller bites.
It went absolutely terrible this time. Look at what's going on. It went so bad.
Okay, yeah. So really, ideally, one of the roller bites is close to the closest hole, and you don't throw one into that closest hole. When you're throwing them at the other holes, like when you throw roller bites over other roller bites, sometimes they get hit. So like you'll hit that one and it'll get knocked into the hole or whatever.
I don't think stuff went wrong here, but it was just silly mistakes.
Yeah, this is fine. Not something for you, but like for other people, it's important to try and step onto the moving platforms later than earlier. You don't want to step onto it at the moment that you can. Like give it like a second, or not even a full second, but like just like give it that like half second delay and then step onto it. And it helps with the platforms not dying before you move to off to the next thing. When you jump out that hole, jump up. Don't jump to the right, because then you're facing the thing, and you can just cane shoot the. Yeah, here, just jump up, cane shoot, the whole thing. You don't need to go right and around and stuff.
So there we go. This.
I mean, in that previous room, you literally it was just a misaimed cane shot. There's not really much more to say.
You have a tutorial on flying yet, or?
So in the previous room, like gliding, in this room it doesn't matter because it's an auto scroller. In the previous room, though, there is a time save. When you were gliding, you can you change direction to face left, and then you have to wait to change fully. Your direction only changes when you fully gain momentum only in that direction. So like if you're to face left, you have to fully change movement direction to face left. And then to face down again, you have to fully change your gliding momentum to face down. This is how gliding works. Link basically has like a vector, an arrow that's pointing at his current like movement direction. If you press nothing, you'll keep gliding in a straight and level path, like with no alterations. But when you press a direction, all it's doing is it's turning this arrow to point in a different direction. So you can turn it a little bit and then stop, and then you'll start gliding in that new direction.
I see. So just hold it a little bit till you have the right diagonal corner, and then just let go of the controls.
Yeah, so when you jump into the tornado, it's pointed perfectly down. If you hold left, it's going to rotate the arrow so that it's pointing to the left. I think my camera's mirrored. So it's going to point to the left. The moment this arrow points fully to the left, you get a facing direction switch. If you are 1 degree off, you don't get direction facing switch, but you're still basically moving completely sideways to the left, but you're facing down. So you can do that to glide over to the side and then land instantly, because you're not having to direction change switch to the left. Because if you do it and you're facing, if you got the arrow pointed to the left when your directions change, you then need to wait for it to turn all the way to point down to get a direction switch to face down to be able to face down. That's pretty slow.
Yeah.
Holding neutral doesn't reset it to cardinal. No, it doesn't. You literally like you start gliding diagonally and let go. You'll keep going diagonally. Yeah.
I think this boss fight went decently well. It's been better than in the past at least, so that's for sure.
Yeah, that room is basically the only room that it saves time in. You can do it in the big lava basement room, but you're on a fixed cycle anyway. You can't go fast enough to hit a cycle earlier anyway, so it's nothing important. I tried testing it and you're still way too far off. It's not even close, so yeah, I don't think there was really too much to say about Glee Rock. That was a pretty decent fight.
Yeah, where's... This all is not much. This fight went well.
Yeah, that fight was good. Oh yeah, when you're climbing down Krenel, there were like a couple things.
Okay.
Yeah. So from the moment that you started the jumping down here, oh yeah, I think this room was fine. Yeah, you just roll that. Yeah, that's fine. You can do diagonal or that movement. It's both are basically equal. Here, you want to roll down and really hug the bottom wall, and then you don't hit the tornado, and then you cane shoot the
instead of
the rock instead of carrying it.
But then I don't get my 1 in a million bomb drops.
I mean, if you cane shoot it, it literally breaks as like you're about to do the jump, so you do get the item.
So it's literally just cane and hug the bottom wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that. Yeah, that's all good. This
fight was good. Cutscene time. More
yeah, did you start charging your sword instantly as soon as you enter that room?
This one. I think I did.
Yeah, like the moment you exit the stairs, you just like sword slash. I thought you did. So I'm just pointing that out just in case. Yeah, it was pretty much straight away. Yeah, and then bottom to top, you want Link to be closest to the your destination. So it doesn't just apply there. There's so many cloning sections that we do that it's like you just need to think, where do I want Link to be? You start cloning away from that, and then you go closer. So that Link is the closest to the thing. That's the way I like to think of it.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to move to the left, I start from the right and go left.
That guy was super unlucky.
That sucked. Yeah. Not really much you could have done there other than go around the tree. I don't know. I would have still tried to roll through him. Yeah.
Yeah. Not much to say here.
Oh yeah, in town there's a different way you can go through.
Oh right, yeah, no, there was. So you go right, so nearly there.
No, you one more roll up here and then you roll right below
in
the
front of this mini game shop.
Yeah, you roll right to the well, and then you roll up, and there's another staircase that you can go up. You come out on the here below the wall. That's where that ladder is. Below that, you come out to the right.
The mayor's office.
Yeah, you see that you get where you're coming in. You're slightly further up than you could have arrived if you go the other way. It's an extra tile or so of difference. That's why it's literally one tile of difference. But
yeah,
you should just go for it because it's faster. So if you hug the bottom wall and roll right, you won't take damage.
Yeah. I should do it really
during the bomb explosion.
This I did actually equip Kane this time, so that's good. Normally I forget to equip Kane there. Yeah, this bush. You told me at some point a sword slash was faster, but it's
that's
not
perfect.
Okay. Yeah. I was
The
gonna
sword
say, like,
slash is faster, but you don't have the sword equipped.
yeah.
The sword slash is 15 frames. It's half the length of time a cane shot. The cane shot is 30 frames. It's half a second. Picking up and throwing is 40 frames or it's 45. I can't remember if it's 40 or 45. But it's slower than doing a cane shot. Again, like these are 10 frames that we're talking about, but you should still do it. There's no point in doing something that's slower for no reason.
Yeah.
Spice is like, oh, it's only 10 frames. Why should I care? But if you get 50 10 frame time saves for free without having to think about it, that's I can't do. Why am I making myself do arithmetic?
That
is 500 frames, which is 8 seconds. Do you want 8 seconds of time save?
Hey. This, I feel like Swamp went pretty. The fight went a little bit
I would have
long.
dashed a little bit further to the left, and then you roll up to the flower bit in the middle, where the key is, and then you do one slash on the thing there, and then roll up into the
This fight was awkward, but I think I recovered.
I think the boot bonk was a little bit late.
The recovery was fine because he did a dash, I guess, but if he didn't do a dash, it would have been more of a problem.
You were a bit late on opening the chest. You can literally just sit there mashing A and up and R. So like the instant the chest spawns, you just open it instantly. But yeah, that was the problem. You were too high up. You want to be hugging the wall.
When before boots.
You were before you did the boots, you were too high up. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hug the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's literally why you didn't get put behind it. Right. If you're right in line with the wall when you do that, you land on it and kind of get put to the side instead of in front, and then you can hit it. Whereas if you get put in front, it's just going to block everything you do, and there's nothing you can do about it. Whereas at least if it does that action, you get to do 2 hits, then you get to, if it does that again, well, you kill it because you've done half the damage you need to do to it.
This fight went really. They were really nice here.
Very minor nitpick with the lily pad. You want to bottle whilst the lily pad's moving because some sections of the bottle animation, the lily pad's moving whilst it's happening, so you're getting free movement. Whereas if you do it initially, you're not moving.
That's why you did that. I noticed that in your PB, but I wasn't sure if there was actually a reason or if you just forgot or something. This lineup was
that was fantastic.
Like what?
Yeah, that was an all in the same corner. Yeah. Yeah, people dream of a fight like that. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah.
And the hard drop on top of it. Holy old moly.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, I don't know what it is. For some reason, I can not roll through this guy, but I can perfectly roll through the other one.
You're really far away.
Is that it?
That's why. Yeah, you're extremely far away.
I guess I am.
Like, go right next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your hits. The end of your roll is like right as you hit it, so you don't have the immunity frames anymore. It's literally just being too far away.
That would explain why it's consistently that guy that I can't roll through. With these,
you don't need to worry about. I don't know if it was the puddle, but like, yeah, you just stand next to him and then. Well, not like don't push against him because then when the moment he wakes up, he'll just like damage you back. But stand 1 tile away. You were 2 or more. You just
yeah.
You stand so much closer.
with these bridges, I was told to just hold boots and not press any direction, but sometimes I still feel like some bridges like.
So here you roll left and then boot dash down, and then you only need to do one boot dash.
Yeah.
And you boot dash through the whole thing. Yeah. I'm certain TGH does it, so yeah. Have a look at TGH.
Here we are.
Oh, we're skipping so much. Yeah, here you hold right, just to brush to skip around that corner. That's the only time you want to hold right.
He literally does it all in one boot stash.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Wow. Okay. He doesn't boots here? Oh.
Yeah, you boot dash to the right and then, yeah, like that. Perfect lineup. You're doing it exactly to a spike bush. And then here you boot dash along, roll up, roll right, roll down at that specific timing. And yeah, here, hold down left. You can let go of diagonal. I think at that time we didn't even know about that, but yeah, they did the menu to equip the sword. It was extremely fast. You basically didn't see it, but yeah, you literally just do pause, aid, pause. That timing.
His menuing is crazy.
Yeah. So you saw the lineup that they did to do the swamp movement. It's literally dash to a specific like spot by the thorns and then dash across, and you do it in 2 instead of having to do 3. 3 it's just slow.
This is fine. This is fine.
I'm pretty sure it's faster to roll in the cave instead of boot dashing.
Wait, did I boot dash here?
You did a boot dash down to exit the cave.
I mean, I guess it is.
Yeah, it's two rolls, so it's just faster to roll instead of dashing.
Over here.
Yeah, that's all good.
I don't think like anything particularly went wrong here, right?
It's just minor nitpicks in terms of movement, of like rolling one way then the other is faster than rolling the other way, because you're not having to go around a corner. Yeah,
I got distracted here by the alarm.
You got distracted.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you want to boot dash before, like there's so much detail that you can go into as late as literally just faster to do these things. Yeah, there, boot dash and hold drifting up, and then roll upwards in line with the ladder. Sometimes I feel like it's so much better to learn the run literally following the scripted route of like do this, do that, do that, and then you never learn any bad muscle memory in terms of like going other ways or whatever, and you never do any of that, and you never lose time doing those other things that we know are slower.
It probably really is, because Mugo's like catching up really fast to me.
The next generation of runners is always, you know, on the shoulders of everyone who came before. They have so much advantages in terms of learning than anyone who's been around for a while.
This one pretty fine.
Yeah, that was good. Like honestly, if you get a fight like this, you're not complaining. Yeah.
Then here I should have gone left first. Straight up should have gone left first. But
yeah, roll in all of these rooms. None of these rooms are faster to dash in. Yeah, you hesitated there, and that caused you to get stacked. You literally hold diagonal, exiting the staircase, and then roll once you get past the corner of the hole. That's all you need to do, and you will get through without getting zapped.
We were on half a heart here. I could have died so easily here.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah, this guy.
Yeah, this fight. Yeah, sword. Yeah, pick up the skull Yeah, you should have got knocked it down there. You got so lucky.
That happened in one of my previous runs.
Unbelievably lucky. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's incredibly common to get knocked down if you go to the bottom left. Never do that. It's a cardinal sin. Do not do that ever.
Yeah.
If you're going to kill the Stalfos, throw the skull at it from the right-hand side, and then do 2 sword slashes. And with a second sword slash, you literally just hold it. That is a room. I have a save state for it. It's in the save state. Literally do it 10 times in a row. That's your homework. Do that room 10 times in a row, doing the kill strat.
Well, I used to kill him, but then
you'll never do anything else ever again.
I used to kill him, but then I thought like not because what I used to do was I make the 2 white clones. So I go in the room, break the 2 skulls, use both skulls to kill him. So not skull 2 sword slash, but skull, and then I make the long clones, and then in your PP and stuff you make the shorter clones. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm doing the shorter clones.
Yeah, you don't need to smash the right skull, but
yeah, but I still need to kill him.
We're only moving the skull not to make it faster to create clones, to kill the Armos, because throwing a skull does more damage than our sword slash. It takes 4 sword slashes to kill, but if we throw a skull, then we kill it in 2.
Yeah, I don't know why I stopped killing him, just because I didn't grab the second skull.
There is only one strat to go for that involves not killing him, and it's not worth it. Don't.
It's not this.
No, it's only worth it because you're charging clones from the beginning of the room, so that you literally hit the thing immediately and create clones instantly. And the spin attack from creating the clones kills the Armos. That's why you go for it. But no, it relies on the Armos moving randomly in the correct direction, and if it can just move the wrong direction and kill and hit you whilst you're trying to create clones and cancel your thing, and then you have to.
So in this room, did I
do it again? Yeah, don't create it before. Don't charge before you enter the room. Enter the room, roll left, charge from that point. But you have enough time, because you don't need to fully charge the bar. You just need to get the spin ready.
No,
not creating coins.
So I guess it's just a practice thing, because I was watching this bit of your run, and I had Inku in chat, and Inku was like,
yeah,
aren't you supposed to charge before? Because then we were unsure, because you did indeed in your run, you rolled left and did this.
Yeah, I had a really good fight in my run. That was a good.
You were about to have the perfect fight, but then he
literally hit me I did the spin release perfect. It span, and for some reason I got hit when they landed on the sword. I was so confused. It was absolutely perfect. But if you, I'm sure TGH doesn't get a good fight there from what I remember.
Because we were unsure when we were discussing that when we were fault reviewing you, because
TGH is showing the crazy Armos strat here. Don't go for this.
Oh my gosh, what?
It literally relies on the Armos going in the right direction. It's not worth it. No one does this anymore. It's too unreliable.
Wait. Oh, he did left side first, right? Okay.
But yeah, because you should always do left side first. Yeah. There's no downside to.
Here we were there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what you should do. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
You had the perfect setup, but then we were unsure, and then, so I tried what you did in a run, and it went terribly wrong. And so I was like, okay, I'll try what Inku said, and then it kind of worked. So I was like, let's try that again.
It's just slower. It's literally exactly the same. It's just slower.
Yeah. When I tried it, because if you do the setup, is it guaranteed that all 4 of them always jump, or is it just random? No, it's random.
It's like you are hoping that they all jump at you at the same time, but the movement they head off with immediately at the start of the fight is determined by RNG. You can't control that.
Yeah.
If you get lucky, all 4 of them will jump, land, and get hit and killed by the spin attack. If you're you really shouldn't have them hit you if you're doing it right. I don't think I moved enough when I released my spin, but I thought I was gonna get the perfect fight anyway. So I was hoping for good RNG and didn't get it, and that caused me to lose a lot of time. But I could have taken it like a little bit safer, and I would have probably killed 3 of them, and then just finished off the last one with my sword slashes, and it would have been fine. So it was me being slightly too greedy. I just had to deal with it.
My earbuds died for a second, but they're back. They're back. It's the stupid thing where like if oh did it also die for two? I don't know. My earbuds have an interaction with the OBS. Yeah. No. It's because of my earbuds. But you should be back now.
Okay, there we go. Hello.
My earbuds have a weird interaction where, like, so I was charging one of them because one of them was almost empty, and then I grabbed the second one, and they somehow disconnect, and somehow that refreshes all my audio inputs on OBS. I need to get new earbuds.
Great, yeah.
But
I don't know when I cut off.
Yeah, we were talking about that, like, in your run. It was weird because you got hit too early, and you thought you weren't moving fast. You didn't move fast enough to get hit.
Okay, yeah, it's literally I was being slightly too greedy. Yeah, I was just trying to spin quicker. That was literally it.
Yeah.
If I was being safer, and I should have been, I would have walked like ever so slightly further, like literally 2 pixels further, and then released, and they would have been fine.
I think this room went fine for once.
Yeah, that room was good.
Got extra hearts. This is so. I just need to. At what point do I equip boots here?
After you finished your clones.
Okay, so after I finish clones, I just
because you don't need the sword after that point, and then you can use the boots for the rest of the rooms.
Yeah,
like all of these rooms, you get some minor time saves with the boots. But really, the biggest time save just comes from bow cancelling. Like, you want to boot dash through here, it's faster to do that. And in these, you save like a second.
Yeah, I need to learn the bow cancelling.
And then it also saves a menu, because here you can just boot bonk, and then you menu for sword and bombs.
Yeah.
Roll through these instead of boot dashing. It's faster, and you take the same amount of damage. I think boot dashing you take more because you kind of like you're in the same spot, whereas if you roll, you're moving through them, so you only get hit once. Whereas boots, you have a chance of getting hit twice.
The reason why I liked boots at some point was because you didn't get knocked back, but it doesn't seem that much worth it. And then.
But you're stationary for so long. The distance isn't long enough. Yeah,
here I need to learn the setup.
The boot strat is a very specific. Yeah. Like watch TGH do this room. I'm certain that they do the strat. But yeah, you can watch them do the boot. Yeah, all of this section you'll be able to watch them do the boots and bow.
All right. So boots. Oh.
This is why I tell you about horizontal arrow shots. They were all clumped up, and it missed all of them. The hitbox is rubbish.
It did just go through all of them.
Yeah, literally, you want to be above a blow. But yeah, if you do this, I don't know how this missed. Yeah, because it swung round to the right. I think it's because it must have been because he boot dashed too far right. So that when it aggroed, it saw that TGH was further to the right, so it swung around to the right to try and like get to him. Like if he I don't know. It's a real tricky room. Is it? Honestly, I'm gonna chalk this up to he got screwed by RNG. Yeah, I'm not too sure now. Yeah, that was extremely unlucky. I do not see that happen like ever.
Is it just me or does TGH also play on low brightness? Because look at the color differences between the. I know he plays on different.
It's GBI. GBI is weird. GBI has specific output palette things that you can adjust, and it's different. It's not the bright dark things that they're adjusting.
I got the right clones here. I just was dabbing for a second because it did differently than normal. Then
you're on a cycle in that room, so really everything you normally do is like with very very tight timings. But
I was really worried about this hand position for a second, but then they opened up.
Yeah, you can just roll right through them. This is the worst hand to get grabbed because you lose so much time. It's like a minute, and
I also really want to practice this boss fight because when I see you guys do it, like you pull out arrows and you do crazy stuff, and I'm just here like,
you look so hesitant here, and you know, like facing the wrong direction. Yeah, like
it's the wrong direction. It's just straight up controller.
You want to have the equips done before you enter the fight because when at literally the beginning of the fight. You hold right and you're mashing roll so that at the beginning of the fight you roll right and then you hold up so that at the end of the roll you face up and then you tap low. That's the opener for the fight. And you always hit the hand perfectly. You can do it blindfolded. It's exact every single time. And that sets up the rest of the fight. But yeah, you were delayed, you were hesitant, you missed the hand like started moving, and then it goes bad from there. Practicing the fight from a save state will just drill that muscle memory into you so that you don't even need to think about it in a run. You automatically just don't lose that time. Yeah. One of the worst things to do is to slash something that is down right of Link because of Link's facing directions when he's sword slashing. If you slash facing down, Link's sword appears on his right and then swings down, like and then to the left. His right hand side, but it's on the left. If we're looking at Link, it's on the left hand side of Link when he's slashing down. If he's slashing to the right, it's on the top and it slashes like down. If he faces left, it's on the top and slashes down. And if you're facing up, it's to the right and slashes up. And it means that if you want to hit something to the bottom right of you, you have to either slash right and it's at the end of the slash that you're hitting it, or you slash down and it's at the end of the slash. Every other direction, there's a direction you can face and slash, so that like the very beginning of the slash is having the sword hitbox over the thing. So yeah, just like universally, generally across the whole game, never stand up left of something you want to slash. Stand any position, but do not stand top left of it. Like, do not slash down right. It's slow and bad.
I think book quest went relatively well. Oh no, movement here. You were saying
so book dash straight down, and you dash until you're past the house. Yeah, you stopped early to go around the house.
Why did I do that?
Yeah, you just dash and then you just roll in from the house and then dash straight down here like that. Yeah.
Well,
then that's fine. Yeah, roll up to the thing. I think you were just like thinking too much about all of the stuff going on instead of just muscle memorying. This needs to this is all like just
talk to the dog.
Practice this enough until you're comfortable with not even thinking about this stuff. Yeah. there's a lot of minor things like you can do. Like there's certain specific movements like we talked about with Cave of Flames, like look at this visual cue when you get to this spot, press this button and stuff like that. And it'll massively speed up all of this stuff and make it super consistent, and you don't even need to think about it. Because it's like going into the room, you know, oh yeah, that's the visual cue that I need to be like going for, because when you learn it, you practice it 10 times and build in that muscle memory instead of just hearing it offhand from someone else. Like that's always the best thing. Whenever you learn something, you have it. This is why what we're doing tomorrow with all the practice and everything is when you're learning from the coach, you're literally just going to burn that muscle memory in from them by doing that room 10 times over, and then you'll never do it any other way. You always do it the fastest way and save time.
I hope you're ready for it, Spankif.
Oh yeah, I've already figured out all the stuff we're practicing. I've seen their runs.
Nice. Oh, Spankif's actually live now as well.
Yeah, I'll
So...
Yeah, they said they wanted to do a run, so they're doing one right now. I will also review that and check.
Then here I had to do one gust instead of using it for longer. Yeah.
There's a specific spot that you stand and you literally just tap the gust. You don't even hold it.
I think...
Minor thing is like you can do diagonal movement to kind of like brush the corner, and like the clones look like they're going to die for a split second, but it's completely fine. Yeah. If you watch TGH, I'm sure they do that, and you'll see. I don't know if we want to be watching more of TGH. I
mean,
yeah, further back. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's all.
No, we were
it's
there.
this, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, it's further ahead.
I'll also keep a little bit eye on time, considering it's already 10 past 10.
Yeah, I don't know how long we want to go, or if we want to just skip past those and stuff and get to like really important stuff.
Alright, just...
But yeah, you literally equip in the middle of the blast.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't get how he menus so fast. It's actually...
Yeah, and watch the movement there.
Oh, yeah. He actually...
Yeah, it's
his
diagonal
clones
movements.
don't even look like they disappear.
Yeah, they don't even, like, it's super lenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like you're timing like the diagonal movement so that like you're not even stopping at any of the walls. You are moving perfect flow to the right and just adjust up and down so that you just glide past everything.
Then this...
Yeah, this
I should have rolled here more in this section.
Yeah,
I should have rolled more.
You basically never want to boot dash here. You just want to do roll all the way until you buy that octo, and then you dash right here. That's the only bit that you dash. Yeah. Roll here, dash here, and then roll right here.
Yeah.
I think your misuse was fine. I don't know if you started too far left and wanted to right. I think he looked fine. Did you go to the rightmost? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Then before the save quit, you grab Kane and.
This was all great. You did the right timing.
This was that happened.
Yeah, roll against the thing. Also, that was found after TGH did their run, so they won't do this. And roll straight into the corner. Ocarina, when you play the Ocarina, hold left and like start rolling so that you get grabbed by the bird faster.
The bird halfway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't wait for it to come to you.
But then I have a second of relaxing.
You can just you can sleep during every screen transition.
True.
At like 40 frames. Plenty of time.
So here, this.
Yeah.
So here
I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, they split up, and I was like, okay, that guy's great. Excellent. You can kill this guy. Roll down twice, and then like either roll left or walk left, and sword slash him, and he'll just go and die.
So that's what I was thinking as well, but then I started doubting it when, like, here he goes up. So I thought at this point I thought it was too late.
Slash it, and then you get like 2 hits.
So go above him and then knock him down. And
then, like it was.
I just went down, too far down.
Yeah, just sword slash it. Yeah.
I think the recovery was still fine, but yeah, it could have been faster.
Yeah, it was fine. You got hit, that's all.
I'm surprised
it didn't matter because you were going to get the health after anyway, so yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't pick up that Kinstone. That looked like I was going to pick that up.
Yeah, Kinstone hitboxes are tiny, so they are literally like 3x3 pixels. They are dots.
This is fine. Anything in this dungeon that you specifically remember, or should we just go for the inside?
The beginning here, all of this is very scripted movement. Like when you fall down, you want to fall down top left, and you want to hold up left as soon as you fall, and then you hit the ESLO trigger. And when you hit the ESLO trigger, you're holding left, and it brushes you against the corner perfectly. It's this movement just completely simplifies all of that, makes it super fast, and you don't need to worry about tricky ice physics because you just get lined up perfectly with everything.
A little bit. Oh, that was a little bit too far.
Yeah.
So we start bootsing here. Go top left, top right. I mean.
Yeah, so you have to push this, but then when you fall forward the top left. So yeah, when you walk when you get up the top of the stairs, you walk a little bit left and roll. Basically, just kind of roll through this guy, and then you go top left. TGH goes a little bit closer, but yeah, they do a little bit differently where they stop. But the way I do it with falling the top left makes it completely free because you hold up left and you literally get stopped on the corner of the ice block, and when you hold left you brush around the corner. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, remember how many times you go through here? I look at my key count. If you have a key, don't fall. That's like what I remember. But like, yeah, it can be tricky to remember. We all have
these weird quirks where we
top right. And then you boot dash right immediately and drift up, and you slide around those corners. Yeah. And then you 2 to the left, 1 down, and then you do that way, up, left. And there's a better flow to this, so it ends up being more optimal. Yeah, ice physics are just tricky, and you just have to practice them. Some tips are when you're approaching the corner of like a block or an object or something, let go and then let Link slide around it. If you're holding a direction when you hit the corner, if your subpixels are wrong, you get trapped into the corner and start like walking directly into the corner. It's rubbish, and you get pinned in place. However, your ice momentum keeps building up because you're holding directions, and then when you let go, you like start sliding massively, like with loads of speed away from the corner, and you're like, "What? I thought I was stuck. I wasn't moving, and now I've got max speed and sliding away." Yeah.
Yeah. So. This was that room.
Yeah, the lily pads, I believe is what's up next.
Already...
Oh yeah, and the whole go underwater when you're riding the waterfall. Yeah,
and it skips that.
Just go underwater. Yeah. It's that simple. It just saves time.
Then lily pad, it just no diagonal.
Yeah, so here you did 2 or like 3 up and then 1 to the left, and I can't explain to you like why specific movement does bad actions. All I can say is that certain movement patterns just result in bad things, so we don't do them. We do the movement that we do intentionally, very specifically, because it is the fastest, and if you do anything slightly different, it can just lose you loads of time for no reason.
It feels
And you're like, oh,
like
that doesn't make any sense. Sorry, it doesn't make any sense, but
leafing feels very similar to the boots not like bonking if you diagonally screen transition. So I feel like I shouldn't go diagonally with the leaf.
There, you have to do 4 to the side and then 1 up instead of 3. Trust me, you'll never miss the corner or whatever, but yeah, you want to do 4. And it helps you out there. All of that lily pad basement, there's a specific number of lily pad blasts that you do, and you just memorize and you just count. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. It just saves you time, and there's... Do you need to know more? Do this, it saves you time. But why? I don't know, sorry.
Yeah, I missed one hit there.
Slash stabs?
Yeah.
When an enemy isn't against a wall, slash stab, you get less knockback momentum, so that or it gets knocked less far away from you, so you can hit it more often and kill it faster. But if it's against a wall, just mash, because the sword does more damage than the stab does. I thought that was all good. Yep.
Yeah, the big octo, the idea was there. It just was a while since I executed it properly. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was it was supposed to jump to the top.
Yeah, you rolled well after it became vulnerable.
Yeah, this was a mess, but like,
so
even the 2 other phases were better than the first cycle.
The octo the blue shoe has 3 or 4 timings that it can delay before it does its jump. So there are basically 3 or 4 outcomes for what can happen at the beginning of the fight. So you should expect it to start, like, to jump and land at very specific times, but also the electric is on a fixed timer. You should know exactly the moment that the lightning stops, and get used to that and have like an intuition for when it's about to.
Why did he go so far to the left there? I thought he like always tried to stay in the middle if he could.
No, he always goes for you.
Like, I'm in the middle, look how far he goes.
Yes, because it doesn't update its knowledge for where Link is continuously. It does it at specific times, and it's every... uh, 128 frames, I want to say, which is over 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So it will just run off to the side for a little bit and then start chasing back after you, because it's chasing the shadow of where you used to be.
This was okay.
Yeah.
It's too much sword slash.
Yeah, try and be a bit more patient with sword slashing the when it fires the horn, so that doesn't happen. It's fine to be that aggressive when it's that low on health. You know that you're going to kill it no matter. So yeah, you know, slash it immediately. It returns its horn instantly, but it's dead. So who cares? I would have rolled up through that blue Moldoza. This guy was rude. He shouldn't have grabbed you. But also, I think you could have brushed down right and picked up the pop from the brush, like touching the bottom wall, and it wouldn't have hit you. But I don't know. That guy was on the corner. You didn't want to go left, but were you dodging anything, or was it you went the wrong way?
Here? Here I got confused because for some reason my brain was like, oh, I was already near the bottom, near the bomb wall, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here I should have gone to light the lantern.
There was turn brain off moment. It's like, oh, great, peace. I don't need to think. No, the game is.
After I reviewed your PB, I started picking that up, but it's not in my core muscle memory yet.
Yeah.
Immediately after I picked it up from doing that for your run, I would like light the torch, do that other room, and then go back to the torch a second time. I was like, oh wait, it's already lit.
But yeah, glitchless is a more endurance category, and
this room is just...
there is just so much to the run as well. Like in terms of memorizing everything, it's almost impossible to play through the entire run perfectly with no mistakes. You literally saw it from TGH at the beginning of this dungeon. They forgot that they got the key. Almost everyone makes some kind of mistake like that, even on almost perfect runs with faster than everything else, and you'll go the wrong way because you forgot that that's at a later section, or you've already done that and you're just repeating things that you've already done. Like, it happens to everyone.
This room, do I hold up and left?
You holding up, and then you release right as you hit the corner, and then you hold down, but you started moving down too quickly. So like there, you have to actually have to brush the corner first before you start holding down. Yeah, well, then you just got bonked into the snake because it's mean.
At least it wasn't like that run where I got comboed in there and just lost all my health.
Yeah, so when you get to where the pots are, I equip the sword over the boots. You don't use the boots from that point onwards because it's a diagonal movement. So
I need sword here already.
And it lets you kill the pestos if they get in the way as well. If you're trying to diagonal move through and they're in the way, you literally just sword slash them. But if you don't have the sword equipped, then you're going to get hit. But yeah, when it's the entrance to that tunnel that you want to hold the sword, and out to this point here. Yeah, this is good. You delayed at the end of this room. Literally, just don't delay. As soon as just.
Huh?
Yeah. There was some delay there. Hold like as soon as you're like in the middle of the pushing, literally just hold up, and in the moment that like you stop pushing, hold sword, and then cancel your claims.
Oh, and here you want to go up immediately. Yeah,
go up because you're having to go around two corners, but if you go up, there's only one corner you have to contend with. Nicely done there. Where you waited for the fire bars to.
I've learned my lesson with those guys.
Yeah, kill the red guy. Just kill him. And when you're charging your sword, face left, face into the wall, so that it doesn't it doesn't come towards you and hit your sword and cancel.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh,
and then
that's...
you rolled into you didn't roll at the stairs. You want to roll at the stairs.
I meant to roll the stairs. Did I? What did I do here? Did I? Because I meant to roll through them.
You rolled immediately upon getting around the torches, and then in line with the wall. So you rolled there, and then you walked diagonally up into the wall, and then you rolled against the.
Oh, I rolled around the wall. Yeah, I got scared from the blue guy, and I guess I just tried to go higher, and then I just wasn't aligned anymore.
Yeah, he was perfectly in line with the stairs, so you just walk left to roll through him on directly in line with the stairs. That lost lots of health.
And just rolled straight into the corner of the staircase instead of on the staircase.
Yeah. Here you just were too far down, so that when you tapped up to change your facing direction, it didn't. You weren't close enough to the torch, but you managed to back it up before it's snowballed out of control. Luckily, you had a long delay between hitting the first torch and the later torch. TJH does all of this section extremely well. It's really, really good watching all of this stuff. He's so precise and deliberate with all of the timings through here. All the lily pad movement is great.
Oh, that's too far.
Yeah. You have to be careful with rolling at that spot. if you roll against a corner, you can get the ice momentum boost that we do in any percent to do octo clip. And you get launched sideways into the wall and clip into the wall. It's dumb.
Oh my gosh, he just perfectly rolls through the enemy. Wait, what
is...
Oh,
they do it a completely different way, yeah.
What?
They end right here, though, right by the thing. I just don't find that comfortable to do.
That is also a movement you can do.
Yeah, that is very improv basis. Like, you do it depending on where the scissor beetles are. Like, they hugged the left because the scissor beetles were there on the right, but like in other ways you would want to go closer down the middle. You don't want to... You want to avoid the water as much as possible because water is slower than rolling. Throw the get the bombs ready immediately. Like, the first thing you do is roll up to the corner, pick up a throw bomb to the right, and then you can go get your pots or whatever.
Is that a new thing that you did with the spin attack? Is that possible in Glitchless or no?
Yeah, it's possible. It's extremely hard and luck-based, but yeah, you can one-cycle these Caterpillar fights.
Oh my gosh, that corner.
Yeah, it's 4 seconds per Caterpillar faster. So, you know, if you get both of them quick killed, if you get the first one quick killed, the second one becomes a lot easier to quick kill, but it's still random and luck based. And yeah, it's but you can save 8 seconds. It's a reasonable time save for this category.
Need to make clones on the bottom.
Clones at the bottom to make it
Octo
so that you don't.
Went well.
Yeah.
Didn't make a mistake. So I can skip past all of that.
I can tell you the reason why I say make your clones at the bottom is because I've done that before. I've made the clones at the top, walked into tried to push it, slid around the corner, stopped perfectly so the clones are inside the lever and they die, and then you have to create your clones again. It's like, well, I'm not doing that again. I'm just creating my clone at the bottom, and then it's not ever going to be a problem. Yeah, so perfectly lined up movement from you there. If you're in line with the bush, when you sword slash and move up, you kind of like brush against it perfectly, and it lines you up with this perfect spot so that you can literally hit every bush with 2 bushes with 1 slash each. If you don't do the movement perfectly, like straight vertical like that, when you get slid around the corner, then whenever you do your sword slashes, you don't break both bushes, and you have to do extra sword slashes, and it's slower. So yeah, literally brush around the corner and just hold it up only, and sword slash 3 times. Yeah, we can skip pretty much everything here.
Escape.
Oh yeah, the whole talk to the guard on, like, get grabbed by the guard on the left instead. Oh yeah, and the the bomb. You want to place a bomb at the
before you go into higher castle.
Before you come over here. Yeah.
I did that in my PB, but not in this run. I kind of forgot about it.
Does TGH show it? I'm pretty sure they do. They don't. They might not do it the way that I do.
Is it already exploded here? Yeah. So then we want to. Oh wait, that was fine.
Perfect.
Go to the right.
Yeah. So pick up, throw the bomb there, roll left.
And then roll back in.
Oh, they just roll like that. Okay, so there's a few different ways of doing it. You can do it like that. There's a completely different way I do it. But yeah, you're basically like, all of these setups do things in do the timing so that the bomb literally explodes moments before you hit the transition into the castle. But guaranteed, so that you don't get there and be like, oh, the block's still there. If you try and YOLO it, you can get there too early. So like we labbed all of these so that you get it every single time. Every time you do it like that, it's a reasonable enough leniency to it. Graveyard. I thought it was all good.
Yeah, except I got scared of the clone. We talked about that during the run. Clone? What? Ghost.
Oh, the ghost before, like after
the grave.
Yeah.
This all went fine.
This was all good.
Here I have to. You told me to equip boots already in this room.
Yeah. I hit both the Gibdos on fire at the same time, so that they're burning at the same time. You don't have to wait for one then the other. Kill them and then equip boots and Ocarina and dash up. Yeah.
And then here I should...
And then you can just mash Ocarina.
Does he just not do anything if you Ocarina? Oh gosh.
Yeah, well, I mean, remember when you're playing the Ocarina, the game's frozen, so it literally doesn't do anything. Yeah, and then you just go to the left. If you stand still, maybe he can come get you. I don't know, because I've never stood still after getting grabbed. Like after playing the Ocarina, you always want to go left.
Then here.
Yeah, so this is a bad. This is a bad spot to show world record, because all of the strats developed here were after world record.
Oh.
So yeah.
But here I should.
You want to be looking up mine. My shows all of this perfectly, like exactly what you want to do. Yeah, so here you want to roll right here. Like, yeah, you didn't roll, and then it caught up to you, and then jumped too early.
Yeah, and after that I should have just sword slashed it, I guess. But then, and this was
but you pushed right and jumped off the ledge. Yeah, if it chases you long enough, it will jump anyway. It doesn't matter if it gets close enough to you or not. But all of that was just slower than just equipping the sword and just killing it. And yeah, just like drop the moment that you're over regular ground, unless you can literally make it to the because there's a little bit of ending lag when you land. Like you land and there's like pause for like a couple frames where you don't move, and then you get control link and start moving. So like if you're close enough to a hole, that gliding above the hole and then dropping directly into the hole is like that small extra bit of gliding movement is faster than the movement than the pause delay. But if you're on the ground, like rolling and stuff is way faster than gliding. Even here, with the gliding speed increases, it's still faster to roll.
Yeah.
I timed it out with the previous section. You know that bit where you slide through the tiny little gap and then land before you do the...
Yeah, the one that leads to the Lakitu.
Yeah, the Lakitu one. Yeah, I timed it out, and it's half a second. It's a big deal. It's a lot of time.
This one I should have gone up earlier immediately.
Yeah, you weren't holding up immediately, so the bottom one doesn't go the right way.
I see. And then I jumped
and then the
off
same
again.
thing. You roll into it,
yeah.
And then it prevents you from jumping off the edge.
Okay, then.
Yeah, save and quit with the bottle and the boots.
Yeah, bottle and boots here. Then we're on to Palace of Winds.
Yeah.
This room, this went awful.
Yeah, you just throw the skulls at the P-hats here.
I'm not used to two of them showing up here.
Yeah, well, you gotta practice for worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Because
I intended to.
You fired the arrow when there were P-hats chasing after you, which was just a bad call, and then you missed the throw there.
Yeah, I should have committed.
Yeah.
And this is. I should have stayed up here longer, right? I should have not.
Stay up and just move right, and then when you move diagonally down right, you're literally just touching the tile there, so that stealth has ignored you. If you were literally a couple pixels higher, he would have actually jumped at you, and it would have been fine. But yeah, it's literally in the line where the bottom of that big block is, extending out to the left. That's the line you need to visualize, and don't go below that line. For in line with the bottom of the big block.
Yeah.
Extends out to the left. Yeah.
Here you told me to hold sword instead of using an arrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold sword facing left and stand at the top. Just pointed to the left.
I need to learn the bomb strat. We know this.
Everyone does a slightly different variation of this, but yeah, it's
this saves, like, doing the bomb strat here saves at least like 15 seconds.
It's so worth it. It's yeah. Other than mistakes that led to time losses, I can't think of anything else that would save you this much time that is this easy.
Yeah. The cheeky bomb drop.
Yeah.
Got the jump.
Yeah, you can always, like, the wizrobes are always going to drop, like, bombs or hearts or whatever, so they get to get. That crow, you were super fast there. You cancelled your glide early. So if you've been failing it, that's entirely why.
This one, the first one.
Yeah, you keep it held the entire time. You released early. You want to hold it until you land, then release and press it again. But you released when it was at the top. That's why. You can jump from the stairs to the clouds diagonally.
Oh, is that on this one?
Yeah, so here you roll up, and then from here you just go upright. And then you don't even need to worry about those crows. They don't hit you.
I see. Yes.
And then yeah, third cloud.
I just need to remember for all the clouds.
Stand on the left, because when you get to when it hits the corner, you just walk down left, and you don't need to wait for it to move over to the left.
I noticed that
when you're walking along this. When you're walking along up the stairs, if you're holding left as you like brush against the corner of it, you can literally just keep walking left, and your clones won't die on the skulls.
Yeah.
And then you walk until you're in line with the block, and then you just walk straight up until you're in the right spot by the block, and then you can push the block.
So here. When I was when you did a roll down or something.
Yeah, when you jump to the left. You align with the right-hand edge, like at the top, and you're like, you keep pushing against the top block, and you're waiting for the platform to move so that the bottom line of the platform is that lineup, in line with the middle of the two rows of blocks in the bottom.
Right.
At that spot, you roll down and then do a diagonal jump down right. And if you land at the bottom right platform before the crows get there, and you can keep walking, jump up, and you jump up before they hit you.
So I was already...
Because you're staying high, you're delaying when the crows activate. If you walk down early, they activate early and they can hit you earlier.
Yeah. Have we done that here? Oh, that's too far.
Yeah, go back.
Here.
Yeah. So there's that glide. Yeah, stand on the left-hand side, brush left, diagonal down left, hold here, walk left. I mean, okay, TGH does like a little adjustment there, but that is unnecessary if you brush against the stairs like they did. They could have literally just held left and it would have been fine. Yeah, sword mash to kill those crows. Honestly, it's worth killing both of them and then keep mashing as they die, because they might drop a thing. Yeah, exactly like that. Roll down, jump up.
Yeah, can actually just reach that.
Yeah.
I really need to practice that, because if I do that in a run, I'm gonna fail and lose like 20 seconds.
Never. Okay, don't try anything that we've talked about today in a run until you've practiced it. Like, you have to go to a room and be like, okay, what was I taught? This, and you practice it until you get it, because until you've put knowledge to practice, you don't know if you've actually taken in the knowledge. We've talked about too much stuff here today for you to take everything and just do it in the next run you do. You're not going to do there are going to be things that I've talked about that you're not going to do. You need to do a practice run, and then all of the stuff will
I mean, hopefully
can be ironed out there.
Hopefully Inku's room practice tool will be ready sometime soon, and I can just apply all of our knowledge from today.
Use BizHawk Rewind.
Oh, yeah. So this
also, I have practice saves for that. I'm literally going to put on SRC like after we're done with this. But go back 5 seconds and look at TGH do this.
Yeah, 'cause you just told me to make different set of clones.
Yeah, in the middle here.
Yeah.
The same pattern that you did, but it's just that.
One further to the right.
Yeah. You don't ever have to worry about the sword hitting the thing. It's way too low.
How does he solve the puzzle?
Yeah. You started pushing against a thing that was already that couldn't move. Was that did you push one the wrong way and had to like figure out the solution, or was it
No,
basically every solution is the same speed. It doesn't matter which one you do.
Yeah, this recently has just been
also there you would want to roll
between pots.
I mean, yeah, there was a whole pot of distance, and there like you wanted to roll up.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is some optimization in terms of like some of the paths that minimize the travel distance that you have to do as Minish link between each pot. So you like once you push one block, you'll immediately start pushing the next block. Pot.
Okay.
Yeah, cane shot, roll down, arrow, shoot left.
Skis was like, no.
Yeah. Equip bow and boots so you can boot cancel and you can get through there faster, because you need to equip the cane anyway immediately afterwards. So you just equip the cane over the over the bow.
I should have walked further down right there, right? So that I didn't jump in a hole.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I can start jumping immediately in this room. I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah.
Because you can immediately jump there. This one you said that I went too early?
Yes. Yeah, you jumped to. Oh, did you cape extend?
I think I did. Maybe I didn't.
But yeah, it's because you got pushed up really far.
Yeah.
So you had the extra movement to do, so you couldn't get to here fast enough.
I thought I did cave extend, but upon watching it back, I am not certain.
It looked like your input was held the whole time, so you didn't get the... Though I think your distance was fine.
This was one cloud.
Were you just walking too much instead of, like, you didn't get rolls? I swear you rolled, though. And also here you were just, jumping up too high.
Yeah.
But definitely watch what TGH does in the fan room. The fan room is absolutely a room that you want to put a save state down for.
Oh, just a roll.
Oh yeah, you want to hold down left. Sorry. It's so much of this room is literally just subconscious muscle memory. I don't even remember how you're supposed to... I can't explain how you're supposed to do it because it's just so natural.
It's like playing Mario Kart.
Yeah. Yeah, jump from the stairs.
Oh, he got low there. Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, that's just how you do that. Yeah, you can use the cape any point midair. Like, let Link go low. You don't lose distance. It's the same.
It just looks very scuffed.
Yeah. So here, really important, boot dash down into this room. It gets you close. Then you're traveling max speed when you get to there, and then they'll only move a short distance before you get to jump over them.
You already started in the previous room.
Look, the guy at the bottom was too far away and ignored you, and then he traveled even further and is too far away. Yeah. You had a pretty reasonable fight, honestly. You went for the you just went for only sword slashes, which is fine. It's a little bit. You can save one sword slash if you do two slash stabs.
Oh, if you don't know.
It's 2 slashes, 2 slash stabs instead of 5 slashes. Yeah, and then it was fine from Yeah, as I said, you can exit and re-enter the room. I honestly, if you're that low on health, I would go on the extra thing.
Well, we still had a fairy here, right? So
yes, he had a fairy because he picked up before the dungeon. But yeah, like, this fight is much faster with bombs. Yeah. It's just 2 bombs and everything dies the moment the bombs explode.
So the one bomb that you put at the top. So I put the bombs once just to like kind of copy without practicing, and like it worked pretty well. And then I tried it again, and then the bomb got blown down by the fan.
Yeah, because we do it extremely quickly, but we're placing one bomb just outside of the wind, and then we're holding right, and then we're placing another bomb almost instantly afterwards. So they look like it's like 2 bombs placed almost next to each other, but one is outside, one is inside the thing. TGH delays it a bit more, but like I got super comfortable and incapable of doing it. What on earth happened here? But yeah, just blew that guy up. See, like
those guys do so much damage. I think he was surprised himself as well what just happened.
Yeah. How? Okay. I didn't think the fight went that bad.
He still did it pretty quickly. It just he lost a bunch of health.
It was still much faster than otherwise.
Whatever
but
I did.
Yeah. That was a slow fight for this fight with the bomb strat. Yeah, it was pretty slow. You can perfectly time a roll there and then jump across that gap with a hop instead of gliding. Slightly faster, but it's kind of tight. This room sucks.
Yep.
Because of these guys clipping through walls. But yeah, you've got the you can just go and farm health here. You went up and around the statue, just roll down against the left wall, and then it's like you have to go up a little bit, just go straight down. You know, it's almost nothing, but it's something.
This was fine.
Yeah.
Jumped over the Eslo trigger.
The Eslo trigger is only like 2 blocks, two tiles tall, by the way. So like if you're in line of the skulls, you can do a roll down and then hop, and then you don't need to glide. You will literally yeah.
Wait.
Also, I was showing off a new strat for this in the Discord. I don't know if TGH does the roll down. No, they actually just jump glide.
Not on this one, at least.
Also, it doesn't matter where in the you fall down horizontally. You just fall down anywhere. The whole thing's a trigger.
And here, I was supposed to grab the heart immediately to the left.
Yeah, just roll. Just walk left immediately and throw that skull. Grab and throw it. It's faster than going up and around because you're just doing extra walking. Whereas if you do the point that you pick up and throw the skull, it's literally perfect. 2 rolls left, 1 roll up, and you're on the staircase and walk straight into it. It's perfect position. So there's no reason to avoid it. Whereas if you go any other way, you're having to do an extra move, walking like diagonally or whatever instead of rolling.
Are the doing jumps here fine, or should I just be rolling?
Don't jump. It's slower.
Okay.
Just roll. Rolling is a lot faster than jumping.
Sounds good. And we got the bomb thing. 1 go.
Yeah.
Got this.
So the slight optimization to that room that it's a bit risky, but you can, as soon as you enter the room, you roll down and then you place and pick up the bomb, and then you go and hug the left-hand wall and then throw it to the right, and then it basically is about to explode very quickly once it goes and land in the right spot. So then you just like face the thing instead of here. Now you're having to wait for the bomb to explode.
Right.
So it's about a second or so faster, but it's very reliant on all of the p-hats behaving themselves. So if you see all the p-hats running to one, like the right-hand side of the room, go for it. If you see them going to the left, it's like there. Like when you do the roll down, it's literally look at them. Are they moving left? Are they moving right? Or whatever. TJ does it very differently to me. He literally just threw it straight down. I would have walked to the left-hand wall, thrown it right. Because if you're on the left, you're closer to the doorway.
I do not have audio on for this, but I can hear him scream.
Yeah.
That is...
Yeah. Also, that is a bit on him. He could have walked down to not get hit by the p-hat, but he was more focused on timing than the p-hat coming over and hitting him. So yeah.
He does not care about health.
Yep. Yeah, I do the boot dash through the first bit. I'd like to do the cape jumps over the in the second bit instead of boot dashing through, because that's 2 hits that you're getting on from the spikes.
This was fine.
We already talked about wall masters. You know,
this one fine.
YOLO jump. We didn't kind of point that out, but like, yeah, just jump like that. It's easier than it looks.
I was just messing with that. I should have pulled bomb here, but
yeah, pick up and throw.
Yeah, I was messing with him because we were waiting anyway, and then he almost grabbed me, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah. I was like, okay.
Here also I should have just immediately grabbed
pick
the
up.
bomb.
Yeah, pick up, place the bomb immediately at the start of the room. It's all just like little things like that. Yeah, it's a nice little cape jump there. That's very.
I tried it several times here, and then one time the whisk rope set me on fire, and I was like, never again. But
the whisk robe is firing at exactly the same time, position, and timing every single time. You can avoid it with practice. But yeah, it's easy to get hit by the fire, but you just, you practice the way of doing it that doesn't get hit on fire.
Yeah, this is
or just with practice, constantly reloading the save state at the entrance of the room and just doing it over and over again, you get a feel for where your leniency is. As like, okay, how tight can I do this before I get set on fire or whatever, and then what you can risk going for. If you're going into it blind in a run and don't know, you get set on fire, lose all your health and die, and lose your PB base run.
Just getting set on fire in this game is so punishing.
Yeah. You want to start charging your clones whilst riding the Blue Georg.
So I noticed that you did that, and so I've been doing it for the first one, but you can also do it on the ones that are like.
You can do it on every single one.
Okay.
Every single one.
For some reason, my brain was like, "Oh, you can't do it on the ones that are crashing down because they're dying." But then I was like, "That doesn't make any sense. It's just a platform."
Yeah. If you see mine and TGH's runs, then yeah, we all do it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So TGH is always going to make this pattern, but like more recently, we realized you can literally just make a faster set of clones, and it will still work. You just need to have a very specific spot that you're standing at when you're starting to do the sword mash, and it always works. But like, yeah, you can speed up the fight quite a reasonable amount.
How does he remember all the exact places where these guys? How did he do that cape jump?
Because it's.
I know it's
scripted.
But still,
this is not random. This is how the fight goes.
But it's like
we just practice this. you just practice it.
Yeah.
You have a save state and you just do it over and over and over again until it's the same every single time. You learn where to stand and where to position. This is where it becomes random. The blue Georg movement thing is random, but it's only at this point. Every single time you do the fight, you should always get to this point. It should always be exactly the same every single time with no differences. Anything happens before that point, it's you making a mistake.
George and his son are the worst bosses in the game.
People say I'm weird for liking this fight, but it's not luck based in a cruel way. It's almost entirely scripted for half the fight, and then the end has very specific like coin flip RNG, which is like it either does one thing or another thing. You just need to know what to do in either one of those situations and react to it accordingly. The entire fight is predictably like executable, and that's what I like about it.
I think the fight is really cool. I just also think it, like, if you don't know what you're doing, it can feel so trolly. Like, especially at the end where you just kind of like...
yeah. I mean... I don't think something's bad because, you know, it's difficult if you don't understand it. I don't have that feeling towards things. If something has... Like, I love Georg for this, like, technical challenge of, like, if you don't understand it, it will fuck you up. That's my one swear. The rest, like, yeah, and to get, like, the better you get at the fight, the faster you get at the fight. Like, there's so much value out of it.
Yeah.
From putting in the practice. There are returns from putting in the effort.
Yeah, in speedrun context, I do also like it, but it can be a bit stressful. And I mean more like in casually, I think it can get very frustrating if you like play this game like once every 5 years, and this guy just comes and swoops in. And but in casually, you also have way more hearts, so it's a lot less punishing. But in speedrun wise, I do think it's a cool boss. In general, I just like that you're just doing out the entire fight, you're just fighting on the guy's back in the sky. It's cool boss. This is just all static movement. That's cutscene. Here, I was supposed to charge sword earlier.
Yeah, so roll down once and then start charging and then move diagonal down left and fire it at the guard.
You can kind of tell where the SO triggers as well by if you line it up with the blocks on the left and the right.
Exactly. It's lined up with the blocks. When we do the cutscene walking glitch in any %, we literally have a visual marker on the ground that we align ourselves up with when we release the sword, spin, and then go down. So yeah, here you roll up before this point. Like as soon as you get to the top of the stairs, you roll off and you screen transition right at the corner.
Yeah, and then I was... What do I... Like, do I immediately equip cape and bombs here, or do I have...
If you want, you can equip Cane and Gust Jar if you want to be safer. But yeah, Cane... Yeah, because if you Gust Jar the things they... yeah. But you can jump over all of this stuff.
Yeah, also the first ones, right? Yeah. So what happened here? Because I thought I was in the clear. Because he's going up.
It was there, and then
he was going up, and then oh my gosh, he did just.
Yeah, it was just wiggling around on that corner, and then you rolled right into it.
Well, because
it was just like it was a reaction speed kind of thing. You thought it was just going to keep going up, but you never trust these guys. They can change direction at any moment. So
it goes up completely again. It does the two full.
Don't be duped by their trajectory. They will just wiggle back and forth on the same spot if they feel like it.
I had a couple of frames to respond to it. It's a skill issue here.
Yeah, if you think that they're going to get locked into this thing for a while, well, yeah, they can literally just like wiggle back and forth on the same spot. So
this is
watch TGH do the cape glides because it's
true.
You can watch them do the guards if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, this is how I think I did this in my.
You can also roll down here. Yeah, so they do it a different way round. Where okay, interesting. So I think they hit both of those guys before they hit the Eslo trigger. Yeah. And then they hit this guy.
I think that's what I did in my PB or the run before that. Just to but then I did it so far up that I didn't even have to
boot dash through there. That's very interesting. I've not tried it like that before. Yeah.
Okay, bombs. Oh my gosh, you're so close to the fire foul.
You never get hit. You just hold upright and then cape glide.
Oh yeah. Okay, that looks stressful.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to be careful and keep dodging the guys. Luckily, the bubbles just flew away.
Here you said I had to do a RNG minute.
Yeah. Tap the boots, produce one bit of dust, and then do a dash left.
Yeah.
Tapping the boots to produce one particle of dust rolls RNG 4 times, so it's equivalent of doing 4 rolls or 4 sword slashes. When we charge up a boot dash, it does 3 puffs and then does the dash. Once you're moving with the dash, all of the puff particles and stuff aren't determined by RNG, it's just fixed. But the 3 bits of dust that you produce as you're charging up the boot dash do. So when you're doing RNG manipulations, you just know that when you do a boot dash, it changes RNG 12 times.
Right. This is where I need to learn bomb strat at some point.
Yeah.
That saves a lot of time.
Yeah, bomb strat will save you a lot of time.
Because I was worried that I would be too late if I... But
you could have... You have to be tight here, and I think you could have got that. It's risky, but yeah, I don't know. I think you would want to have rolled in the in the build up to it. Like when you were going through the room, you were just walking the whole way. But if you did some rolls, you would have been able to make that cycle.
And then in this room, we only do one roll and then start charging our swords.
Yeah. One roll and then start charging. Honestly, depending on the Moblin RNG, sometimes I don't even do a roll. I just walk to the right a little bit, then sword slash, and then just walk through the middle.
Yeah, I couldn't have that one. Yeah.
You were too delayed, so yeah, it was blocking your path. Right. Oh yeah, after the saving clip, you want to roll right immediately and then boot dash straight up. You did a boot dash up, a roll right, a boot dash up.
Wait, in which room?
Or did you do a bunch of rolls?
Here. After the reset. Yeah, I scuffed my movement here. I also realized during their run. I just did rolls here for some reason. I think I was still thinking about what you were saying, and then I just only did rolls. This I just need to learn the marker for this because you told me at some point where I have to stand, and then I just forgot. So I've been mostly doing it on feeling.
Yeah, it's just in line. Yeah. It's just in line with the tiles. So
literally, it's just in line with the tiles. Oh wow.
Yeah, okay. It's as simple as that. You just line up with the tiles.
Grab the bomb immediately. That's fine. That's fine. There's 5.
Yeah. Pick up through the bomb straight away, and then you can. I
think this one.
Well, you got pretty lucky there. You weren't quite in line with the bottom of the wall, but that was a good recovery. I think with that fight, if you're perfectly aligned with the bottom, it doesn't matter what it does. You always land above it, and you can just pin it against the wall.
In this room, I sometimes used boots, but I generally don't know what's faster, boots or rolling.
Absolutely, boots. Yeah.
Okay.
Boots are faster than 3 rolls. 3 rolls is a screen width. So if you're on the left-hand side of a screen and you need to touch a screen transition and go to the next screen over and go past the halfway point on the other screen, yes, boot dashing is faster. But also, you can boot dash through screen transitions, whereas you can't roll through screen transitions. Your roll has to end before you can do a screen transition. So sometimes, like, segmented movement, like with rolls, ends up just being slower.
In Fire Roll, you do George without the cape?
Yes.
What?
When you fall off, you respawn on the blue Georg, so it's that simple. And in the final cycle, we just time a spin attack. It's RNG manipulated anyway, so you know which eye is going to appear, and you just spin at the right one.
Fair. In this one, I should have taken that cloud bottom
Just
right.
go straight down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hug the corner and you kind of like literally just brush against it a little bit, and all you're doing is hitting that tornado only.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you go down and you just adjust left a little, like perfect. Yeah.
Should have been on the right. Which clouds do I take here?
Yeah. So it's none on this screen currently. You avoid all of these. The one at the bottom of the screen, that's the one that you go to. You literally touch that.
This one.
The one that you're next to right now.
Yeah.
You hit that, and then you just let go, and then you hit the next one, and you go all the way, and you land. It lands you without you having to move or adjust or anything on the ledge, and you don't even touch that tornado.
So just touch the second tornado and then just leave it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can literally hands off go, like,
grab a drink.
I mean, it's about 10 seconds, so it's not crazy, but you can hands off and think about the next section coming up.
Yeah. What did I do wrong here again? Did I jump too? I jumped too late.
You jumped a bit late.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, I mean, they're gonna move randomly each time anyway, so like they're never gonna be perfectly aligned. If they're perfectly aligned, it's great. You just go 1, 2, 3, 4, bam, they're dead. But yeah, if they're slightly disaligned, you have to kill them one at a time.
I have to hug the side of the thingy so that
I
don't get any safe spaces.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. As you jump up the thing, you want to be holding it up so that you jump and land at the top.
Okay.
So you don't even land in the middle, and then
and then I just jump and void, and I'll be put back where I want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like 5 seconds faster. Yeah, hold up left, roll, and then you get up in the right spot, and then you just sword slash rhythmically.
Does he have the TGH?
Yeah. I don't know if TGH does the I'm sure that was developed. Oh yeah, it was. No, TGH definitely does the new one.
Oh, yeah.
So they're gonna do the roll and jump strat, but I don't recommend doing it because it's hard. It's literally just harder. And it saves like half a second, so that's why we go for it.
So then what would you do? Just make him charge to the bottom? Or
no, the old strat was to hold up left at the beginning of the room until you touch the green of the carpet or just before it. And then you do a roll up, and then you get you align with the like the left hand edge of it, and then you just hold upright and do rhythmic sword slashes. I'm really surprised you haven't seen it. It's the strat. It is the go-to strat. Everyone's done this for years. This new one is very new. It was only made a couple years ago, whereas everyone else has always done this since like I think that was even like a TSA strat from 2005, like prehistoric. It was a strat everyone did.
Oh, there goes the auto feeder again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
but yeah, this Black Knight fight is like one of the easiest fights in the whole game. That you never worry about it ever because you just do the quick kill and it always works.
And then I need to start doing them in order with the RNG minute. Do you have a video on the RNG minute for Dark Arrow Castle?
I do, but it's a little bit outdated because it's 3 years old.
Okay.
TGH has an excellent, well, not excellent. They do all of the things that you're supposed to do in the RNG minute, but it literally just goes wrong for the silliest of reasons.
Well, that's. I think this is fine.
Yeah, you're not boot canceling.
Yeah.
So you get hit by the fire bar.
Yeah.
So with the red in the red darknet room, you want to go up the top and you want to have the cape equipped. You equip to the boots. I don't know why. It was just extra menus that you had to do. But yeah, if you watch so TGH is going to try and do it here, and then they're literally going to get screwed over by RNG because it does a. What is it doing? Like. He wasn't even close, and it just decided to do an attack. I'd never seen that before.
Ended up working out, but
yeah. But like literally, you do the movement that he was going to do, jump, like roll up, roll left, and like jump, and then you always get behind it and can pin it against the wall. It's so easy. Like so this is the first minute. Yeah, it's literally don't do any rolls. Get up to this. Oh well, you do one roll before you enter the room. And they did an extra roll. That is a slight optimization. That's really precise. It's a bit precise, but I wouldn't recommend learning it like that. That's the one roll that you do. Then here, hold down right, and then the moment that you see him do his attack, you want to jump up right. And he's literally gonna dash down and dash to the bottom corner. TGH is going for a faster strat there. That is literally frames faster, but is tight.
Okay. So we got the hearts there.
Yeah, this is the last tower that we do. So we normally do top left, bottom right, top right, bottom left.
Yeah. Was there anything else in the towers? Not really. Yeah, I can roll through these guys. I should not be hesitant towards them. But
yeah, watching TGH is really useful for this.
Yeah.
Because they do the minute. They don't. They fail the minute in.
It's.
Definitely in the bottom left one. I can't remember the top right one. I think they definitely get something wrong. Maybe the genie's not right. I don't know.
This is what I did notice at some point lately. That like I don't know if it's my controller or something else, but like sometimes after you do a jump, because like where is it? I think it's this jump. I get like here. I should, in theory, in my head, I should be able to hit him when I land because he's facing down. I'm landing. I should just be able to go left and sword. But like these first frames that I'm down, it feels like I'm pressing B and I can't hit. Like I can't use my sword. Like, it's because the other guy's pushing.
I think you used the sword too early.
I just used it too early because like that. And at that point,
like you used it like just before your cape glide ended. Like you did it. It's still midair, so it didn't actually go through.
Can we not? That's loud.
There's a little bit of end lag at the, like when you land. Like it's literally like 1 or 2 frames or whatever. You don't want to press the. You don't want to press the sword during that because it doesn't do anything. So that's probably what's happening.
It might be the case.
So, lantern you want to activate before the cutscene for the door opens.
Right.
Because the like when you rolled up there, you had like a gimped roll where you got almost no movement. You wanted to before that you wanted to pause, equip the lantern. If you can activate the lantern as like the cutscene activates, you basically don't get any of the delay of like turning the lantern on, and you've got the lantern turned on.
I see. And then for the next
And
room,
then you can move, and you wouldn't have lost that much movement because your roll got nuked anyway. Also, remember, like with a roll, the first frame of roll movement is 0 movement, so you're literally not moving for a frame every single time you start trying to do a roll. So there is some inefficiency to the roll movement that you have to catch up on with the faster movement. Now, rolls are fast enough so that it's very quick when it becomes actually better to like to roll than to not to roll. It's only like 3 pixels in distance, but if you perfectly time a roll wrong, it's slower than just walking. Yeah, here, roll left, dash up.
Yeah, those bits were not good.
Yeah, so at the beginning of this room, you roll to the right and you cane shot all of the pots. And then as they're getting all like flipped up and stuff, you go to the left, you unlock all of the things. And as you unlock the final one, you literally like hold sword and start like moving down. And then you walk all the way around. And
yeah, I use my keys first and then made clones, and you want to make clones first and then use your key. I mean, you want to break the pots and then
break the pots, open the locks, and make clones. It's always exactly the same every single time. And yeah. I mean, there's not really much I can say other than the advice I already gave of like the Keaton room and the Dark Knight room.
Yeah.
The only way to get better at these is to literally just learn the manip and practice it until you don't fail it, because honestly, the Keaton and Dark Knight room manipulation, it's not that hard, and it saves so much time. It saves like 30 seconds. It's so worth doing. Yeah. And it just adds that consistency at the end of the run that you don't have to rely on luck or RNG or whatever. You can do this on low health and not worry.
It's just so much faster if that guy dashes down with the RNG man. It's so much faster.
Exactly. It always dashes down and you always insta-kill it. Like, this wasn't a bad fight because he kept getting it in... I mean, you're getting ping-ponged a little bit here. Done any damage in a while.
It felt
that's a long time
slow.
of no
I'm
damage.
Surprised that I didn't take more damage.
Yeah. You gotta focus on one guy. The Black Knight was vulnerable a couple times, but he got distracted trying to hit the red ones. And then, I mean, Kinstone drops is gonna happen.
At least at that point, it doesn't matter anymore because you're not fusing anything anymore.
Yeah. Now you know the right way of fighting them, and that you're at the threshold of you can practice for hours on end trying to get better at these Dark Knight fights, or you can learn the manip.
Yeah, I really need to.
That was purely unlucky. That was just unlucky. Yeah. It happens sometimes, and it doesn't happen when you do the RNG manip.
I should have stopped using Gust Jar File because when I saw that the fire was coming.
It was fine. I mean, you needed to use the Gust Jar immediately. You kind of got caught off guard though with Also, I'm shocked that it even went to a seventh cycle. Yeah. The fight is 5 cycles, and then I was like, oh, you got a 6th cycle because of the thing, and no, it went to a 7th cycle. I don't think you deserved that. That was extremely unlucky. I've seen 7 cycles before, and it's because of mistakes, but yeah, you didn't.
Where did I like not? Because I'm really now unsure of like how to hit him enough times because I feel like I'm not mashing that badly.
You did. You literally got it was the you got screwed over by Vati. Yeah. This happens only when you don't manipulate it.
Yeah. Phase 2 went pretty well, but I also just got.
Yeah,
lucky,
it was an excellent fight. What was the time in the end? I thought it was like a 120, and that's extremely good for unmanipulated. I think like the best unmanipulated I've seen have been like a one like 10. And seeing as unmanipulated fights vary by like 40 seconds, being 10 seconds off of literally the best unmanipulated I've seen is incredible. The manipulated fight is basically 102 flat almost every single time.
It's small. I can't read it.
Yeah, I had it up.
It was 30 seconds faster than my PB. Yeah, and then we just have phase 3, which we just choked.
Oh, sorry, it was a 135. Okay.
I think why it might have been a little bit slower than we felt was there was at some point where it was just sitting there and I was debating what to do. I don't know which phase it was. I think it was like here. I was waiting.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you were doing. You should use boot cancels more. It is worth equipping.
Like it was just chilling there. I was like, bro, are you gonna move? And this was pretty neat. It just kind of flew into me. That was good. This is just, yeah. That's just movement. And then Fati free. I've never had it that you
This was incredible. Like this beginning cycle, that was fantastic. That's exactly what you want.
I never seen this happen before. Just that you get pushed in straight in. I was like, oh, what just happened?
The instant enter.
Yeah, that's the first
yeah,
time
no.
I had that.
Yeah, if you watch people's like Vati 3s, that's exactly what the like they're trying to get, and people get it like every now and then. Like, yeah, if you watch enough Vati 3s, you'll definitely see it like a couple times where they're timing their shot perfectly. This was too early. Yeah, because it hits it before it's like it needs to like move like a pixel first before it's actually vulnerable.
It's weird to like in review. It's like when I'm playing, I've noticed this with a couple of things when I'm like misjudging. Like for example, with the Tektite on the mountain, like in review stuff looks a lot lower. Because like here, it looked to me whilst it was happening, it looked like I hit the platform, but like now watching it back, obviously it doesn't, and it does hit the arm. It's weird. It's I guess it's kind of
that's fine. That honestly, it's completely fine to like go for like the perfect timing and slightly miss it, and the second cane shot gets it, and it hasn't really moved far at all. That's not bad at all.
And this is what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, you got the unlucky electric at the beginning, and then you slashed too early. Just stand a little bit lower, and then you have plenty of time to react.
And it's once one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. At least I didn't get hit by the electricity, I guess, but I was just misaligned. I think I over-adjusted.
So there's two strategies here. you can either align up and then do a sword slash. That is, it's like the tight thing is the physical position that you stand. What's lenient is the slash timing. There is a huge window that you can do the slash and it will hit. The tight thing is like, can you align or not? The alternate strategy is doing a spin attack. Make sure you're facing down when you're doing the spin attack. That has a huge leniency in terms of like horizontal position wherever you stand. It will work in like a very wide range. The difficulty is the timing. Is a very narrow timing window to hit that it will actually recoil the shot in the right direction. It's tighter than the sword slash. So you should try both of them and figure out which one you'll find most comfortable and most consistent with.
Yeah. Looking back, I'm so far to the left.
Yeah, if you did a spin attack, it would have worked from this position, but also then it would be like, did you release at the right time? That's like if you guaranteed do not want to lose any time ever, spin attack from like in line with the clone tiles or one tile above it, and then release when you see it charges up, and the moment it like fires, literally just release, and it will work almost every time, and you'll never fail it.
Yeah, and then there I had no chance of launching anymore because I was already in bad position.
Yeah. You got really bad luck there because it went and stood in the middle, but this was off of the back of good RNG 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
3 times, but 2 times because it let you get out twice in a row, and then you missed the shots. So, I mean, this is classic Veti 3 snowball panic choking. And it's only resolved by just practicing it and getting comfortable with having runs get to this point and just finishing them out. But, it's not an easy task. I still get extremely nervous in Veti 3, but I just don't... I've mentally prepared myself to be to know exactly that I have full confidence in just doing the motions, and there's it's just mental tricks of doing very specific mental thought processes that gets you to do the right thing, and then you're not worrying about my pace.
Yeah. Ginger says he also does the face down spin attacks.
A lot of people recommend doing the spin. You'll only ever see me doing the slash because
just what you're used to.
The one downside to the spin is that you have the lag at the as you're doing the spin, it hits the thing back, and then you're finishing the spin, and then that has to end, and that's some time that I'm greedy enough to not want to lose. I literally had Gold and Vasi 3 from a perfect fight, and so yeah.
At the last bounce back here, do you need your clones, or should I have disbanded my clones and rolled?
No, just roll. You never need your clones when you're damaging him. You should roll to him.
Right. Okay.
If you want to be, cool, you can throw a bomb at him.
Does that count as damaging him, or?
Yeah, it's a hit counter.
As much as a sword, it doesn't matter how much you damage. It just needs.
It's a hit counter. It literally just.
Yeah.
Oh no! Sorry, it's not a hit counter. That's wrong. Because 2 arrows won't kill. Martin found that out when they were on their sub 130 run. They tried using arrows, and then it didn't kill him.
During a run. Oi oi oi.
And then he had to go flash it, and then when he checked the time, it was like 1:30:01.
Yeah,
it's fine. He's got us at 1:30 now. But, you know, we learned 2 arrows does not kill Vati. TGH perfect minips all of this. Vati 3 is going to be unminips though, so
let's see what happens here.
I mean, yeah, it's very reactionary. It's very, you have to do different things depending on, like, is it going to shoot? Is it going to? I wouldn't stand there. I'll just stand on the portal, but
I feel like portal's safer, no?
It's safer and it's faster because it always spawns the arm on the same spot directly below the portal. If you're not on the portal, the arm can spawn at one of 4 random points around Link, so you don't know where it's going to spawn. It can spawn above, below, left, or right of you. But if you're on the portal, it's always the same spot every single time. It's definitely something you want to do. Exactly. Yeah. It's very, yeah. Honestly, I get annoyed when I don't get it because it's something I practice for. Whenever I do practice, I get it on at least one of the arms.
And this is just how it's supposed to go.
Yeah. You can adjust your position much more easily if you're holding the sword. You move at like 75% speed whilst you're holding the sword out.
Oh, hello, Mirai.
And because diagonal is what matters, we sorry, not diagonal, but horizontal is what matters. You can tap diagonal, and when you're moving diagonally, you move less far horizontally. So you get that you can more finely and accurately control your horizontal position by holding the sword and then doing diagonal movements left and right. And especially if you're doing it down, like if like you stand high and then like you do like diagonal down, right, down, left, or whatever, just to adjust your position as you move slightly down. That helps a lot with really refining exactly the right position and making it easier to do so than if you're just trying to tap left or right. You're halving your speed, you're doubling the window of the length that you need to press the button to actually land on the right spot. Just makes it easier.
Speaking about what we talked about earlier, that runs can differ so much compared to the start and finish. This run, he's like 2 seconds ahead on entering Vati, and he finishes with 43 seconds ahead.
Yeah, because the minute was perfect, and then Vati 3 was very good.
Actually, insane.
Yeah, I believe when I looked it up, their PB just failed Vati minute in. I thought it was Vati 1.
I'm gonna check.
It was. Yes, yeah. The Dark Nut time was exactly the same, but Vati 1 was 15 seconds faster for them over their previous run. So yeah, they it was their previous run failed the minute. That was it. So they just knew that they needed to get to Vati on roughly the same time as their PB, and then they had all of that time saved from, if I successfully get the Vati minute, it's gonna work out. Yeah, my PB's in the same place. I will keep runs going that are like up to 30 seconds behind PB going into Vati, because if I get Vati minute, I PB.
I need to practice first, and then I need to practice a bunch first, and then I can possibly PB again.
I won't go into Vati minutes, but there are dozens. You find the one that you're more comfortable with. Most people literally just take Vlax and then like do adjustments based off of what other people's are to make it more comfortable for them. Like Haley's manip is literally Vlax's manip, but doing some of the optimizations from my manip.
It's combining
like there's very certain, like very specific setups and strats and stuff like that we do at specific points. That is like when you look at one versus another, it's like, oh, this one literally does it differently in like terms of like this one lines up the gust jar, holds it, and walks into Vati. This other one like lines up, looks at, waits for a visual, like an audio cue, and then presses the gust jar and releases it instantly. Like it can be, it's that difference. And then Vati 2, there's not really too much I can explain. It's just do the inputs the same every single time, like that from a save state, and just burn it into your muscle memory, and then you just don't need to think about it. It's just exactly the same every time. Vati 2 manipulated is easier than Vati 1. Vati 1, there's a lot more you have to think about. There's like very specific timings for things or whatever, but Vati 2, it can be easy. Like, for a lot of people, it's like once you get Vati 1 manipped and done, it's like, okay, right, hard part over. Let's just do Vati 2. It's, you know, it's hard, it's about half the difficulty. Depending on people's manips, some manips have very tight timings at specific points that you have to get, or it fails. But it also, if a Vati 2 manipulation fails, it's still going to be a very fast fight. You're probably just getting an unmanipulated final cycle or whatever, which is going to be very easy because you've manipulated all the fight beforehand. You don't have like spikes everywhere. You don't have him in the wrong position. Like it's all mostly going to go well. So like for a lot of people, yeah, they will mess up Vati 2 manip right at the end, and it literally doesn't matter because you just get you just kill him normally and then carry on, and you lose like 5 seconds, 10 seconds maybe over a perfect manip, but that doesn't matter too much.
I've got a cat with the zoomies here. That
Kitty
that really wants to play.
Right, is everyone tired of hearing my voice now?
We did cover the whole run, so that's great. There's some big takeaways. I hope there's also been a lot of useful information for the new students. I've gone
into a lot of more advanced details, but definitely like intermediate.
I think Mughal's gonna be very happy watching the fought back, and that's what's important. I was while you were talking at the end there, I was spying on Discord because I'm also sneakily catching that Popsicle and Inku are either are or were practicing together.
Yeah.
And then Spainkiv is also live, so we're probably gonna rate Spainkiv in a bit when we're done here.
Yeah, I haven't had a look at their run, but I'm wondering how it's
very
going.
Interesting in how it's going. Yeah, so we've covered the entire run. I hope it's been very informative and very useful for everyone. We're gonna be rounding off for today.
It is dead.
It is dead? It's the run is dead?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, they're just stood there not doing anything whilst the timer's moving, so I assume it's dead.
Yeah. Tomorrow, everyone will be practicing. So there's already people practicing. Spainkiv's practicing. Inku and Popsicles is currently practicing. Tomorrow, most likely everyone's going to be practicing. Some people a little bit later, some people a little bit earlier. On the CD Dungeon channel, we're gonna try and restream it and catch as much of the practicing as possible. With me, I most likely have Alex from CD, from Zelda Dungeon. Everybody knows Alex. I think I'm just going to have Alex. Maybe we'll have some other people hop on depending on if they're available or not. So yeah. That was it for today. Thank you very much, Miff, for all your guidance and teachings. Do you have any projects you want to shout out? Are you currently working on anything cool?
I mean, I already mentioned it at the very beginning, like hours ago when we started this. I'm working on randomizer. Yeah, it's archipelago, so it's multi-world. So a bunch of people are playing their own game, and everyone's got their items swapped between each other. But yeah, we're getting Minish cap functionality set up so that like it's functional, it's working. You can go play it. And yeah, we're just adding more settings, so more things get randomized, more options in terms of how what things are laid out. Do you have wind crests or dungeon warps open already, and stuff like that. Those are the things coming soon. And hopefully in the future we'll get entrance rando put in, so you can absolutely fry your brain.
There you go. I sent the 2 links. Oh, well, Twitch did something weird to the links, but those are the Discord links for the randomizer server links and the speedrun Discord. So if you are interested in hitting up the randomizer yourself, you can join the Minish Maker Discord, and there should be all the resources you need to play the randomizer.
Specifically, Archipelago is in the Archipelago server, so you won't find Minish Cap Archipelago in the Minish Cap randomizer server. But yes, there's the speedrun Discord. You can go in there and talk to people and ask questions about the Minish Cap speedrun. We love everyone, all new people turning up in the Discord, joining the community. We love you all. When you do runs, post your splits there.
You can be added to the spreadsheet.
We will react with zebra cakes. A long forgotten meme that no one knows the origin of anymore, but yeah, we love seeing people's PB splits getting posted.
Yeah. Good stuff. Then we will be back tomorrow. You'll be coaching Spainkiv tomorrow. I'd say let's go check out what Spainkiv's up to. Let's see if he's gone insane yet. Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for watching, and we will see you guys. Zebra cakes were a popular meme in 2017. Well, there you go. We will see you all tomorrow. I will trend. Oh, hello, Mirai. Did you have something to say? Did you? This cat is going insane. Okay.
Meow.
Transition to. Be right back. Bye, everyone.
Bye.